Get started in about 5 minutes. The next few orders of business we're going to have here is obviously an opening prayer, appointing the co-chairs, and passing the agenda. After which we will be doing portfolio reports. So I just want to give everybody 5 minutes. Grab a coffee, have a seat, and we're actually going to try this weekend to start on time and end on time. No promises, but that's what we're going to attempt to do. So 5 minutes and we'll see you soon. Thank you. Having a lot of fun with this deck of cards. There's at least a couple of jokers in there. I know that for sure. As we always do before we open our ceremonies, we're going to open. Yeah, I'll get you all your signatures. I'll wander around after, and then we'll do that. But if we could ask our elder, Verna DeMontney, to come up on stage. We're going to open this weekend, probably the biggest annual assembly we've ever had. We're going to open with a prayer. So again, if you could first take your seats and then stand if you can while we open our annual assembly with a prayer. Averna?
Bon matin, good morning. Merci, Tony, Quetch Mikashiano, Touch Beam Hayan. La journée, puis la fin de semaine, tu manges pas y kwayesh. Merci de tal beau Dieu, que tu m'as tout. Et au chap de man notre journée. Puis oui, tu es yan, et je cache que t'as yan, nishta. I'd like to say thank you to the Creator for letting me see another day so that I can help wherever I can as I am able. I also like to say thank you for being asked to come to do opening prayer to start our meeting, our assembly for 2023 in a good way. With that, I'm going to do my prayer in Michif, and I will translate into English the best I can, with what I can remember. Thank you. Mojuk Jamanitu, Marci de Tuan, and Beljoni Kimi Yakanosh, Jamatstaya Kumal Assembly, Eshikashkitayak, Chietushketamak. Marci de Tuan, Kashkitayak, and Mamawitu Yakuta. Gakwetchikemon, Abusati, Chimiyak, Kakiawittakashni Poyak, Kashimamawiutiak. Mina, Shokihik, not Presidainan, and Keka Tushkechik Avikuya, President Chatran, PC Minister, Shokihik, Koyesh, Chatushkechik, Burkianan, la Nation de Rivière Rouge. Gwetchkemon Mina, a prière, Kakiautakashni Poya, Chimiayak. Bosati Kakiochayak. Pikakiochakanop Metoyak. Koyesh, avec respect. Pimina, Chishagi Toyak. Oma Kaponepayik. Mina Gwetchkemon Nodwe. Chishokak. En Makanotek Skitamak. Enema Kawitwayak. Division Kayayak. Chmitoyak. Pichmikashoyak. Gaboyon ma prière, Equetchke moyan, Tweet Hatchik and Kika, Shokate Hedgik, a we shakate Hedgik, and Kika one Hatchik, les enfants, les femmes, Kakin Paikachik, les enfants Kayak Ipeki Wechik, and Kik Kayak Koyesh, Ashayachik. Tous les jours, and not Nikechik, Utachayachik, the Latera Vikianan. One kick me an upschemic. Dat familie aan moest opschemen in die kashak hayakok. No was doing on kakelimond. Lord our Creator, I humbly ask a blessing for everyone that is here. I ask for good health for us and for our elders, our youth. I also ask good health for everyone that's here. Lord our Creator, I ask that we have a successful assembly this weekend, today and the weekend. I also ask blessings for our president and his cabinet ministers so that they can be strong and do the work for our nation and for us people. I asked and I say thank you for the beautiful day that we are having today. Thank you for answering my prayers. Lord, I ask for good health for our loved ones back home, our friends, our neighbors, and all peoples. But in closing, Lord, I ask a blessing for the missing and murdered Indigenous women to be found, the 60s coups survivors that are still suffering, and the trauma that their families are suffering. But in closing, I also ask a blessing for our elders, our youth, who are going to be our future. Also, I ask and I pray and I say thank you for all the love and kindness that you give us each day so that we can bestow that on our neighbors, our friends, and our families. With that, I say thank you. Thank you.
Verna, don't run away. This is not for me, it's actually for you. On behalf of our national government of the Red River Métis, we're proud to give you a gift and an appreciation of your service here today. Yeah, good idea. So if we could again have everyone's attention, we're going to jump into the business of the assembly, and to start us off, I have Vice President Judy Mayer, who's going to introduce a couple of motions here, or one motion at least. So please help me welcome Vice President and Minister Judy Mayer.
Good morning. Thank you, Verna, for the opening prayer. It's my honor to introduce the following people who we are proposing to be the chair and the co-chairs and the moderator. The first person that we're proposing is Will Godon. And Will Godon was elected to the Manitoba government of Manitoba in June of 2014 for the Southwest region. Will is the MMF Minister of Housing and Property Management. Will lives south of Brandon with his wife Kelly, and they have two children, Hunter and Taylor. In his spare time, he spends his day at his cabin in the Turtle Mountains. The second proposed person for chair is Mark Leclerc. Mark Leclerc's family hails from St. Lazare, Manitoba. Mark is a member of the Law Society of Upper Canada, with over 35 years specializing in intergovernmental negotiations and policy. Mark was the lead negotiator for the Métis Nation in the Aboriginal Constitutional Conferences held between 1984 and 1987, and the Meech Lake and Charlottetown Constitutional Accord rounds. Our other person that we're proposing is the youth co-chair, who is Lydia Gork. Lydia Gork is the Red River Métis citizen, born and raised in Winnipeg. She is a member of the Liberty Local and executive chair of the MMF Winnipeg Regional Youth Advisory Committee. Lydia recently graduated from the University of Manitoba in the spring of 2023 with a Bachelor of Arts, Advanced, in Indigenous Studies. She is continuing her studies at the University of Manitoba this fall, pursuing a Master's of Arts in Indigenous Studies with a focus on Red River Métis youth. Our moderator is David Gray. David was general counsel for the MMF from 1989 to 1993, when he returned to private practice in Swan River. In 1998, he became a senior Crown attorney in Thompson and stayed with prosecution supervising northern offices in Thompson and Napaw until 2019. David is the Chief Electoral Officer for the MMF, a position he has held since 2014, has been fully employed with the Federation as the CEO since January of 2021. I am now proposing the following motion. Okay. Motion to appoint chairpersons and youth co-chair. To appoint Will Godon and Mark Leclerc as chairpersons, and to appoint David Gray as virtual moderator, and to appoint Lydia Gork as the youth co-chair for the Manitoba Métis Federation, National Government of the Red River Métis, October 13th to the 15th, 2023 Annual General Assembly. Moved by Minister Boers, who is at the mic, and also by Minister Fleury. All in favor? Against? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you.
Just on the record, the mover was Mona Bjors and the seconder was John Fleury. Thank you very much, Minister Mayor. And thank you all for your confidence. It's always a pleasure to be here in front of you, doing the work and obviously visiting. But as we all know, the business of the Red River Métis, the business of the historic Métis Nation is absolutely vital. And without this assembly, which is my understanding is one of the biggest Indigenous gatherings in Canada. So we need to be proud of ourselves, and we need to know that we are making a difference, not just for yourselves, but for your families back home, for the future generations that are to come. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mark, and then I would like to have Lydia as well come up and say a few words. So please help me welcome Mr. Mark Leclerc.
Good morning, Red River Métis. You know, it's going to be a great weekend. We've got lots of good speakers coming up here. Tomorrow is going to be a very exciting day. We're going to have not only the Premier-elect over here and the Minister of ISK, but we're going to have our President's national address, which I'm looking forward to. He's been really working on it. You know, one thing about our president is he never stops working. And, you know, he's got to find the words tomorrow, and he's working on it all day today. But he's pretty pumped up about this whole meeting because there's so many of us, so many of you, but so many of us, so many of our cousins, so many of our friends that are coming to this assembly. I'm just looking forward to it. And I just look into the crowd and the lights are bright, but I can still see a lot of you that I've known for so many years. And I just love doing this job. It's not a job for me. It's part of who I am and my life. And again, welcome Red River Métis.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to say thank you so much for having me as your youth co-chair today. It's a very big dream of mine to be able to serve the nation, and I'm so honored and happy to be here and see all of your beautiful faces. So thank you again, and I'll continue to see you throughout the weekend.
Right on. Thanks, Lydia. So I have a request that you be nice to Lydia, but you don't have to be nice to Mark. So just keep that in mind for the next few days here. We're going to just do a couple of motions in order to move forward. And one is a motion to accept the MMF agenda as presented. And I don't have anyone who's, if anyone wants to go to the microphone or propose a different motion, that would be, and name and region, please.
Annette Niven, Paul Region, make up my motion.
Thank you, Annette.
Here.
Second?
Seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Denise Thomas, I second it.
Thank you very much, Minister Thomas. Any questions on this motion? If not, I'll ask all in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. We are going to, I'm going to do one more motion, and I'm going to go through some housekeeping as well here. So we have a motion to appoint the Resolutions Committee, and this will be Minister Peter Fleming and Minister Jelida Lajimoji. To appoint the following individuals to the October 13th to 15th, 2023 Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly Resolutions Committee. From the Thompson region, James Fike. From the PA region, Albert Linfitt. From Northwest region, Jeanette Porter Brown. From Southwest region, Bertha Biot. From Southeast region, Ken Lodge. From Winnipeg region, Jesse Gare. From Interlake region, Greg Balmer. And from Infinity Women's Secretariat, Lorna Sanderson. Microphone 1.
Peter Fleming, I move.
Thank you, Minister.
Gelida Lashmodier, Thompson Region. I second the motion.
Thank you, Minister. Any discussion on this motion? There will be a request to have the Resolutions Committee meet. We will announce where and when as soon as that's supplied to us. I'm going to ask for all in favor to please raise your hands for this motion to appoint the Resolutions Committee. All opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we're going to have Lydia come up and she's going to read the minutes of the October 2022 Annual General Assembly, as well as the June 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly. But before we go there, just a few things that I wanted to throw out there. And we're going to be discussing these things off and on throughout the weekend. For the live stream information, of course, you can go to the website at mmf.mb.ca and click on the AGA on the assembly banner that you'll find that'll pop up on the website. You can also go to youtube.com/Manitoba Métis MMF, all one word. And I don't need to tell you this, but I'm going to probably tell you this at least 50 times over this weekend to keep the noise levels down, especially in the back. It's hard for folks to hear, and the further back you get, the more the noise seems to congest in that area. But I'm going to tell you this right now in order for us to have an understanding that we need to have the ability to communicate. So when you have a presenter up here, some of them have a little bit lower voices and it's hard to hear in the back. So we ask for your indulgence on keeping quiet as much as possible. And if you need to visit and you want to visit, of course, you can go outside, go upstairs to the trade show booth, or just hang out in the hallways. We ask that everyone now take out your cell phones and turn them on to silent or vibrate, because it does get distracting if you're up here making a presentation and all of a sudden there's somebody's phone who's set to a duck quacking. I'm not going to say anything, but that does get distracting. So please turn your phones off. The First Aid Center is located at the ground floor information center. So when you first come in there, if there's a need for first aid, please go there. Of course, you can ask any staff person for help with that as well. There are PPE stations on each floor. So I believe we have masks. We also have COVID tests and other PPE items are available on each floor. Priority seating, and I'm very happy that we're able to do that this year. It's sometimes the elders want to be more participatory in what's going on here. So we have priority seating near the front here for elders and those who are disabled. If you require assistance, please ask for one of our elder assistants. So anyone in a blue vest is an elder assistant. Of course, we still have the elders room in the back where there's food and refreshments, coffee, etc. But if you are an elder and you need to get some assistance for anything, please ask one of the folks wearing blue vests. And if you're not an elder and you see a blue vest that's in a rush to go somewhere, it's probably because they're helping an elder. So please make way for them. All delegates are required to check in each morning. at their regional registration. This is a way for us to be able to know who's in the room. We've had, although COVID is, on the wane, and we've got some vaccines that seem to be working, there is still the need for us to know who's in here. And it's not just for COVID or vaccines, it's also so that we know, because this is one of the largest registrations we've ever had at any annual assembly. And in order for us to know who's here, it's important that you register every morning. And you won't get your meals if you don't. So just saying, you might want to think about that. Regional delegates, elders, and youth are those who are sitting in this main hall. And I'm sure that was all explained to you at registration, but we want to make sure that everybody understands that there's 3 different seating areas in this building. As well, we have some satellite venues in Beyond Borders. I'm going to get that information of where they all are, and we're going to give them a shout out every once in a while. The overflow for this is on the 2nd floor. So the next floor up. So additional, so if you're up there, there isn't an ability for you to ask questions at the microphone. So there's a big screen up there. But if you have a question on a presentation, you will need to come to the main floor in order to ask your question. There is overflow and additional seating in a tent outside the main hall. There's also general registration. So those who aren't delegates from your local or your LAC committee or youth, folks who just want to be here because it is such an important event. So general registration, they're sitting downstairs. We have room for 450 in that location. There are going to be moderators downstairs as well, and they are going to be able to access what we're doing through our virtual moderator, David Gray. So if there's questions downstairs, we will know about it, and we will flip the camera to the downstairs for any questions or concerns that come from there. There will be coffee stations, and lunch will also be available in the lower level as well. So you don't have to come up here to get coffee, but we hope that you're very comfortable down there. As I said, there will be a couple of moderators. They're going to do if there's a question, or if there's something that folks downstairs need to ask, they are going to communicate again with our virtual moderator here. So shuttle service. There is a golf cart shuttle located beside the general registration. If you need to get back to your car, please go see the shuttle service and the golf cart shuttle. Okay, here's a big one. This is for Sunday. Chickens. Chickens are back. So chickens, potatoes, and honey will be provided to each delegate on Sunday when you're leaving. Yes. They weren't hunted, they're actually tame chickens. So there's going to be a truck parked outside the front doors when you leave on Sunday. This is compliments, of course, of our president, David Chartrand. So who wants to give him a round of applause? Yeah. He's probably not even here yet, but he deserves a few of those. So yeah, it's compliments of our president. And of course, cabinet. This meal, it's a week after Thanksgiving, but I'm sure you guys can all find a way to celebrate. Maybe we could have a Métis Thanksgiving the next couple of days here, and we can all celebrate. Resolutions will close Sunday, October 15th at 10:30 a.m. Online delegates. So there is also online delegates as well as the satellite. Resolutions can be emailed to the following email address: resolutions@mmf.mb.ca. I only have 5 more pages to go. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to try to get through this. The Citizenship Mobile Office is set up outside for processing citizenship cards and harvester cards, renewals, stickers, big game tags, etc. The MMF Health and Wellness Métis Mobile Clinic is also going to be set up. You can go there to have a 5-minute health checkup, diabetes risk management, and it's located outside the front entrance. The marketplace, the store, used to be in the lower level. It is making its debut. The Red River Métis Marketplace is located outside the front doors of the Assiniboine Downs. You will find many items with our MMF Red River Métis logo, along with beadwork and other crafts at that place. Okay, here's a few other things. The MMF Pickler Classic. So if you're entering the pickle contest, you need to register with Tabitha Park. And you know what, you can probably also go to general information for this because you're probably not going to have time to write down the email address and the phone number, but register with Tabitha Park. Tell them you want to register for the pickle contest and your pickles are the best. So make sure you pump up your pickles. And I'm not going to make a mistake like I did at the Extraordinary Assembly. I'm not going to make a mistake like I did when I got all flustered at the, I don't know, who was here at the Extraordinary General Assembly? Not very many, or nobody's listening to me. Maybe that's it. Who heard my faux pas? Only a couple. Good. The rest of you weren't here. And I'm not going to do that again, and I'm not going to recreate it. Rainbow auction. The Infinity Women's Secretariat are holding a rainbow auction to raise funds for the bereavement fund. It's located in the trade show on the 3rd floor. And speaking of the trade show on the 3rd floor, there it is packed. It's full. And of course, vote for housing for President's Pride. The mini AGA is being held outside in a tent this year, Friday to Sunday. Lots going on there as well. Métis Hour Times 2 will be broadcast live from here tomorrow from 11 to 1 p.m. at the trade show. Satellite locations. Oh, here we go. Vancouver. Where's Vancouver? I want to hear a big, let's welcome Vancouver. Let's welcome Toronto. How's everyone doing in Ottawa? And of course, Thompson, Manitoba. And the lower level. You know, I'm not going to call it lower level. I'm going to call it the Louis Riel room. How's everyone in the Louis Riel room downstairs? Resolutions Committee meet at the front stage here at 10:30. So if you heard your name called out, you have to work this weekend. 10:30 this morning, meet over here to get your marching orders on how things are going to be going. Who wants to go to the Monster Bingo tonight? Yeah. So this is the main hall. Doors open at 6 p.m. tonight. Early birds, the early birds games start at 7 p.m. Regular games start at 7:30 p.m. You're going to want to be here. I know it's going to be busy and it's going to be full. The Red River Métis Festival on Saturday. So the bingo is tonight. Monster Bingo is tonight, and the Red River Métis Festival is tomorrow at 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. There's going to be a rummy tournament. There's going to be a crib tournament. There's going to be kids events, jigging competition, a laughing contest. That wasn't very good. I want to hear some good laughs out there. I heard one good laugh over here. And dancers. And of course, Métis music. So 2 more things. On display at the front entrance near the escalator there's some paintings from the treaty series. So those of you who have been, were along with us, not just at the Extraordinary Assembly, but at the treaty consultations where we went to every region, we went to Beyond Borders. Mr. J.D. Hawk came along and he actually, oh, there's J.D. right there. Let's give J.D. a big thank you. I haven't even been able to say hi to him this morning. We'll come and visit after JD. So in the back there, JD's got 3 paintings from the treaty consultations. The 3 paintings feature, they're called Protecting Our Nation, Our Time Has Come, and, is she here? And Glory in Chartrand is the name of the 3rd one. Digital images of these will be shown on the video screens at various times during the assembly. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to some of our sponsors here: Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, VersaPile, Stan Higgins, Sigfuson Northern Limited, ID Fusion Software, University College of the North, and NRG Management. And we'll be doing some more of that going forward. But I am also going to be happy to turn the microphone over to our youth co-chair, Lydia Gork, who's going to help us with the minutes from the last 2 assemblies. Big warm welcome for Lydia. And like I said, be nice to her, be mean to Mark. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. So we will be looking at the minutes from our book here with President Chartrand and Louis Riel on the front. And we'll be starting from page 8. With the minutes of the 55th Annual General Assembly. Beginning with motion 01-10-22, it was moved by Minister Judy Mayer of the PAW region and seconded by Minister Anita Campbell of Infinity Women's Secretariat to appoint Will Goodon and Mark Leclerc as chairpersons and to appoint Sydney Fleming as co-chair for the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis. It was carried unanimously. Motion 02-10-22 was moved by Barbara Bruce from Winnipeg Region and seconded by Judy Mayer of the PAW region to accept the agenda for the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly with the following amendment. The financial review to be held on day 3, October 16, 2022. Carried unanimously. Next, motion 03-10-22. It was moved by Minister Gelida Lajamodiere, Thompson Region, and seconded by Minister Joan Ledoux of the PAW region to accept the following appointments to the Resolutions Committee for the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis: Greg Balmer, Interlake Region; Bertha Bouet, Southwest Region; Jeanette Brown Porter, Northwest Region; Adrian Carrier, Infinity Women's Secretariat; James Fight, Thompson Region; Jana Fowlis Joseph, Winnipeg Region; Albert Lafint, the PAW region; Ken Lodge, Southeast Region. Carried unanimously. Page 9. Motion 04-10-22. It was moved by Raymond Guran of Southeast Region and seconded by Ken Ginther, Interlake Region, to accept the minutes of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly held March 25th to 27th, 2022, with the following amendments. Correct the spelling of Keith Ginter throughout. Clarification that motion 17-03-22 was moved by Sydney Fleming, Northwest Region. Carried unanimously. Motion 05-10-22 was moved by Jackie Lafort, Southwest Region, and seconded by Carol Reimer from the PAW region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14th to 16th, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the agriculture report as presented by Minister David Bowden. Carried unanimously. Motion 06-10-22 was moved by Susan Kirkwood, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by West Hannah of Southwest Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accepts the Central Registry Office and Natural Resources Report as presented by Minister Leah LaPlante. Carried unanimously. Page 11, motion 07-10-22 was moved by Camille Berthwaite, the Paw Region, and seconded by Sabrina Born-Kessel, Southwest Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Constitution, rights, and governance, Red River Métis Beyond Borders Report as presented by Judy Mayer. Carried unanimously. Motion 08-10-22 was moved by Keith Ginter, Interlake Region, and seconded by Dave Lavalley, Interlake Local, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Culture and Heritage Report as presented by Minister Alfred Anderson. It was carried unanimously. Motion 09-10-22 was moved by Albert Beck, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by Adrian Carrier, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Early Learning and Child Care and Health and Wellness Report as presented by Minister Francis Chartrand. Carried unanimously. Motion 10-10-22 was moved by Keith Ginter, Interlake Region, and seconded by Albert Beck of Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Energy and Infrastructure Report as presented by Minister Jack Park. Carried unanimously. Page 13. Motion 11-10-22 was moved by Ken Lodge from Southwest Region and seconded by Tyler Thomas, Southeast Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the 60 Scoop Report as presented by Minister Denise Thomas. Carried unanimously. Motion 12-10-22 was moved by Albert Beck, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by Keith Ginter from Interlake Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Engagement and Consultation Report as presented by Minister Denise Thomas. Carried unanimously. Motion 13-10-22 was moved by Adrian Carrier, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by Jeanette Brown Porter, Northwest Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Environment and Climate Change Report as presented by Minister Joanne Remillard. Carried unanimously. Motion 14-10-22 was moved by Minister Francis Chartrand from Northwest Region and seconded by Barbara Bruce, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Housing and Property Management Report as presented by Minister Will Goodon. Carried unanimously. Page 15. 16. Motion 15-10-22. It was moved by Minister Francis Chartrand, Northwest Region, and seconded by Barbara Bruce, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Human Resources and Information Technology Report as presented by Minister Anita Campbell. Carried unanimously. On page 17, you'll find motion 16-10-22 that was moved by Minister Joanne Remillard from Winnipeg Region and seconded by Scott Norquay from the Interlake Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Métis Community Liaison Department, Residential and Day Schools, French and Métis Language Protection Report as presented by Minister Andrew Carrier. Carried unanimously. Motion 1710-22 was moved by Wes Hanna, Portal Local, and seconded by Linda Chartrand of the Paw Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Métis Employment and Training Report as presented by Minister John Fleury. Carried unanimously. Motion 1810-22 was moved by Minister Alfred Anderson of Interlake Region and seconded by Associate Minister Mildred Dorian from Thompson Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Métis Justice Institute and Pemmican Publications Report as presented by Minister Jolida Lajamodiere. It was carried unanimously. Motion 1910-22 was moved by Minister Judy Mayer from the Paw Region and seconded by Angie Antonio, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the mining report as presented by Minister Mark Parenteau. Carried with one online abstention noted. Motion 2010-22 was moved by Minister Mona Bjors, Interlake Region, and seconded by Barbara Bruce from Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Provincial Education and Louis Riel Institute report as presented by Minister Joan Ledoux. Carried unanimously. Page 19. Motion 2110-22 was moved by Minister Jolida Lajamodiere, Thompson Region, and seconded by Scott Norquay of Interlake Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Métis Veterans Report as presented by Minister Sean No. Carried unanimously. Motion 2210-22 was moved by April Dale of Winnipeg Region and seconded by Sean Roken, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the State of the Nation address as presented by President David Chartrand. Carried unanimously. Motion 2310-22 was moved by Minister Denise Thomas of the Paw Region and seconded by Vin Kirkwood, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Sport and Youth Report as presented by Minister Richard Janai. Carried unanimously. Motion 2410-22 was moved by Russ Halton from Winnipeg Region and seconded by Ron Burwash from the Paw Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Traditional Economies Report as presented by Minister Daryl Furland. It was carried unanimously. Motion 2510-22 was moved by Barbara Bruce from Winnipeg Region and seconded by Janice Ellis Joseph from Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022, Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the MMF audited financial statements for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, as presented. Carried unanimously. Motion 2610-22 was moved by Minister Anita Campbell from Infinity Women's Secretariat and seconded by Minister Jack Park from Interlake Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis appoint the auditors Mayors Norris Penny for the MMF audit for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. It was carried unanimously. We are now on page 21. Motion 27, 10, 22, moved by Steve Prudent, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by Russ Altman, Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Louis Riel Capital Corporation report as presented by Minister Leah LaPlante. Carried unanimously. Motion 28, 10, 22 was moved by Associate Minister Marielle Gauthier, Southeast Region, and seconded by Shirley Langan of Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Métis Child and Family Services report as presented by Minister Mona Bjors. Carried unanimously. Motion 29, 10, 22 was moved by Minister Denise Thomas, Southeast Region, and seconded by Gary Reeker of Winnipeg Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation, October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis accept the Economic Development Report as presented by President David Chartrand. Carried unanimously. We're now at page 21, looking at resolution number 1, resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 14 to 16, 2022, the National Government of the Red River Métis Declaration. Resolution 01, 10, 22 was moved by Minister Judy Mayer of the Paw Region and seconded by Minister Anita Campbell from Infinity Women's Secretariat. The resolution was carried with 2 online abstentions noted. Resolution number 2, resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 14 to 16, 2022, Prescription Drug Program Pharmaceutical Support. Resolution 02-10-22 was moved by Diane Burrell of Southeast Region and seconded by Andrea Clark from Interlake Region. It was carried with 1 vote in opposition. On page 25, you'll find resolution number 3, resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, October 14 to 16, 2022, local executive participation. Resolution 03-10-22 was moved by Andrea Clark from Interlake Region and seconded by Giselle Ferland from Southeast Region. Carried with 1 online abstention noted. Motion 30-10-22 was moved by Laura Spring, Winnipeg Region, and seconded by Camille Birthwhistle of the Paw Region, that the Manitoba Métis Federation October 14 to 16, 2022 Annual General Assembly of the Red River Métis be now concluded. Carried unanimously on October 16, 2022 at 6:23 p.m. Having concluded the reading, I ask for a motion to accept the minutes of the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly held October 14 to 16, 2022.
I have one correction.
Okay,
Camille Bertholet, her last name is Bertholet, not Birthwaite or Birthwithel.
noted.
And I will move that the minutes be accepted.
I have a couple of corrections.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. On page 20, 24-10-22. It should be Russ Halpin, Halpin. And as well on page 21, motion 27-10-22 should also, for the seconded, should be Russ Halpin as well, Halpin. Thank you.
Corrections are in the record.
I have a correction.
I-
In motions 3, 9, and 13, and Adrian Carrier's name is spelled incorrectly.
Okay,
I have a correction. 03, 10, 22. James Fike should be Fike, Fyke.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I have correction, motion number 23-10-22. Minister Denise Thomas is Southeast Region, not the PA. And also motion 03-10-22. Andrea Clark is the Southeast Region, not Inter.
Okay,
Hi, I also have change motion 17-10-22 should read Portage Local instead of Portal Local.
okay. Noted. Are there any other corrections to be made? Would someone be able to go take a note from one of our citizens speaking? Or please approach the mic if you have the mobility to do so. And could you please announce your name and local before you make the correction, please?
Bertha Biot, Pembina River Local, Southwest, on page 8.
Okay,
On page 8, motion 3-10-22, my name is spelled wrong. Bertha, and you've got B-O-U, my name should be spelled B-U-O-T-E. Last name.
okay. If that's all, I'll ask for someone to move and second to accept the minutes.
Connie Lucian, the PA Local. I move to accept the minutes.
Thank you.
Lorraine Horechka, the PAR region. I second the motion. Thank you.
And I third.
Okay, thank you all very much. Are there any questions on the motions that have been made? Okay, then I would like to ask for all in favor to please raise their hand in voting. Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, thank you. The motion is carried. Going back to the book here again, we'll move on to the minutes of the Extraordinary General Assembly on page 32. First, you'll find motion 010623 was moved by Minister Judy Mayer and seconded by Minister John Fleury. to appoint Will Goodon, Chair, Mark Leclerc, Co-Chair, and David Gray, Virtual Co-Chair for the Manitoba Métis Federation, June 3rd to 4th, 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly of the Red River Métis. Carried unanimously. Motion 020623 was moved by Minister Anita Campbell and seconded by Associate Minister Peter Fleming to accept the agenda for the Manitoba Métis Federation, June 3rd to 4th, 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly as presented. It was carried unanimously. Motion 030623 was moved by Minister Judy Mayer and seconded by Minister Joanne Remillard that the rules of order for the Manitoba Métis Federation, June 3 to 4, 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly be approved as presented. Carried unanimously. Motion 040623 was moved by Minister Anita Campbell and seconded by Minister David Bowden that the minutes of the October 22 to 24, 2022 Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly be approved as presented. Carried unanimously. Motion 0506-2023 was moved by Minister Anita Campbell and seconded by Minister David Bowden that the motion EGA 040623 be suspended as a special order and that the minutes of the October 22nd to 24th, 2022 Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly be postponed until September 15 to 17, 2023 MMF AGA. Carried unanimously. We're moving ahead to page 37. Give you a minute to get there. Near the bottom of the page, we'll find the EGA Resolution Number 1 to ratify the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty. Resolution 010623 was moved by Minister Jack Park and seconded by Minister Francis Chartrand. It was carried unanimously. Page 39, EGA Resolution Number 2 to continue Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. into the Canadian Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and resulting constitutional amendment. Resolution 020623 was moved by Minister Judy Mayer and seconded by Minister John Fleury. It was carried unanimously. Motion 060623 was moved by Minister Andrew Carrier and seconded by Minister Joan Ledoux that the resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, June 3rd to 4th, 2023, to continue Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. into the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and resulting constitutional amendment be amended to insert the word substantially in the sixth whereas statement to read, whereas a resolution in substantially the same form. It was carried unanimously. EGA Resolution Number 3 to amend the Manitoba Métis Federation Constitution to reflect the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty is Resolution 030623. It was moved by Minister Judy Mayer and seconded by Minister Andrew Carrier. On page 42, you may note that it was carried unanimously. EGA Resolution Number 4 to enact the Red River Métis Finance and Administration Act continues on to page 43, where Resolution 040623 was moved by Minister Anita Campbell and seconded by Minister Denise Thomas. It was carried with one abstention. Lastly, motion 070623 was moved by Minister John Fleury and seconded by Ambassador Clement Chartier that the Manitoba Métis Federation June 3 to 4, 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly of the Red River Métis be now concluded. It was carried unanimously at June 4th, 2023 at 1:04 p.m. That's all for the minutes of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly. Are there any comments?
Okay, thank you for reading those out. You know, in our governance system, you know, we've got to go through a process in order to approve things. And so every year we bring back what we did last year, just to remind us of the stuff that we're supposed to be doing. And it holds the cabinet and ourselves accountable to make sure that we just don't say something this year and then do nothing about it. And so even though that takes a little bit of time to read through the minutes, it's an accountability measure in our governance system. And so I walked through the crowd here and I saw many of you going along page by page, and I really appreciated that going on. But I also noticed too, right in the back again, as we have every year, there's a little bit too much noise. And so we really want to make sure we do the business, your business, our business, and that everybody has a fair opportunity to hear all the things that are going on. So I want to thank our co-chair for reading those through. That's not an easy job. And now, what we're asking you is, now after we've taken you back through those minutes, and many of you were here last year and at the special assembly, is there anything that's inaccurate? Is there anything that's missing? And if not, then we can put the matter to a vote to accept those minutes as. We already did the EGA? The EGA. Okay, so this is why we're doing it. I just wanted to explain that. So now I just got the elbow for my co-chair, so I'm going to give it back to our youth co-chair.
Thank you for your remarks. Are there any corrections to be made for the minutes of the Extraordinary General Assembly? If not, I would ask for a motion to accept the minutes of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly held June 3rd and 4th, 2023. Could I please have someone make a motion and have a seconder?
Gary Carrier, Southeast Region, Richard Local, I so move.
Thank you.
Eugene Martel, the Winnipeg Region, I second it.
Thank you very much. That concludes the reviewing of the minutes from the AGA and EGA. Oh, sorry, could we please have a vote on accepting the motion for the minutes of the EGA? All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great, thank you very much for your patience.
Right on. Thanks, Lydia. You know, we sometimes take our youth and we push them in the deep end. And I think she was just in the middle of the water there. So thank you very much. But she's been doing fantastic. I thought she handled herself extremely well. Let's give another round of applause for Lydia. So we're going to jump into the portfolio reports now. As you know, you have some amazing cabinet ministers working on your behalf. in our national government. And each and every one of them is proud to do those work and has many different, some of them are so busy, have several different things that they do. And I know that each and every one of them is proud to be able to make the presentations today. So we're going to start off with Minister David Bowden. He is the Minister of Agriculture. He's also an elected executive member from the Winnipeg region. While he's making his way up here, I hope he's here. I'm just going to do a quick little order here for the next few, and we'll probably do a couple, and then we'll have a quick break, and then we'll jump into the rest of them, just so everyone knows. I'll do some housekeeping after as well. I've got Minister David Bowden going to present on agriculture. I have the Minister of Central Registry and Natural Resources, Minister Leo LaPlante. Southwest region, where's Southwest region? Oh, sleeping Southwest region. I'm going to ask you later on where you're at. We're going to have Minister Alfred Anderson. It is third up on the deck. And he's the Minister of Culture and Heritage. Of course, we know Bucky's not as steady on ladders as he used to be when he was younger. He had an accident, and but he's back at work for us. And but we want to give him an opportunity to come up and speak for us. We all wish the very best for Minister Anderson. So Minister Bowden, no Minister Bowden. Minister LaPlante, I see you. Minister LaPlante is signing one of those cards. So how many of you got a good head start on those playing cards? Some of you, eh? Yeah, no, I've been signing a few, and apologize if I had to walk by you before because I was just rushing to get back up here. But I know that all the ministers are really excited to be able to do this, and don't take no for an answer. If someone says no, you come and talk to me, and I'll make sure that they sign your cards. So we are going to jump into your presentation, Minister LaPlante, if that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's welcome Vice President, Southwest Region, Chair of the Turtle Mountain Local for many years before that. Currently the Minister of Central Registry and Natural Resources. She's held a few portfolios. She knows almost everything about the Manitoba Métis Federation. Let's welcome Minister LaPlante.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I have speaking notes that I can't see because those lights are too bright. Somebody do something about that set of lights right there, please. Or I can move this way. That's fine. I'll adjust. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good. Anyway, it's a pleasure as your minister. Got the mic, put it on. I think Will just jeopardized me by shutting it off. Got no light there. Yeah, we're on.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, we're on. Thank you, Mark. So I'm doing two reports for you this morning. I'm the Minister of Citizenship and also the Minister of Natural Resources. So I will start with the citizenship report to you. And I'll be reading, normally we have it running across a screen, but I don't think we have that this year. So I'll just speak loud enough that I can overspeak everybody who's speaking at the back. Our citizenship report. The Central Registry Office has been busier than ever during this fiscal year, with increased interest from our Beyond Borders citizens living outside of Manitoba. You'll be hearing more about the Beyond the Borders later in the day. CRO, or your Central Registry Office, has worked hard to meet all of the demand, especially with the June 2023 extraordinary General Assembly, which most of you attended. The CRO recognizes we are at an incredibly important time in our Métis history here in Manitoba, and more Red River Métis people want to participate, as you can see by this year's attendance at the Assembly. I think it's very clear that people now want to become very involved with the MMF, which is to all of our advantage, that we're growing and growing at an incredible speed. CRO takes the responsibility of tracking citizens and keeping all their information in a safe place. We take it very seriously, and we are honored to do this work for our Métis citizens. To provide a quick snapshot of the work done over the last year, I will review some of our current statistics. Over the last year, we have approved 4,863 new citizenships in the MMF, which is a substantial amount of people. And we've even broken it down a little further, just for interest's sake. So we approved, out of those 4,863, 2,301 are male citizens. 2,550 are female citizens. And so the women are really getting quite active, like the good old days way back when we were getting started and we did the grunt work. So we're signing up to do it again by the looks of it. So congratulations to our gals out there. We approved 12 new non-binary citizens. We've approved 1,496 youth, which warms the heart to know that our young people want to be a part of this action. And as leaders, as cabinet, we talk about this a lot, and we make it our responsibility to ensure that we provide the avenues in for our youth to become involved, whether they start out in a local taking a position in their cabinet. It is our goal to have everyone, and just by looking out, just have a look back for those of you at the front. There's many youth in this crowd today, which makes us very, very proud. We've approved new adults, new people who have come to the MMF for the first time. 3,367 joined us in the past year, which is fantastic. Okay. These numbers don't surprise me as the Minister of Natural Resources, because we have a lot of people out there, and youth included. We've approved 2,860 new harvesters in the province of Manitoba. So people who are going out to get their supply of meat. Now, everybody, how many in the room have heard of Beyond Borders? Okay, so you're all very familiar with that. So we have approved 600 new citizens who live outside of the province of Manitoba. We have total approved citizenship. The numbers are 47,374. So we are growing substantially, which means the workload increases substantially. So for those of you come election time, when we're looking for new leadership in the MMF, please consider, if you have any interest at all, in becoming a part of the team that gets to come here and fill in everybody else on the number of people who are joining us. We're becoming a powerhouse, I would say. That's just my own opinion. But the MMF carries a lot of clout when you speak at an AGA. It carries right across the province because they are listening to us. Thanks in large part to the man you're going to hear speaking soon, our own president, who never lets up in pushing our agenda forward. So in total right now today, according to this, we have 47,374 citizens of the Manitoba Métis Federation. And we have a total of approved harvesters, 27,203. So great statistics. That's the fun part of reading this report. And now we got to get down to some of the serious parts, because we need to remind all of our all of our citizens, pardon me, of the importance of keeping your citizenship file up to date. It takes a little bit of work, but make sure if your citizenship is lapsing, that you're going in and getting it renewed. We don't want to lose anybody. We want to add to those numbers. If you have moved or changed ways, we need to know that you've moved, and we need to your new address, your new phone number, so that we can always contact you to keep our database up. We encourage our citizens to be aware of the renewal date on your citizenship card so that you can ensure that you have it renewed. This also applies to citizens who received their card as a youth when they were under 18 but have now turned 18 and need to receive an adult card. A youth file is not automatically updated by us. It has to be updated by the person themselves. So please do that if you need to, as we need the citizen to sign for themselves as an adult. So we encourage those who have a youth card and have turned 18 to contact CRO to update your file. We also want to remind citizens about the importance of connecting with your chosen MMF local and ensuring CRO has correct information on your file for your local affiliation. If you wish to change locals, you have the right to do so, but we ask that you please have the proper paperwork completed and submitted to CRO to ensure we capture and we can update your file. We have CRO staff here, and we always do at every annual General Assembly. And at some point, we'll get them maybe to come up to the front and introduce themselves so that anybody in here who has questions for them can do that quietly throughout the day. All of our staff are always happy to help you. We have a database called the Hub. Oh, Tiffany, just come forward, please. This is Tiffany Monkman. She's in charge of your CRO department. So if you have questions or want to do something, this is the gal to go track down. Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, so a little more on the Beyond Border citizenship for those of you who don't know much about it and what's happening there. Another key reason we have prioritized stronger technology tools is to also meet the needs of our citizens that live outside of Manitoba. Since the introduction of the Beyond Borders initiative, the CRO has seen a steady increase of applications from citizens that reside outside of Manitoba. Over the 2022-23 year, we approved 600 new citizens that live outside of our province, putting our total number of citizens living outside of Manitoba at over 3,000. So just a caution, if you want to keep your voice the strongest in the MMF, then you got to continue to get invested in your local and show up for meetings and make sure that we are always in the driver's seat here. That's a request from your minister. And that's not a negative comment either on the Beyond Borders. It's just that I'm looking around the room and there are some of us in this room who have been members of the MMF, fighting for the MMF and working for the MMF, whether as a volunteer or officially working, and have invested 30 to 40 years of their lives in the MMF. So we want to protect what we have built. Okay. I'm not going to read about the 2022 election. But I do want to talk about the Mobile Citizenship Office and local support. During the summer of 2022, our Mobile Citizenship Office traveled across Manitoba to various communities to offer citizenship and harvester card services. We are proud to provide mobile services to rural communities, and we would like to thank our MMF locals for their partnerships. Our Mobile Citizenship Office often travels to communities at the request of our hardworking locals, and we are always happy to receive an invitation to provide services at local meetings and events. So you would call Tiffany, who would they call if they want the bus to come out? Okay. Okay. So Tiffany says, just call the central registry office if you want to request the bus to come out to your communities. And in the last week, I've spoken to two people from two locals who had the bus came out and said that they never had as much feedback from their local members as after the bus left. They were just amazed at the information and how much business they could do and how great the staff were at filling them in and all of the things that they could do and could get the bus out in their community, which a lot of people were not aware of. So it was a good day all around for all of us. The other thing that we want to promote is our online harvester survey and online citizenship application. In June of 2022, CRO was excited to announce the introduction of our new online CTF sticker and big game tags request form. This new online application allows harvesters to request and pay for their annual CTF sticker and big game tags online. When a harvester makes a request in this manner, they will receive an email after that contains a temporary CTF that can be used immediately. So for you harvesters, if your buddy calls you and says, hey, I saw a whole bunch of elk out wherever, you want to go hunting tomorrow, just know that you can speedily get the tags and everything else you need, but only if you're listening to what I'm telling you. You are listening. That's great. Thank you for that. So I won't read that whole page on that, but you know the phone numbers to call head office or to call your regional office to get more information. And if you called your regional office and your VP or board member contacted me and said, you know, this local wants to talk to you more about it, I'll be on it that quick. So take advantage of all of the opportunities you have to learn more about what is available to you as a MMF citizen, because we are expanding and really trying to engage everyone in the MMF in one way or another. So thank you very much for allowing me to do that report. How many harvesters do we have in the room? Okay, then I got a little bit of information for you too. Because I'm your minister responsible, and I thank President Chartrand for that position. I want to express, though, my gratitude on behalf of the Southwest Region citizens and staff to President Chartrand, Associate Minister responsible for Natural Resources, Peter Fleming. Mr. Fleming, come on up. And all my fellow cabinet colleagues for their continued hard work and focus to their MMF portfolios. And to all the MMF staff, Minister Fleming and myself want to thank the MMF staff, because if we have questions or we have a need or we need a document, the staff are on it instantly when we call and ask for something. The MMF is on the ball all the time. The staff work very hard, and we just want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge Peter. As much as I grew up in a community that harvested all the time, sometimes even through the dark of night, there's lots that I don't know about harvesting, and he is the expert. So I always turn to him if I need an answer. So I'm very thankful that he is the associate minister. Harvesting. Despite the MMF's best efforts to protect, defend, and expand Red River Métis harvesting rights throughout our traditional homeland, the Manitoba government has continued to disregard our rights and change Red River Métis harvesters, Métis harvesters who exercise their constitutionally protected right to harvest, ignoring both Canada's Constitution protecting Métis harvesting rights, as well as the provincial Crown's commitments in the 2012 MMF Manitoba Harvesting Agreement. While we work diligently to ensure our rights are protected, if unjustly charged by Manitoba Conservation when you're out harvesting, please contact the MMF's Energy, Infrastructure, and Resource Management Department. And we will get involved, and the MMF, as President Chartrand says, always will have your back if you're following the rules. if you're doing it the way it should be done. I won't speak too much. There's harvesters in here. You all know the rules. One of the things we want to talk about is the moose. The Manitoba government implemented. Okay. Okay, good enough. The Manitoba government implemented moose harvesting closures and management decisions in the Duck and the Porcupine Mountains without proper and meaningful engagement or consultation with the Red River Métis. That is not acceptable anymore. So we are looking at doing something about that. In response, the MMF voluntarily closed all moose harvesting opportunities for Red River Métis harvester in these areas for conservation purposes, ensuring the species survival for future generations. In 2021, 10 years after the closures were put in place, the provincial government announced a surprise proposed limited moose hunting opportunity in the Duck and Porcupine Mountains for all hunters and harvesters without consulting with the Red River Métis. So you can see what's at play there, right? This is all about control. No consultations with that, but in response, the MMF announced the reopening of these areas for the harvest of bull moose on a limited basis for Red River Métis harvesters through the MMF's Moose Conservation Harvesting Initiative. In other words, taking back the control to establish our rights as Indigenous harvesters. There are lots of other things in here, and instead of going through it all, because I know we have a long agenda for the day, the only other thing that I would like to mention, because it impacted Southwest Region, I know the story out there, and that was the program that President Chartrand put in place to make our homeland green again. And out in Southwest Region, it took off like crazy, even seniors. I know one senior, I think, planted 1,500 trees, and I think he's in the room here somewhere. It was fantastic. And in order to do that, a group of seniors took a training program for the afternoon on how to propagate trees and how to expand what they had. So it's absolutely fantastic. And there's no doubt our homeland is going to be green again. So in closing, I would like to thank President Chartrand, my Associate Minister, Peter, who is a great support and very knowledgeable, and the MMF cabinet for their hard work, their tireless dedication to their portfolios. If you have any questions for us in natural resources throughout the day or tomorrow, stop by and talk to Peter. He'll know the answer.
Question.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, where I can. Okay.
Southwest has a question.
What's the number here?
Yeah, we got you, Mr. Fleming. So just your name and your local, and then we'll
I gotta
get your
lean on your
question.
card.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I was want to address the Beyond Borders membership that you talk about. You already said you got 3,000 members. Maybe by next year you got 6,000 members. The problem I've got with this is that we have elected people like Will and Brandon and Francis and Dolphin that have jobs that we elected them to do in our regions. And I see them in North Dakota, BC, Edmonton, cruising around on behalf of these people without borders. And it's okay. They deserve to be members too. But I think in the future, you're going to have to look at probably electing another person just to do this job, or hire someone to do the job instead of the people that we elected to do their job in our regions, if you understand what I mean. So it's just a comment here that you're going to have to check into, and maybe by the next annual assembly, you'll come up with some kind of a solution to this.
Okay, thank you. You're right. It is going to take some work to pull it all together. Thank you for your comment. It may be a constitutional issue for Minister Mayor. We will discuss that. But thank you for bringing that to the surface.
The other thing is, when they first came out with these moose straws, I got a little crew together and we went out and got a moose and drug it home. And a couple weeks later, the forestry came to my place. Well, I didn't have any meat or anything at home. I had it at my cousin's place. So he said, "Did you get a moose?" I said, "I might have." I said, "Why? What's up?" He said, "Well, if you did, I have to charge you." I says, "Holy Christ." I said, I have a license and everything, but that was the first year. So how about this year if we go out, are they gonna be taking my truck and my gun and the things that I need to hunt with?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Fleming. Yes, that is correct. With the moose draw, there is always that possibility that you will be charged by the government. But if you are following the laws of the harvest, the MMF will fight it. We will go to court and we will do our best because we do believe that we have the right to harvest those animals. The government is sort of shaking in their boots right now, and with the newly elected government, we hope that there's a lot more support for the moose harvest that we do have currently right now. If I were a harvester right now going out for moose, I would not be afraid to say that I did get a moose, that I did harvest a moose, and I was harvesting under the authority of the Manitoba Métis Federation special tags. So don't be scared, and we'll have your back. And I
Well,
see
the
President Sharkey.
thing is when you get charged in the field, they take your truck, they take your gun.
No, they
and,
don't. But anyways, Jack, let me answer your question
Okay,
because
Dave.
your son's trying to tell you something. Listen to your boy.
He's trying to
So-
tell me to shut up.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. No. So, but Jack's point about harvesting is very clear. It's gonna be interesting when Wob comes tomorrow, because when he was asked the question about Section 35 rights, he said Métis for sure have Section 35 rights. And what is more interesting is that the province has finally conceded in the ducks and the porcupines. We have 22 licenses now in the ducks and the porcupines because there's this closure based on the population of moose. And so they will not harass any of our harvesters anymore, as long as we show them our tag and our Métis harvester card. In fact, we just got a call from one of our harvesters that were out there, this first group. They already got their moose in the porcupines. So, and conservation is not touching them, they're not bothering them. And they finally come to their senses. And that's because we stood together, we believed in it, and we weren't afraid to take them on. So that's what's so important to understand. So when Jack says they take your truck, that's all fear mongering. They took the guns last time from our harvesters in the mountains. I drove with that family to Dauphin. I went and got their guns at the conservation office. They give them back their guns. So the issue at the end, this is all a fear mongering process by conservation. And already, as I said, we got the call about a week ago. The province is backed away. And so is it because we changed the premier? I don't know, but clearly they're coming to their senses. So we also have private lands now. Remember that we have lands in the Turtle Mountain. We have lands in the ducks and the porcupine. What we're finding, however, is that we might have some Métis pushing back, saying, I don't need a license. It's our land. I'll hunt. I don't need a tag. That's not going to happen. If they are, we're going to charge them ourselves. Because in my view, they're going to draw a tag that's only 110 acres, for example, in Turtle Mountain. And there are some people saying, I'm Métis, I can hunt there. I don't need your permission because it's our land. No, you're going to need a permission because it's a set stage in our laws. There's conservation rules that apply. So from that perspective, we will have a little hiccup here and there from people that want to be rebels. But overall, we are in a proper stage. I was actually looking at the budget the other day during our audit. There's over $1 million right now we have in the bank set aside for this fight if it ever comes. So if this fight wants to continue by the province, let them come. We'll take them on. So in fact, there was 2 people that were charged, and I'll tell you this, it's very important. And Jack raised the issue about my truck and my guns. It's a risk. It's a risk to fight for something you believe in. You got to believe in something, you got to fight for it. And we've done that throughout history. And so now today we're seeing that they're not taking your trucks, they're not taking your quads and boats. They're just trying to scare you. And if they do, they give you a back right away. It doesn't take long to get it through the court. But the point at the end of the day, there was two family members that went hunting. I'm not gonna name them. One has decided, I don't want to fight this fight no more. We're paying for everything, the lawyers, everything. He doesn't put a penny. Nobody's putting a cent in it. We as a government's paying for it. But I once said, I'm tired of it. I don't want to fight no more. And the other one is saying, no, I'm going to fight it. If you take care of my fine, if I lose. I said, whatever it takes, we're going to pay for everything. You know, it's not going to cost you a dime. So he said, okay, I want to continue to fight. The other one says, I don't want to fight no more to fight for my rights. Well, then that's your right. You can just go silently, go buy your provincial license and follow the province instead of following your government. You have options. So from my view, we keep on fighting, we keep on standing, and we're winning every damn time. So don't let them scare you. You stand up, your government will have your back. That's why I put $1 million away, and you've been putting that money every year. You got, I think you got $1.2 million, I think, in the bank right now. So if we go to Supreme Court of Canada, it'll probably cost about $1.5 million, but we'll have the money to back us up all the way to Supreme Court of Canada. So don't be afraid, stand up for what you believe in, always believe in your rights, let no one take it from you, because if you start doing it, then what the hell are we doing here? We should just go home. So stand up.
Thanks, David. Peter, this is Ron Burwash from Nepal. Just wanted to address here what David said in that there, because I live in Flin Flon. I'm north of the Paw, and I think that's pretty well wide open for moose. And when people come into our office in Flin Flon there, of course, our people there have to say what, you know, that they're going to do this, they're going to do that. But I tell them we have Section 35 rights, and go out and do it because our president said he'll back us. And thank you for that, David. And I got my wife and I got a same thing we give you last year. I'll be seeing you in a while. Thanks again.
Right on. Thanks very much, Ron. I'm just going to remind everyone to ensure that you're recognized by the chair first. It's not a power thing. It's just to make sure that we have order here. But thank you very much, Ron. I think we have another question over here, and for the ministers. I'm not even sure what I'm going to call it. 1, 2, 3. So I got 3 and then 1. Oh, did you want to? Yeah, Peter, Associate Minister, would like to address the first 2 comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fleming and Mr. Burwash, for your comments. I just wanted to reiterate the President's remarks. We will have your back as long as you have your CTF stickers. Those Conservation Trust Fund stickers are very important. They're very important because that's how we're paying for your legal fees. So support your government that supports you. Make sure you have those tags. Fill out your surveys. It can be done online. It's very easy. And I didn't want to steal the thunder with the President's thunder with the announcement of the province conceding to the 22 tags. That doesn't mean that you as harvesters can go in the Duck Mountains and shoot moose. You still need to have applied for the draw and still go in with the special MMF tags. So don't take it as I heard the President say we can go into those mountains and shoot moose. You do still have to follow the rules set forth by your Métis government and have those moose harvest tags. And thank you, Ron. And as long as you're harvesting in the pink area of that map and have your CTF tags, we will back you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I've got actually a microphone back here, and then there was one here, and then we'll go here. So over here.
Connie Lucian, the Paw Local. I just want to commend the Central Registry Office on their work that they do. When they say they take the information and make sure it's secure, they're not kidding. The Paw Local, unfortunately, the previous board directors, we don't have our list passed down to the new one. We have been working through Minister Mayor to get our new list so that we can do right by the citizens of the Paw Local. And I am hoping that by the end of the AGA, that the Paw Local does have their citizenship list so that we can do right by our citizens.
Thank you for that. And Minister Mayor just came up and advised that we can tell you that she has your list. It's here. So touch base with her and you can take it home with you.
Microphone one.
Joan Church, Southwest Region, I would prepare to make a motion to accept the minister's report.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder to that motion? And we can still have discussion after the motion is made.
We got a seconder here. Hang on.
Mark Bagley, I'll second the motion.
Mark Bagley, Pelly Trail, sorry.
Fort Ellis.
Fort Ellis, sorry. Yeah, I'm getting confused up here. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, but I still have folks at the microphone. So I've got someone at this microphone here. I apologize, I can't see you. I lost my glasses out hunting the other day, but I still made a really good shot. So it's true. It's on camera. It's on video actually, but you got to watch it in Germany. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Norman Campbell Senior from the Thompson region. And I just wanted to ask our president if I should quit worrying about the moose I lost with my Métis tags on it up in the Thompson region. And it's been quite a while. I wake up every morning with that on my mind, but if I should forget it now, I'll forget it and worry about the next one.
Yeah. He's coming, but he's got a smile on his face. That could mean anything.
Well, Norman, I think that moose you're waiting for is probably like rubber now. So it's a lot of years have gone by, but Norman's never given up on hope. And I think the message is not about the moose for Norman. It's the message about being mistreated and being treated in such a way that you cannot stand up or allow yourself to be harvesting with your family because somebody else is saying you're breaking their law, in which you're not. So Norman, you definitely can go hunting out there and get a new fresh moose and not that this way. And they don't worry about being charged. And Wab will be here tomorrow. And I've echoed to Wab already that as a new premier, some of the key issues he's going to have to be talking about with us is one of them is going to be harvesting. There is First Nations still also don't believe we should hunt in the north, have the right to hunt in the north, but that's their prerogative. They can say whatever they want. Our rights are there. We can prove it in any court case and we know it. So when you heard me before speak here, at one time there was 14 outstanding charges that existed. They don't exist anymore. They'll be gone. They're dropping them like flies now because they don't want to go to court. They're just trying to scare you. So go get a fresh moose. Tell me when you have it, bring me some meat.
Okay, now that puts my mind at ease. I won't worry about that.
I always believe in you, Norman. And so let's not forget too, I advertise, I'm leaving here on Monday and for Cranberry. I'm going hunting and I advertise it on the radio and I'll advertise where I am. And I dare them to come and charge me. You know, let them come and charge me. They came there once and they took off as fast as they came there because they did not want to charge me. They knew that they were wrong and I would make this a big, not only provincial and national issue, that they were breaking the law. And actually we're moving on a case right now to challenge the government of Manitoba, not waiting for them to charge us. We're challenging the policy that they're following that infringes on the Constitution and the rights of the Métis as pertaining to the decisions of the court cases in this country. So we're not waiting anymore for the provinces to tell us policy about you can hunt there, you can do this, you can do that. We're challenging the government and the lawyers are working on it as we speak. We're challenging the government. Your policies are infringing on the rights that are constitutionally protected by our people. So you have no right to make these policies without consultations or assuring our involvement of that decision. So we're going to take them on. We're not going to wait till they set the policy. You can't hunt the ducks and the porcupine, for example. We're going to challenge the policy. Where do they have the power to make that decision to overrule and tell us what our rights are? So that's coming on right now, and it's going to be a good case. I feel very confident about that case. Anyways, Norman, thank you very much. And maybe I'll give you a piece of moose meat and I come back. Actually, we're going fishing. I'm taking nets. I only take a couple nets, but we give that to all the elders as we come home. And we have some more fish, a little bit more left. but this new fresh fish is coming in. People are phoning us already. They want their fish and moose meat. So I got to make sure I kill something. So I won't come home till I kill something. So I'll take Will Good on. He only runs over ducks. Anyway, so I'm hunting moose meat, not a duck. Anyway, so I will be successful. I won't come home till I get one. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to tell on Will. We were sitting in cabinet and he was telling us a story about somebody was out doing a documentary and they wanted Will to be on the documentary shooting a bird. So he waits and a goose flies over and comes right over top of him. And he said he was a little jittery because the cameras were on. Anyway, he got the goose and the goose fell in the one shot. And the first thing that came to my mind, I said, oh God, are you telling me that now we got to listen to goose jokes for the next 5 years? Yeah. But I said to him, I don't know how many of you in here knew Will's dad, Irvin Goodon. But I said to Will, for you to have that goose fly over at such an opportune time and come right center, right down from across the lake, I said, your dad's spirit was with you and he was putting you to the test and you passed. So there you go. Yeah. So, yeah, shut this down.
So we have, actually, we'll do the online question after we do, because microphone 2 has been waiting for some time. So microphone 2, and then we'll do the online question.
Francis Chartrand, Northwest Métis Council. I just want to clarify some stuff for the first comment that Mr. Fleming made. He's the chairperson of Northwest Métis Council. Don't ever second guess my commitment to the Northwest and all the Red River Métis citizens. We have the biggest office that will employ 125 people. We are opening up a pharmacy. We have 3 childcare centers. As my portfolio leader in ELCC, we have developed childcare centers right across the province of Manitoba. We've also have medical vans. So if I travel once in a while to do my job and help Minister Goodon, please make sure that I'm there representing you, Red River Métis citizens.
Thank you, Minister. Much appreciated, and I appreciate you having my back, as everyone does. We all got each other's back. And who has your back? The MMF has your back. And who are we? Okay, you know I'm going to ask that a couple times this weekend. So we have an online question from Victoria Perry. I think the question is, what do we do when our gear is apprehended and we are stranded in the bush? How will the MMF support us in that moment of first interaction with conservation? So Associate Minister Fleming's going to answer this, but I just wanted to give you some personal experience because I was also charged, as you know, and it wasn't running over a duck. Again, it was a really good shot. But they did take my gun. They took my gun for 2 weeks. They didn't take anything else, didn't ask for anything else. When somebody says they're going to take your equipment, your quad, your truck, I don't know that I have ever heard of that happening. You know, that's just from my own personal experience, and also the anecdotal stuff that I've heard as well. But Minister Fleming, if you'd like to speak to this.
Perfect. Thank you, Victoria, for the question, and thank you, Mr. Goodon, for reading it out. So in that first interaction, I want you to follow the instructions provided to you when you receive your tags. So it's going to talk about that first interaction and what you're to say. So do not make a statement. You know, don't confront, don't be really confrontal with that conservation officer. If you can, get his name and call the MMF at your earliest convenience. They will not leave you out stranded in the bush. You know, that could be attempted murder if they take your guns and your transportation and just to leave you out there. So they will not do that. That would be totally unheard of. So as long as you have your harvester card, your CTF sticker, and your tags, the MMF will support you and we will have your back. So feel free to get out there, harvest, follow the laws of the harvest, and good luck this harvest season.
One more question, Peter. What if they want to take your card?
So
Then I would confront them. If they try to put my harvester card in their pocket, I would
They
be
don't-
challenging them.
they don't do that. They won't do that.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. So I'm going to call for a vote on the motion that's on the floor. All in favor, please raise your hands to accept the reports from Minister LaPlante on Central Registry and Minister LaPlante and Associate Minister Fleming on Natural Resources. Please raise your hands to approve. Opposed? Abstaining? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to our two ministers for the hard work they're doing. Very, very important portfolios. So we're at 11:20, and if it's okay, we're going to go to lunch. And if you need to use the bathroom, please do so. If you need to take a break, then to go aside to get a health break, that's not a problem either. It's just by the time I take a break, if I say it's 5 minutes, it becomes 25 minutes. So we're going to ask Minister David Bowden to come up and give his report on agriculture. Minister Bowden. I know he was missing in action last time, and oh, here we go. We got him. Everyone, please help welcome Minister Bowden to the stage.
Thank you, Will. And I just want to start quickly by saying I'd like to apologize for my tardiness, and I wanted to make a couple of changes to my presentation, and I wanted to include some language. So I was late getting back down to the stage area, and that's why I'm second on the agenda, not the first one. So my apologies. Let me start by saying bonjour. Je m'appelle David Baudin. Tangi de Chinakajon, David Baudin. Those are the two changes I made that I wanted to include. I felt it was important to bring language into our presentations. So I'm the minister responsible for agriculture with the Red River Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation. I want to start with giving a special thanks to our elder for that beautiful opening prayer, and to acknowledge all our elders, youth in attendance, both in person and virtually. I'd also like to express my gratitude to President Chartrand, my fellow cabinet members, and local executives for their continued hard work and commitment to our Métis citizens. Big thanks also to our AGA chairs, Minister Godin, Marc Leclerc, and Lydia Gork. Thanks for all their professionalism.
My apologies, Minister. It's getting a little loud, and I'd appreciate if, again, I do this every single year, about 40, 50 times. So let's keep the noise level down so the minister can make his report. It's a portfolio that has just been really revamped, and there's a lot of new programs that he's responsible for. And that includes our folks here off to the side, because we can hear you over here as well. So everyone, please keep your noise level down for Minister Bowden. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Also, final thanks, big shout out to all the MMF staff and all the staff here at Assiniboia Downs for their hard work and pulling this all together for us, and particularly our Red River Métis agricultural producers and all their hard work to keep that field alive. So moving on to slide 2. The agriculture portfolio is housed within the Energy, Infrastructure, and Resource Management Department. The portfolio is centered around representing agriculture on behalf of the Red River Métis citizens. And we're here to promote new economic and educational programs and strive for prosperous Métis agriculture and agribusiness sectors across the homeland. Our Métis farmers and ranchers have played an important role in shaping the agricultural sectors since before Canadian Confederation. Agriculture represents an important piece of the traditional Métis economy, but has been under significant pressure lately. As the Minister of Ag, I'm committed to building our capacity as a national government to provide and support Métis agriculture producers, strive for Métis food sovereignty, promote opportunities for economic sustainability, address barriers causing food insecurity, and address agricultural climate change impacts. The agricultural portfolio has grown now to supporting 4 full-time staff. We've made historic progress towards revitalizing the agricultural portfolio. Slide 3, please. In 2022, the MMF secured $7.2 million in funding through Agricultural Climate Solutions, which is administered by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. This is for the Red River Métis On-Farm Climate Action Fund, and some of you here might have already received this funding. The program provides up to $75,000 in financial support to Métis producers across the national homeland to adopt on-farm beneficial management practices. These BMPs fall under 3 categories: nitrogen management, cover cropping, and rotational grazing. There's been great interest in each of these categories, and we look forward to seeing these improvements to Red River Métis-owned operations. We're also excited to be developing mentorship and training opportunities through this program, where the MMF is working to facilitate on-farm mentorship between our experienced producers and youth or new entrants to learn hands-on climate-minded practices and share their traditional Métis values and agricultural practices. Announced at the last annual General Assembly, the MMF is committed to establishing a network of food security greenhouses. The food security greenhouses will flourish a variety of traditional fruit, vegetables, and herbs, while also focusing on traditional practices and knowledge. This will include various workshops, events, training, and more to create community inclusion and involvement for generations to come. In 2022, the MMF secured an additional funding of $610,000 from the local food infrastructure fund, administered through Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, Farm Credit Canada, and Edbridge Enterprises towards these greenhouses. Since May of 2020, the MMF has had a collaborative partnership with Ironhead Bison Ranch to care for all aspects of our bison herd. The Ironhead Bison Ranch is 100% Red River Métis-owned business. Our herd consists of 15 bison, including 11 cows and 4 calf. As of today, that number now totals 18 bison, including 12 cows and 6 calves. The herd is routinely weighed, tagged, vaccinated, and is professionally cared for by Ironhead Bison Ranch. The MMF also continues to look at ways to grow and utilize the herd for food distribution, education, economic, innovative on-farm research opportunities. In February of 2022, the MMF secured funding to purchase bison meat exclusively from Red River Métis bison ranchers. This resulted in each MMF region receiving 425 pounds of bison ground meat. Some of you probably have had some of this bison meat. It's a very lean meat, and it's beautiful. In 2023, the MMF received funding, and another 3,000 pounds was distributed equally among MMF regions. In total, 6,000 pounds of meat was distributed to citizens in need. Traditional foods remain an integral part of our culture to this day. However, access to traditional foods and food in general has been increasingly difficult for many citizens to obtain due to their location, financial, or physical limitations. We understand that due to the limited quantity and high demand, not everyone in need will have received bison meat during these distributions. The MMF will continue to look at distributing bison meat to all 7 regions and IWS moving forward. Red River Métis farmers and ranchers have a long history of utilizing Crown lands to support their families and local communities. Farming and ranching represent both a modern livelihood and part of the traditional economy of the Red River Métis. In November 2018, the province of Manitoba passed amendments to the Agricultural Crown Lands Lease and Permit Regulation and the Crown Lands Disposition Act. This legislation enabled a public auction mechanism for the allocation of agricultural leases and permits, set the formula on rental rates, triggered drastically higher rates for our farmers and ranchers, removed the ability of producers to acquire or sell their 50-year legacy leases, and opened the bidding process for non-Manitoba residents. Many Red River Métis producers continue to experience hardship due to previous amendments and concerns, with recent proposed amendments are currently being addressed. The MMF continues to connect with our Métis farmers and ranchers to address the impacts associated with these amendments to the Crown Lands leasing program. In 2011, the MMF took on the responsibility of managing the Riel House Vegetable Garden in partnership with Parks Canada. Summer students were employed with support through Métis Employment and Training Summer Student Employment Program. Students were responsible for managing all aspects of the garden, including planting, watering, and harvesting. These contributions recognize an important relationship as it fosters education and engagement for Métis youth and visitors. Highlights the historical Métis gardening practices, including planting heritage varieties similar to what would have been grown in the 1800s, in keeping with the historical significance of the site. I'm pleased to report that over 800 pounds of fresh produce was grown, harvested, and distributed in the 2022 season to Métis citizens in need, and another 780 pounds in 2023 to Métis citizens. The MMF was pleased to announce the at-home garden project this past year. The project will further assist in tackling food insecurity by providing garden boxes to the Red River Métis citizens. The project is current, accepting applications, and the garden boxes will be distributed in 2024. The agriculture portfolio will be supplying soil and seeds for these garden boxes, and that will be part of our contribution. In closing, I'd like to thank all our MMF staff for their hard work. I also want to continue to advocate for our Métis farmers and ranchers, agribusinesses, and work to overcome challenges to ensure our traditional agricultural economy is sustainable and profitable for current and future generations. In closing, I want to say merci, merci. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Bowden. The noise level is a little loud still while he was making his presentation. So I'm gonna be a little meaner next time I say, please keep the noise level down. But are there any questions for the minister on his presentation on his portfolio?
Hey, Dave, Ron Burwasher, just from the Paw Local. Just wondering how many boxes would an individual like myself be allowed to get my hands on? Would it be just one or?
Currently,
would our
Ron, thank you for that question. Currently, it's just one garden box per family.
And what about well, then our local could get some and distribute them or something, I suppose.
Yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks for the question. Any other questions for the minister? There's, yeah, sorry, I can't see you back there.
I lost weight. Jerry Carrier, Richer Local. When that garden box program first came out, there was several applications put in. Do they need to now reapply?
We already have those in our archives, so you don't have to reapply.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? I'm going to, for sure, Jerry's and Ron's house next summer for vegetables. If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the minister's report. If we could get a mover and a seconder to come to the microphone, please.
Annette
Aye.
Evan,
Oh,
Who's there first?
she was.
Okay, go. You go first.
hi. Lenora Hepner from Portage Local, and I'll motion to accept.
Thank you. And
Matt.
seconder?
Annette Nevin from the Paul region. I seconded it.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? I see none. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed? Abstaining? Motion is carried. Big round of applause for Minister David Bowden. We're going to have our Minister of Culture and Heritage, Minister Alfred Anderson. As everyone lovingly knows him as Bucky, please help welcome Minister Anderson to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. I'm very glad to be here. As you've known, I've had a bad accident and I broke my back, but thanks to MMF, who has my back literally. I'd like to first off thanks to everyone for all the prayers and get well wishes. That's better than any medicine that I could ever have. And I got to find a better way to get up in this world other than ladders. It's too rough on me. Our department overview. This is the first year that the Department of Culture and Heritage has operated as a standalone department. We now have 5 staff, a director, and 4 program staff, support staff. We now staffed with a director and 5 programs support staff, yeah. The department is building capacity and securing funding for cultural events. We are partnering and collaborating with other departments and the Louisville Institute to promote and preserve Red River Métis culture and heritage. Our past cultural events and promotion. We had a very successful National Indigenous Peoples Day again this year on June 21st, which I was trying to help from my hospital bed, but it come off very good. I saw a lot of videos, got good reports. We had approximately 1,500 people come out to Selkirk Park to celebrate Métis culture with us. That's a successful event that we've been putting on for like 17 years in Selkirk. Selkirk Mayor made a comment at one event that National Indigenous Peoples Day was a jewel of Selkirk. The tourism that's created and the people come down and to see them clap, laugh and have a good time and relate to our culture with our flag. When they see the flag, they relate to the music. When they hear the music, they relate to the flag. So that's getting the message out there. With our partners in the Métis Employment and Training, Métis Community Liaison Department and Louisville Institute, we had a wonderful elders and youth gathering from August 29th to 30th with Red River Métis elders and youth from all over the province. That was another success. And I got comments from the elders when they come into Selkirk. They see all the flags flying down Main Street. We had over 100 flags flying on Main Street specifically for the elders gathering. They're really appreciative with that and they raised awareness. And that's how I broke my back, putting these flags up. It was crazy. You know, it's just a simple thing like that. Like we always look after our elders and especially the elders and the youth gathering. The elders are sharing with our youth their past knowledge, pass it on. But not only that, our youth are sharing their technology, computers and laptops, cell phones. So they're kind of helping each other. Because I have to stress that our youth are going to be our leaders of tomorrow. But in order to be a leader of tomorrow, they have to know where they're coming from. And like our president says, never forget where you come from. You know, that's very important to keep that knowledge because once they're gone, the knowledge is gone with them. Okay, the Métis music van continues to make its rounds, sharing Métis music and culture everywhere it goes. Unfortunately, the van has been less active in the past few months due to some health issues I've had. But we're hoping to be back on track in the near future. We're going to be up and running. Culture and Heritage newsletter and events calendar. The Culture and Heritage Department has created a newsletter which will be released quarterly. The first issue is available now at the Culture and Heritage booth upstairs at the trade show. And you can vote for the Culture and Heritage booth is one of the best ones up there, I think. I never got up there yet, but I'll be there pretty soon. The newsletter will be up on our webpage and will also be sent to the regional offices. One thing that we want to include in each newsletter is a calendar of Red River Métis culture and heritage events across the province. This calendar will also be updated regularly on our website Well, that's very important. What I would like to see that happen is with this calendar, we can promote travel in Manitoba or our homeland Métis style. Let's try and keep our people with our people, and we'll raise awareness throughout the province. The hope is to eventually create an events calendar that allows people to explore the province, like travel Manitoba Métis style. That's kind of a phrase that we're going to be using. Future plans, we want to increase the reach of the Métis music van so that we are able to bring it into all the regions and locals who want it. Like at present time, we're double booking, and some locals were a little upset with me because I promised I would be there and I couldn't. So, because we only had one music van and I was hurt, and so I apologize for all the events that I missed, but Gimli local picked up the ball and had a driver, Brian, come, and he took over the Métis van for the events happening in Heckle Island, Riverton, Gimli. Well, and on that note, we entered the Métis van in Gimli, an Icelandic parade, Icelandic festival, and we took first place. Now, what does that tell you? That, you know, people are aware of our culture and our heritage, and we're going to do this one community at a time. We're not looking at the big ball. We're going to break it down. We're going to look at each community, where we go, how we did, what is needed. And this is all going to come in through the newsletter. But I have to hear from the other regions. What's going on in their regions? How can we help? Promote? What can we do? We want to help, but as far as right now, I'm just doing. Thank you. Right now, I'm just speaking for the Interlake region. We've been going around there quite often, and we've been going around in the Southeast region and in the Winnipeg region. And the response is all positive. When I first started with a music van, I didn't think it would go anywhere. People thought I was crazy riding around playing music. But then it just expanded. In the schools, when I drove around the schools, they came out, the kids, and they're clapping and running and trying to dance. And then we got 3 awards for the music van. We will continue to partner with other departments and affiliates to plan MMF culture and heritage events. Okay. We're going to do it like one community at a time. That's what I really stress, to take the time to talk to the kids right from the kindergarten level to the high school level. We're educating them as we go along, and they're going to be our leaders of tomorrow. So that's pretty much what I got. It's kind of short and sweet, and it's kind of painful for me to stand here. So if we have questions or anything, can you please hunt me down, and I'll be around here somewhere talking. In closing, I would like to thank President Chartrand for this portfolio, which I thoroughly enjoy. And when you love doing something, it's easy to do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Anderson. Please give him a big round of applause. You can see he's got health issues, but his heart is as big as a house, and he wants to make sure that he's here for all of us. So he is in some pain. So he's, you know, if you have questions for the minister on his portfolio, we ask that you go and see him. He might have to go to get some medical assistance here for the next couple of hours, but he's going to be here all weekend. As well, Erin McGregor, who is the Director of Culture and Heritage, is going to be here as well, and you can find her. So I'm competing with people who are talking, so we're going to try to keep it quiet here. Two things I want to do before. Can anyone hear me? Who can't hear me? Especially those in the back, right? You can't hear me? Yeah, thank you. Couple of things. So the deck of cards, which is a wonderful, wonderful idea. Like I said, there's a couple jokers in there, but not that many. but it is a little disruptive when you're asking, and the ministers will sign your cards. There's no doubt about it. But if we could keep it to a minimum when the ministers are making their presentations, when there's people talking up here, there's going to be time at lunch. There's going to be time at the breaks. There's going to be time when ministers are up at their booths. There's going to be time tomorrow. There's going to be time tonight at bingo, although people might get mad if you bother them at bingo. There's going to be time. We got 3 days. So, we want to get this contest done. And like I said, it's a wonderful idea. I'm not signing yours. But just while we're on that, so once you have the deck fully signed, the cards are available at the information booth at the front. Take them back to the information booth to get your name into a draw for
The culture and heritage.
Where did Bucky come from? You get your name in a draw for a 75-inch TV. Wow, that's big. Yeah. So that's why everyone's busy getting their cards signed. So again, we want to keep the noise level down. I'm going to ask Rhonda to come up here for a second. Rhonda is working with the elders. As you can see, she's got a blue vest on. Yeah, let's give her a round of applause. We are such a family-oriented nation, and we're looking after our elders, and I want to say thank you to all those blue vests who are doing that work. Now, I want to repeat, especially because we're getting close to lunch. We're going to have one more presentation, and then we're going to go to lunch. So when you see a blue vest coming to get food at the booth, please make way for them, because they're not getting food for themselves, they're getting food for elders. So we ask that you be considerate to the folks who are wearing the blue vests, so that our elders, and I know none of you would want to disrespect our elders, because you know what, we have cameras watching you at the lunch tables, and we'll know who is being naughty and nice. But thanks again to all the blue vests, and thank you, Rhonda, for being up here. It gives me a great privilege to be able to bring up our next presenter. I call him my senior minister because he looks after me, because I need looking after. And it is Minister Jack Park. He is the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure. He's also responsible for Métis and for construction. Help me welcome Jack Park. Oh, yeah. Wait. You're right. You think I haven't done this before? Need a motion to accept Minister Anderson's report.
Eleanor Cockrell, Thompson Region. I'll move the motion and accept.
Thank you.
Groski, Region, I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Now, let's welcome up Mr. Jack Park. This guy is just amazing. So please put your hands together. Welcome, Minister Jack Park.
Thank you, Will. Well, good morning, everybody. I hate to be the one to spoil your lunch, but it won't be a very long presentation, but it is a good one. I can guarantee you that. I also want to recommend or recognize my colleague, Vice President Anderson, the Minister of Culture and Heritage, for coming out and joining us at the EGA. As you know, he's been crippled up and he just won't give up. So he won't listen to Mona and I, so hopefully you'll start listening to President Chartrand and he'll stay home and look after himself. But please, once again, a big hand for Minister Anderson for coming out. So as you know, I've been the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure for the past 10 years. I took over when I was the Minister of Hydro, and we created the Energy and Infrastructure Department under my lead. Since then, we've grown exponentially. We have over 17 staff now, I believe, in the department. 6 different ministers that have joined me as the co-ministers on energy and infrastructure. And they have their own portfolios, industry, mining, forestry, agriculture, so on and so forth. So I work very closely with them as projects that are going on in the province interact with each one of those portfolios. So we work together very closely to ensure that our Métis citizens are protected, their voices are heard, and their concerns are brought to the regulators that come in and attempt to do projects without consulting with our people. So we're very, very strong in that regard, and we work very closely with the the consultation department led by Minister Thomas and her staff. We're very fortunate to have their expertise in conducting these consultations that we do throughout the province. And we want to thank you as Métis citizens for coming out and giving us your voices. Because a lot of these proponents won't listen to us as politicians. They want to hear from the grassroots people, and so do we, because we learn from that and we put those words into action. And we do it by taking each one of your concerns and wrapping them up and making sure that they fit within the structure that these proponents are trying to do within our regions, going in and creating mines and forestry projects and so on and so forth. So we always make sure that we have your participation. We want to thank you wholeheartedly, because without your participation, we wouldn't be able to succeed the way we are. So once again, thank you very much for that. But I just wanted to mention also that the federal relationships that we've had over these past 10 years have been sorted. Of course, you know, we're originally the Conservative government, now we're with the Liberal government. And we're very, very thankful that we're with the Liberal government right now, because they're our friends. They work very closely with us to ensure that our rights are protected. And I know that history is going to be made, not only this weekend, but in the near future with the treaty. And of course, our land claims settlement, once that comes into fruition. But we're very, very fortunate to have a government that supports us. We're hoping that this new provincial government that is being formed as we speak will work with us as well. We know that the words that have been spoken in the past as they're campaigning were strong words. They're going to work side by side with us as a Métis government, and they believe in our government structure and how we conduct ourselves as a government. So we're hoping that the NDP stands true to their word and works with us as we move forward with these projects that we're doing within Manitoba. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the projects that we're doing. The Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, I've talked about that in the past, and you've all been aware of what we're doing there. We're very, very, very cautious when it comes to dealing with nuclear energy, as you can imagine. We want to thank those citizens in the Southeast region that have come out and voiced their concerns and have their words spoken. Other citizens as well from across the province who know just how damaging this remediation project could be if it's not properly monitored. We're very, very fortunate to have great staff and regulators working on this project to ensure that our lands, our waters, and our people are protected from anything that may happen when they do this deregulatory process there. The St. Andrews Lock and Dam, I'm sure some of you have heard of that project that went on. The artifacts that they uncovered in that project are unbelievable. I'm from that area. I live in Selkirk. Bucky lives in Selkirk, and we're very close to that St. Andrews Lock and Dam. Bucky has a lot of history there because he married a lady from Lockport. But just to think of all these artifacts that they found and the connection to our Red River roots are unbelievable. I'm looking forward to hearing that research as it goes on. And a lot of those artifacts will be in our museum, I'm sure, in the future. So it's nice to know that our Métis people were settled along the Red River, and it's proven now with these artifacts that are coming out. Of course, I already talked about the provincial projects and Manitoba Hydro. Once again, you're all aware now that we have struck a deal with Manitoba Hydro. It was a fantastic deal struck by our president and the president of Manitoba Hydro. A lot of staff took part in that negotiation. And the lawyers, we want to thank them all for ensuring that our Métis government settled once and for all with Hydro when it came to the Bipole 3 project and so on. So it was a great decision, and I'm happy to see that we're going to be benefiting from that for years to come. I want to thank you all for supporting the Energy and Infrastructure Department and me as the minister and my colleagues that I work with other ministers within the department. Because once again, without the participation of you as citizens out here in the Métis homeland, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs. Once again, we're only elected ministers. We don't have all the knowledge that we need, and we get it from you. And we're very, very thankful for the knowledge that you give us. It brings ammunition to the table, and it ensures that we're telling the story from your way, not from our way. So once again, thank you very much for the work that you do on our behalf. And we're pleased to continue to support you as citizens as we continue our work in this department. So thank you very much. I also wanted to speak a little bit about Métis N4 construction. As you know, I've been the chair of Métis N4 construction since its inception, and they continue to be under the support of President Chartrand and cabinet. Very, very fortunate to have great staff, a chief executive officer, chief operating officer, general manager, senior project manager, and we're growing in leaps and bounds. And I'm very, very proud of the work that the cabinet has asked us to do in these major construction projects that we're doing as a government, not only with the apartment building in Selkirk, but also with the Heritage Center at Portage and Main. We're very, very proud to be able to contribute to ensure that these projects come off without a hitch, and we're working very, very closely with our co-chair here, Minister of Housing, Will Goodon, to ensure that our contractors are being hired in each of these projects, the major projects that we're looking after. So I believe we have a video, so if we could cue that up, please.
In 10 short years, Métis N4 Construction has soared to become a multifaceted company, delivering on large and small-scale projects across Manitoba on behalf of the Red River Métis. Manitoba Métis Federation established Métis N4 to catch the eye of the industry.
You have to fight our way in, either politically or legally, and get the attention of company that you can't walk through the Red River without talking to the Métis and deal with matters that affect us.
Métis N4 works closely with the MMF government and its departments, including employment and training, education, and housing and business development, to drive economic opportunities and ensure Red River Métis get in on the ground floor. Métis N4's reputation has quickly grown thanks to partnerships with industry leaders like Manitoba Hydro. More than 200 Métis men and women successfully worked on energy giant Enbridge's multi-billion-dollar Line 3 oil pipeline.
Welders, fabricators, that sort of thing, they were women. We're very, very proud of women that want to participate in the workforce and not be afraid to get out there and get their hands dirty. Whatever sector we're involved with, we bring in those Métis citizens to participate in the job opportunities that are there and to allow them to gain valuable work experience to go on with their careers as they move on.
A third camp was established by N4 to support residents in the north.
So we have a smaller camp in Mafeking that we're utilizing for our wood crew project, where we're distributing firewood to our elders in the north and other people that want to rent that facility. It's there for the use.
Today, Métis N4 has evolved into commercial construction with blueprints on 3 major projects, including a 6-story multi-use condo in Selkirk, located just north of Winnipeg.
Construction is going well in Selkirk, and we're very thankful for the partnership we have there.
As you see, this is a beautiful building. There'll also be a clinic in here, and that's what we're working on. It's $800, cheapest in the province, because it includes everything, including shoveling snow and cutting grass. So we don't want our elders to worry about nothing. So there's nothing better in that rate in anywhere in Manitoba.
Also, renovations are well underway at a Métis museum at the historic BMO Heritage Building in downtown Winnipeg.
Artists that are helping us design the Heritage Museum are doing a fantastic job and displaying our culture the way it needs to be displayed in a very proud and Métis way.
And work has yet to begin on an additional multi-use condo unit at the former Roxy Lanes bowling alley on Henderson Highway in East Winnipeg.
As the building goes up in Selkirk, we're bringing in the contractors on Métis specialties and crane operators and welders and excavators and that sort of thing. So they're there and they'll move on to Roxy Lanes. But again, we're not going to rush these projects. We're going to build them so that they're state of the art, energy efficient, and help promote our green economy here in Manitoba.
Construction of the Breezy Point Tree Nursery will create green jobs and economic opportunities while enabling the MMF to fulfill its commitment to plant 2 million trees a year in support of Canada's goal of 2 billion trees by 2030. Métis N4's green vision is clearly evident with 3 joint ventures focused on protecting the environment. Green for Life Environmental, specializing in solid waste and liquid waste management and soil remediation. Green Infrastructure Partners is one of Canada's largest and most diversified infrastructure companies. They offer vertically integrated solutions for public and private projects of every size and scale. And given Canada's plan that by 2035, all cars built here will be electric, Métis N4 quickly joined with EVC North. And due to Manitoba's cold weather climate, it is a prime testing location for electric vehicles that not only will protect the environment, but also provides the opportunity to place these charging stations all across the province. From driving to flying, Métis N4 has partnered with Skyline, a military contractor which manages air bases in Moose Jaw, Portage la Prairie, and Winnipeg.
So that's going to give us another opportunity for our Métis citizens to become involved in the aerospace industry. The first of its kind for us as a Métis people. And I think our people are not afraid of that.
N4 social responsibility plays a big role in the company's goals. They have been a major sponsor of the MMF AGA, the Infinity Women's Secretariat General Assemblies, and many other non-for-profit organizations and events. Park says it's Métis N4's way of giving back to its citizens and MMF leadership. He also credits the past decade of success on welcoming industry opportunities, being eager to diversify, and having a Métis workforce that's ready, willing, and able to take up the challenge.
Hundreds and hundreds of jobs will be created by N4. Millions have been made by N4 for our government, and we're very pleased on the progress it's made. And we have no doubt there's going to be a big change maker in the future.
So thank you very much. As you can see, we've grown to a point where we're so busy that we're very thankful for the support of President Chartrand, our cabinet, and of course you, our citizens, who tell us what we need to do and how we need to do it. All that we ask now is that you get your kids off the couch and get them to work, because we're ready to take them on. So thank you very much for the presentation.
So is there any questions? I know that the minister's between us and lunch, but if there's any questions for Minister Park on his presentation, now's the time. Of course, he's going to be available all weekend long. And I believe they also have a booth upstairs too, right? Yep. Microphone 2.
Mark Bernard, Local Junction. Just want to know if we have any updates on the silica sand mining project happening there.
Yes, that report will be coming later on the agenda from the Minister of Mining. So if you be patient and hear that report, I'm sure he'll answer your questions for you.
All right, I don't see anybody else. Oh, there's someone over here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my question is talk about getting like children to work and your youth and everything. So where do we get like resources for employment in like the agriculture and like horticulture employment opportunities and stuff like that?
I'm staring at the Minister of Agriculture right now, David Bowden, but I can assure you that if you go upstairs to our booth, N4 construction booth or the agriculture booth, do you have a booth, David? The staff there will assist you in helping you ensure that your children and the kids out there get the resources they need to come and work for us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's also the Métis Employment and Training Department that will absolutely chat with you about anything related to training and employment. So I have a mover on, oh, we have a question over here, sorry.
Sorry, I just had a question about the construction and how we're enhancing getting people into the trades. You're saying crane operators, laborers, all of that. Are we having any training programs, any safety orientation led programs, so we have a whole safety team that we can go off of?
Absolutely, as Minister Goodon mentioned, Métis Employment Training, we work very closely with them to ensure citizens are ready to go on the work site. We have had heavy equipment operator courses, we have had safety courses, we have had trades courses, all through our Métis Employment and Training Department. So please stop by their booth, talk to the staff there, and they'll ensure that the kids that want to come and work for us will get the training they need to come and work with us in whatever aspect it may be.
Okay, thank you.
Right, great answer. And that's one of the things I think is different about our Métis government than other governments is that the silos are being broken down so that Métis N4 and energy and infrastructure works with Met, works with housing, and everybody works with each other. And so I know that Minister John Fleury, when he makes his presentation later on, we'll be talking about some of the training that we've got for trades, heavy equipment, etc. So thanks very much. So I have a microphone. I already have a mover if somebody's going to be moving. It's from online. So
I was gonna second it.
we have a question online as well. Do we have questions?
No, I was gonna second his motion.
Okay, your name?
Candace Mercier, Thompson Region.
Okay, thanks, Candace. Seconder, the mover is Conrad Nabis, and Conrad is from Roblin. Any other, we have a question online. What's the question online? And then we'll, I don't see anybody else. Question online? How do you get in contact with N4 for a job? For sure, you go upstairs, talk to the folks at the Métis N4 construction booth. You can phone the main line at the Manitoba Métis Federation. You can go on N4's website as well. There's lots of ways to be able to get in touch with them. And of course, if you can find Jack, that's and Mark, of course, the two of these gentlemen right here are primarily responsible for N4. Lots going on there. So as you heard, he's taking credit for all the housing apartments that I'm building. No, I'm just kidding. We work together and we work together in a great partnership. But there is a lot going on and there will be lots of employment opportunities there as well. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Oh, we have one more question. Sorry. The lights are really bright here this year. I can't hardly see anything.
Hi, I have a question that was directed to me by some of my members. I understand that you're creating jobs for N4 construction to employment and training. The MMF also has a business directory. Why are they not utilizing the business directory, the businesses that are registered there to do some of these jobs instead of outsourcing them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. That's
Monica?
Linda Lamoureux from
Monica?
Toulon, for those that don't know.
Here.
I can guarantee you, Linda, we are utilizing that database. We work very closely with Louis L. Capital Corporation. All the tradespeople in that database are invited to tender on these projects that we have. So when they're tendering, I can't say whether or not they're being awarded contracts. That's not my responsibility. But I can tell you that they are being contacted, they are being notified of the projects, and they are bidding on the projects.
Okay, I have not really a question, but a statement. I know a number of the contractors that are registered on the business directory. They are not getting the tenders for these jobs. They are not being asked to submit tenders. So what can be done to make sure that these tenders are being submitted like to everybody and not just to certain people?
Okay, I can tell you, and as we go on, these tenders are awarded all throughout the projects on different aspects of the project. So we're not at the space where we're doing drywalling, painting, carpentry. We're not at that space yet. We're still doing the structural design and building of the structure in Selkirk. If your contractors are not being contacted, please go to our booth, tell us who you are, and we'll make sure that you're invited in the next round of competition that goes out for any trades that are out there that have not been contacted so far. Okay? Hold on. President would like that.
You know, it's important when somebody makes a statement that they also follow up with facts. Because I don't want people to leave here thinking that's what's happening. In fact, we go out of our way completely to make sure we hire Métis businesses as much as we can. Now, you can't throw out a statement and say, well, I know 2 contractors or 3 that didn't get it, because they might be too small and they can't do the bigger jobs. And those are only big jobs that are being tendered. So it's hard for anybody to throw out a statement. If there's contractors that feel they're not being treated, write, tell them to write a letter and put their company business on there. In fact, I'll give you an example. The $11 million initiative at the 150 Henry, 20 of the 22 contractors in there are Métis. And majority of their employees are Métis. So you got to look at it in a bigger picture. You can't look at it somebody come and say to you, I can't get a job there. Well, then what's your equipment? What do you have? And can you do it? There's all kind of liability issues here. So, but we are employing so many of our businesses. That's why if you go up to the trade show right now and see the trade show, it is packed. People were coming here from Métis businesses to be here. We couldn't take no more. It was too full. So we have such a strong procurement policy, and probably the only Indigenous procurement policy in Manitoba that ensures we hire Métis people as much as we can. And that is being resonated back to us in the business community. They're so excited. They're so happy. The impact they're getting from even supporting all the Métis women businesses out there. They're so excited about the investment we're making. So I just want to make sure you don't go leaving here saying, well, I heard this lady say Métis people aren't getting jobs. They're getting jobs, a lot of jobs. So again, I'll give you a good example. There are people are working. Will's department in housing, you'll hear his report. There's 886 families that bought their houses already. In order to buy a house, you have to have a job. So that's 886 families that are working. So it shows you it's working. Lots of Métis are getting great opportunities that they never had before. So just make sure the facts are right.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in fact, that's something we're needing. And if you are a contractor, you want to do some work, come to the housing department as well. Come to the Louis Riel Capital Corporation, make sure your name is on there. And I know N4 is absolutely 1,000% supportive of all our Métis contractors. If you could hear what we talk about in cabinet about how we focus on that so much, how much our president makes certain that we do that as well. We need more contractors. So thank you very much for that question. I have a motion on the floor to accept President. Oh, did he hear that, my president? Minister Park, his report. Please raise your hands in support. All in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Minister Park. Before we go for lunch, a couple of things. Yes, give him a round of applause. Minister Jack Park, one of my best friends. He looks out for me when I get in trouble because I usually get myself in trouble. We have the buffet that's over here. I want to remind you again, you see a blue vest, please make way for them because they're serving elders. There's also a buffet downstairs in the Riel room. I think that's what I called it before. So there, if there's too much going on here and you want to have a quick bite down there, although all the people downstairs might look at you funny. And we are going to start up again at 1 o'clock precisely. So it's about 12:13 right now. Thank you for your patience, and we'll kick off the next presentation at 1 o'clock. Minister Denise Thomas, Consultation and Engagement, and 60 Scoop. We'll see you in 45 minutes. Thank you very much. So has everyone had a chance to get some food? There's still folks up at the lineup there a little bit, I think. That's okay. We're gonna give you like a 5 to 10 minute warning. And we're gonna continue on. We got a couple of interesting presentations to go before our first presenter, but then we'll get right back to business. Who's all fed up today? No, I mean in a good way. And don't worry, I have a lot of duck jokes. I got other people writing them for me this time. So yeah, no, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So we're going to start off this afternoon's session. But before we jump into our next portfolio report, which is Minister Denise Thomas, by the way, just so she knows, so she can be ready to rock and roll. President Chartrand wanted to say a few things, a couple of words. He's got, I don't know, he's got something up his sleeve, I think. So let's please welcome President Chartrand.
Well, I tell you, it's such a great pleasure to go see all those Métis businesses above, our partners above the trade booth. I couldn't even make it through it to the full section. I'm going to go back up again. But it is something to be very proud of, to see so many of our partners and Métis businesses showcasing what they've put their energy towards and how they're going to give back to the Métis. So great thing to be proud of. Now, we got a couple of guests that were invited, and I hope you're going to enjoy them. I know people are still moving around after lunch, but these are special guests, and you're going to take it very personal if you don't sit down and listen to them. They came a long way from underground, way underground, to be here today, to come and see you. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. They came a long way to come say hello to you. They're very eager. They want to be, make sure you're all happy and that they're getting ready. Halloween's coming. They want to be part of the show. They want to be part of the thing. But these are special guests. They come from underground. Way down under is what they phrase it. That's like Australia, way down under. So, Denise Thomas, I hope you're listening. Especially you, you're next. So, now we're going to show you a couple of guests that come from down under. I don't hear the microphones grabbing. With the sound system grabbing, then I'll introduce the guests. I don't hear it in the microphones. I don't hear the microphones. Where's the microphones? Where's my IT team? Okay. Now let me show you your friends, your guests all the way from down under.
Y'all ready? Fire up that engine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fire up your fiddle. Rise up your bow. Promenade and do-si-do.
Okay, let's shut them off now. They keep on playing, but I want to give you I've seen this all over the region. I've been trying to win them at buying these tickets. Affinity Women has been donating them to regional meetings. And as soon as I seen them, I fell in love with them. And so they gave me as a gift, and my wife set it all up at home. When I got home, they're all dolled up in Métis clothes and everything. And they started playing music. As soon as I walked in, I said, they're coming to the assembly for sure. So, there's a set upstairs. You can win those at the Rainbow Auction. Actually, they're when you walk by them. So for Halloween, when you walk by them, they'll start fiddling. So when the kids come to visit your house, you're gonna have some Métis fiddlers away from down under. So I hope you enjoyed it. To me, it was just such a thing to cherish. I love it. And I thought I want to share it with you. So I hope you enjoyed it. So take care.
Thank you, President Chartrand. I was just thinking that Oliver Boulette and Gary Lepine look pretty old sitting here, but is Oliver in the house? I'm sorry. Yeah, Oliver's my friend. That was mean, right? So we're going to jump right into our, actually, we have one more presentation. So how many of you have taken a look at the 3 paintings in the back of or at the front of the hall, or right by the escalators? Have you guys taken a look at that? That's just a sample of what JD Hawk has done during the time period where we were consulting on the treaty, talking about the treaty on all the different communities that we went to, and of course the extraordinary General Assembly. JD's here, and he's actually going to explain some of the meaning behind those 3 paintings. So let's welcome JD Hawk.
Good day, everyone. So I don't know if the pictures are going to come up, but let's start with Will's painting. The composition and the lights and shadows that were used for that have to do with it was our time. Just before we all voted last year, Will looked down at his watch and it was the perfect timing just before the vote. So that's why that one was done. Will's a good model. Let's talk about Gloria Chartrand. So as President Chartrand was standing up here and giving his speeches, just after the vote, she was standing off to the side and she had that sparkle in her eyes, like just a very proud and loving moment to see President Chartrand. And so that was a moment for her that I captured. The other one is President Chartrand. Now that one is a little bit more unique because as artists, we often see our leaders, like Louis Riel, painted a certain way. And there's going to be so many artists come after me that will paint President Chartrand. And this one, a lot of artists will paint President Chartrand in front of the microphone, on stage, in front of everybody. But I wanted to show a different side of him. And that's why you'll see there's a wall there, just off to the side, to show that behind the scenes, he's been fighting for and protecting our nation for what it is today. And so that's what that painting represents. Thank you, everyone. The other paintings will be on social media later. Have a look, see who's in it.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, JD. Absolutely an honor. And you know, it is one of those things, it was his idea, approached me and a few of us before we did the treaty process, the consultations, and he wanted to capture that time in history. And I do think that is going to be written about, talked about for decades and generations to come. So we want to say thank you to JD for that inspiration, for taking that. So let's give JD another round of applause, please. And now it gives me great honor and pleasure to welcome up my senior minister who has taught me so many things over the years. And she's still serving our Red River Métis, our historic Métis Nation, and the national government. So please help me welcome Minister Denise Thomas to the stage. Minister Thomas. Last minute, she's refining her presentation right down to the last minute, so it's perfect. Oh, I was going to tell a joke. Good thing you got up here, Denise. Please help me welcome Denise.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying these all these portfolio reports. I just want to begin by thanking my dear friend, Elder Bernard DeMartini, for the beautiful prayer. Thank you, Elder. Hello to all our Red River Métis citizens and special guests. Thank you to President Chartrand, as always, for organizing another historic annual General Assembly as Red River Métis. It is tradition that we can get together to talk about the issues within our homeland. Today, in my 35-year in cabinet, I didn't really want to mention that because that just tells you how old I am. And 10 years as minister responsible for the engagement and consultation portfolio. I am honored to provide a brief update on some of the important activities underway in the department. Over the last reporting period, our team continued working with departments and affiliates in the development of consultation proposals, budgets, work plans, and successfully receiving contribution agreements with proponents and governments, and securing funding for the MMF and their respective departments. To enhance similar areas of interest with the City of Winnipeg, our team worked closely to showcase Red River Métis interests, culture, and history in our most public settings. The city's Indigenous Relations departments continued to engaging our citizens on any strategy, plan, or project being undertaken, and in the fall of 2022, collaboration with the city led to the permanent installation of Red River Métis symbolic items in the council chamber, including a sash, Red River card, and beaded commemorative coin. Last November 2022, our team partnered with the Infinity Women Secretariat on the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This project was an important step towards drafting the MMF's list of priorities when creating of a Red River Métis specific action plan. Among some of the priorities identified. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go again. I know that everybody's finished dinner, a good turkey dinner. Some people are still eating, but we got to keep the noise levels down because this woman did a lot of work this year and she wants to tell you about it.
Thank you. Including the environment, language, culture, and health. The consultations on implementing UNDRIP were a success as it offered your Métis government the opportunity to review and address your most critical needs, such as equality, non-discrimination, social development, and education. Encouraging this development within the health and wellness sectors, several health consultations were held to hear input from our citizens, specifically our current and former health professionals. Focused meetings were held in the north and the south to hear the experiences regarding maternal health, medical transportation, health legislation, and addictions. The information collected will help with the establishment of policies, services, and programming to improve the access and quality of health care for our citizens. With over 580 active files, my team continues to ensure departments and affiliates have the necessary tools to advocate for our Red River Métis rights, as well as maintaining our interests or our internal consultation record for consultation activities. Over the next reporting period, my team will meet with departments and affiliates presenting a draft engagement and consultation policy for review and input. The goal will be to ensure proponents, governments, and our citizens have a clear understanding of Resolution 8 and ensure the continued protection of our rights, interests, and claims. Our team has been working very diligently to ensure land acknowledgements are up to date with our revised language. The team has met with over 100 organizations, including school divisions, entertainment industries, private companies, nonprofit organizations, to establish potential partnerships as well as revising their acknowledgements to be representative of the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Last, as many of you may know, this was a very exciting year for the MMF and our Red River Métis citizens. There were 17 consultation meetings planned from March to May 2023 across the homeland, including the United States. My team was crucial to the success of the Beyond Borders team by registering over 2,000 citizens, as well as responding to over 5,300 emails from our citizens. We look forward to continuing to meet with our citizens across our homeland. What a successful year we had. I would like to thank you all for your time today and to my team for their hard work over this past year. If you have any questions pertaining to engagement or consultation, please visit our booth upstairs or contact the Department of Consultation at mmf.mb.ca. Our booth is number 17 up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister Thomas. Do we have any questions? I don't see any questions. I know everybody's just sort of a little bit tired after lunch, so we'll get back into this again. Can I open the floor to entertain a motion to accept the minister's report?
Jerry Carrier, Southeast, Richard Local, I so move.
Thank you.
Esther Ducharme, I second the motion.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Somebody call question? Question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? It's carried. Let's give Minister Thomas a big round of applause. She's got another one. 60 scoop.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I want to again thank my friend Elder Verna Demotier for the beautiful prayer. Thank you, Elder. I have to look this way because that light is shining. I want to extend my warmest wishes to our elders, survivors, veterans, community members, and youth attending this important government meeting. It is my pleasure to offer the report on the activities taking place regarding the 60 Scoop. The Manitoba Métis Federation leads the charge in advocating for justice and providing support services to citizens affected by the 60 Scoop. The 60 Scoop is a child welfare policy developed and implemented in the early 1950s and lasting well into the early 1990s. This policy separated Métis children from their families and communities through a legal process of adoption or foster care placements. Many Métis children, now adults, lost their identity and Métis rights because of this policy. The MMF continues to fight for recognition, reconciliation, and redress for Red River Métis 60 Scoop survivors. As the Minister of 60 Scoop, I have been mandated by your Métis government to prioritize the following matters. Support the Manitoba Métis Federation 60 Scoop legal strategy. Engage with Red River Métis 60 Scoop survivors to pursue a federal apology. Seek funding to develop programs and provide supports to our Red River Métis 60 Scoop survivors. Seek funding to develop a plan for a national inquiry that seeks to uncover the truth of Red River Métis 60 Scoop experiences and provides concrete direction towards advancing systemic change. Seek funding to revive the Lost Moccasin program and seek funding to construct a permanent home for a wellness center. Although much work is needed to address the complex needs of 60 Scoop, Survivors, the department has reached a few milestones in its quest to support the citizens most affected by the 60 scoop era. This year, we launched the department's newsletter titled, "What's the Scoop?" Completed 124 intakes with 60 scoop survivors, hosted 6 Métis focus workshops with over 60 survivors in attendance, expanded the department's mandate to support residential and day school survivors. Our intake process with survivors ensures we have up-to-date contact information and that survivors receive information on programs, services, and updates. If you are a Red River Métis survivor, you are encouraged to contact the department for more information. The MMF prioritizes the mental health of survivors and all Red River Métis citizens. You can access this mental health support line provided access to Métis counselors and resources by calling 1-833-390-1041 extension 1 between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. In closing, I want to thank President Chartrand and the MMF Cabinet for their unwavering support of this crucial Red River Métis reconciliation initiative. Thank you.
Okay, the 60 scoop, and I want to tell you a little bit about the 60 scoop because I have the privilege of attending the cabinet meetings. This is a very live issue for the MMF cabinet. It's a very important issue. It's a very difficult issue to move because the governments, as you know, don't want to share any culpability in what happened in the 60s when they took our children away. And so both federal and provincial governments, they point their fingers at each other, but it's hard to move the yardsticks on this one. And so we've had to use the courts, and sometimes some courts have been certified, some class action suits, and haven't really included us. And some of the lawyers, once they get a hold of these class action suits, they want to keep it all because they get a commission at the end if they're successful. So it's been very difficult. And so we're in the process, as the minister has identified, identifying those survivors and trying to pick this thing up and get the governments to pay attention. And this time we have a new premier-elect, which we have a lot of hope in. And so this is a very important issue. And I just want to re-emphasize how important the cabinet pays attention to this issue. So I don't see anybody at the mics. So I'll entertain a motion to accept this part of the report. Yep. Oh, in the basement. There's somebody in the basement. Or the Riel room, we're calling it, not the basement.
Hi there. This is not related to 60 scoop portfolio though, so can I still make my comment? Okay. Minister Thomas, thank you very much for your report. My question and comment is actually related to the consultation report and portfolio that you oversee. My name is Brielle Boden-Reimer. I'm a member of the St. Eustache local. However, I'm registered today as a general delegate. I wanted to bring up a concern and follow up with a question with hopes of bringing this issue to the floor and to have it be on record. The issue that I want to bring forth is related to the knowledge production industry. This is an extractive industry that does not get much attention by many because it's a system that precedes, but it actually precedes resource extraction. There are many sub-industries involved in knowledge production, and the one that needs the most attention at this time in terms of consultation and engagement and matters of governance is related to the academic institutions and specifically universities. My primary concern right now is, as someone who is involved in the knowledge production system, as a founder of a Red River Métis owned research and consulting business. And also as someone who is currently finishing up my PhD, I have been in the field for a very long time, and I have seen the progression of this issue and how it has shifted in really large ways. I don't really want to be long-winded about this, but it does need some context. But what I have noticed before is that it was primarily non-Indigenous people doing research about us without us. And that was about on par for many industries. But now, as we enter the field ourselves, as Métis academics, we are seeing that our own people, citizens of the MMF included, are doing research for us. They're doing research for us, but not with us. And the issue with this is, and what's challenging and disheartening and terrifying is that they're engaging with us in ways that are really outside of our governing traditions and our systems, which lack accountability to us here as part of a larger collective who have rights in the areas of representation. I come from a community that has had long upheld governing traditions and that has been very active in the MMF government. And so I come from this place of knowing how we govern ourselves and why it's important to respect these traditions. So I'm bringing this forward because when I advocate for this in public and private spaces, I'm challenged and I'm being misrepresented, and so are some of my colleagues in our attempts to bring this up as a governing issue. So my question is this: what is our government currently doing to protect our collective rights and representation of Red River Métis in research, scholarship, which does have policy implications for all of the portfolios that the ministers are reporting on? And how is this approach going to be considered for our own Red River Métis citizens who are conducting research on our communities and with our communities and as part of our communities, which on the surface look like inclusion and representation, but they largely misrepresent our central governing traditions and our systems of government. For example, there's a new Métis research academic journal that was just launched and in the news, and to my knowledge, did not include the national government of the Red River Métis as a stakeholder in shaping and launching, yet it is being promoted as being nation specific. This is an issue because when research is done about us without our collective consent, that research can lead to misrepresentation and misrecognition, and the continued issues that we continue to face, including race shifting and the infringement of citizen rights as it relates to engagement in research. And everybody should have that right. I also, Minister Thomas, want to recognize that I'm bringing this up to you here as the former minister responsible for TSN, who at one time, before TSN dissolved, oversaw this as part of their portfolio. And I want to recognize that this is not just a matter of consultation and engagement, but rather a larger matter of governance that likely involves other ministers. And so I also want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brielle. I remember when you worked with us at TSN to help us with this very important subject. And we are working with our Minister Joan Ledoux, post-secondary education and some university institutions on this very important matter. And it has been brought forward in some of our cabinet meetings, so we are very aware of some of the unethical things that are happening in our writers. And again, thank you, Brielle. And if President Chartrand has a few words to say also. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Good question, by the way. I'm having a meeting with the Métis settlements. They're in the back here, so I'm meeting with them right now. But this is a serious issue. It's no different than identity theft that's happening to us right now. And that's actually some of the discussions I'm having with the settlements. What Ontario is doing, bringing all these people in the future by tens of thousands to come and steal our history, our culture, and our resources. But when you look at now, what we're watching for is we're seeing now people are writing our history that first of all could misdirect the history, appropriate history of who we are and how we become who we are. There's examples yesterday where UCN, the minister was raising it at the cabinet meeting, and where UCN, if you look at the promotion of UCN, it's all First Nation. I'm not opposed to that, all First Nations. So, but we should have some ability to have some Métis history and knowledge attached to UCN. It's a public university, but it's really pushed right now for all of First Nation history being the #1 issue. Now, the UCN is failing us, and we're going to be dealing with that. Our cabinet decided that. What we're also doing right now is we're establishing a body, because we're having authors out there that are writing, and some Métis authors too. Like this one author got very upset with me, but I was not criticizing her. She's a Métis author, and she's entitled to her opinions and her views. But what I was concerned about is how they were drawing our past history of who we are that truly did not reflect our real history of who we are and how we are formed as a people. And for example, in the historical documents they were writing, not finding, they were writing it, saying that the government of Canada took away our sweat lodges, took away basically our drums and everything else. But that's not our culture. That's not our history. We boarded and we participated with First Nations, but that's theirs. That goes back 10,000 years. That's theirs. And I'm proud of that's theirs. They should hang on to it tight, but that's not ours. We could borrow it. You can use it. You know, some of our people go to sweat lodges. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a spiritual, in fact, to give them kudos, to give First Nation history credit, they go before Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ only goes back 2,000 something years. The First Nations goes back 10,000 years in their spirituality. So people sometimes misconstrue that. And we're having a hard time trying to educate people of who we are. That we're not First Nation, we're not Inuit. We're the Métis Nation of the Red River. This is who we are. Yeah. So when Denise and we're working on this, we're not trying to be critical of our Métis authors. But what we're starting to do is saying, okay, we can't just let anybody write about us, and then they're going to teach that in school to our kids and non-Métis kids, and people think, okay, that's their history. So what we're doing now is we're actually creating a body which will be formed, which will look at all of the books that are coming out, being taught in our schools, so we can reflect and read them to see if it's truly telling us the truth about our history. So that's going to be happening soon. You'll hear an announcement about that coming. And for the Métis authors out there, you know, be careful what you're writing. Be careful what you're selling. Be careful what you're saying. Just because you're Métis, you know, you don't have the right to go and prescribe us as being a different people, because we're not. So we got that. It's under our watch right now. And that same fight is happening with the province on different issues. And so we're making it very clear. Like, I'll give you an example. This is a while ago, we fought this fight and we had to stop it. They were going to send a letter to all the schools, to all the children, to take home to their families. And they were asking them this question, and this was a dangerous question. It looked simple, looked non-threatening, but what they were asking our kids to ask their parents to sign a check mark to say, are you an English Métis? Are you a French Métis? Are you a Cree Métis? Are you a Saulteaux Métis, et cetera, et cetera? So what they were going to do with that question is to say, oh, there's 1,000 Cree Métis. There's 10,000 Ojibwe Métis. There is no such creature. We speak Ojibwe, we speak Cree, we speak Michif, we speak French, but that's not who we are. It's a language we speak. We're a French-speaking Métis Red River. We're a Ojibwe-speaking Métis Red River. We're a Cree-speaking Red River. But it's not us, where it's a language we use depending on where we live geographically. So the government was going to make what would end up being different groups. That'd be what they tried to do to us back in 1800s. Remember, the Northwest and Hudson Bay fought for our fur trade and to want to partner with us. They divided us. One was the French-speaking Métis, was fighting the English-speaking Métis, the two different industries, Hudson Bay, Northwest. But they were trying to divide our families as two different people when they were the same people speaking a different language. So the school, the province of Manitoba, we stopped them in their tracks, but they were trying to do that. It was dangerous. So that's what we're doing right now. We're watching what's being written about us, who's writing it, and is the history real? If it's real, we're going to stamp and say, this is good history. You can teach it in the schools. We're not afraid to tell our kids about their true history. So that's what we're doing. That's what Denise is working on. Okay, thanks.
President Chartrand? President Chartrand, I just want you to listen to this. Who are we? There we go. All right, I got a question here in the center here. Is it on 60 Scoop? I got to apologize to the Assembly because we already moved that motion for the acceptance of the consultation report. And I let a question come in and, I should have said, nah, it's a point of order, can't do it. But it was a very good conversation. So do I have somebody that is interested in making a motion to support the 60 Scoop report?
Hi, April Dale, Winnipeg Region. I move to make motion.
Thank you. Seconder? Over here, yeah.
Candace Bercier, Thompson Region. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Now, I've been admonished by our virtual co-chair that I've got to give a little bit of time for our online voters to vote. So in this room, do you support this motion? All hands in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, now we just got to wait just for the online thing. And I have,
Mark?
yes,
Good. I'm here on the mic. I can't quite see you. You probably can't see me, but I'm in the back left.
okay,
And I have a comment.
okay,
So-
comments, good.
Thank you. So, Tansiki, everyone. Laura Forsyth, Dishnakasha. I'm from the Bison Local. I'm also one of the editors of the journal that was mentioned. But I don't want you to walk away from here thinking that there are people out there producing a journal on our behalf that are not us. Every single person in that journal had to give their community statement, their families, their nation, where they came from. All of the editors are citizens of the Red River Métis Nation or the Métis Nation of Alberta. Everything that they submit has been peer reviewed by other Métis folks. No one is attempting to speak for us or to take away from us. We came together in a collective, recognizing the void that the president spoke about, that First Nations people were being elevated and lifting up, and no one knew about us. So if you have comments, concerns, please come and speak to me. Reach out to Pawatimic. If you want to write something for us, if you have a poem, a community feature, an elder you want us to promote and to share with the entire Métis homeland, please submit to our journal. The next call for papers is November 1st. So I just wanted to make sure that you all knew who was responsible for creating this and how we hope in the future we can work with this governing body. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Well, listen, this is the kind of discussion that we've needed for a very long time. You know, the most written about personality in Canadian history is Riel. And it's written by others, mainly by others. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people wrote about Riel. And so the fact that we're having a debate about what we're writing about and Red River Métis are writing is a good thing. And I look forward to reading that book. But I got from the virtual that we're good. The motion is accepted. So let's give Denise, Minister Thomas, a round of applause. Thank you. And I'm going to call my co-chair now. Our youth co-chair is going to do the next one.
May I please have a moment of everyone's time? Like to make a comment?
Well, you know, I just called myself on the carpet
Okay.
because we were dealing with the
I'll wait.
issue that's been dealt with. So if your issue comes up on some other subject matter, then that's fine. But I'm going to give our co-chair to introduce. You're calling up. Joanne.
Okay, I'd like to introduce Minister Joanne Remillard for the portfolio on environment and climate change. Please welcome Minister Remillard.
Good afternoon, everyone. So good afternoon and welcome to the Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly. Thank you to our elder Verna for her morning prayer, opening prayer. Please the slide. My name is Joanne Remillard. I am the minister responsible for environment and climate change with your Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation. I am joined with my associate minister, Peter Fleming. I want to first express my gratitude on behalf of the Winnipeg Region citizens to President Chartrand and my fellow cabinet colleagues for their continued hard work and focus to their MMF portfolios. And to all MMF staff, thank you for all your hard work you put in daily and your unwavering commitment to support our Red River Métis citizens. Please know that it is recognized and greatly appreciated. The MMF's Environment and Climate Change portfolio, housed within the MMF's Energy, Infrastructure and Resource Management Department, is implementing environment-related programs and initiatives, not only to assist Red River Métis citizens, but to also protect our lands and our waters. Can't see the slide. Historically, Red River Métis have been connected to the lands, waters, and environment which lie within the national homeland. Citizens work closely within and rely heavily on our environment to provide a livelihood, sustenance, and the ability to practice traditional Métis culture. Your Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation, understands the importance of protecting and conserving our traditional territory and is actively working to ensure environment is protected for ourselves and future generations. Without a healthy, sustainable environment, it is not possible to continue many of our traditional social and economic practices or exercise our Métis rights. The Métis Youth Boreal Forest Stewardship Program is engaged with Red River Métis citizens on the topic of climate change and provide land-based education and training opportunities for Métis youth, integrating Métis harvester and elder knowledge of the land and waters. Through numerous consultations, 6 priority areas of concern were identified and are utilized to this date to guide work under this portfolio. These include environmental monitoring, wildlife ecosystem conservation and management, educational programming, community resiliency, habitat restoration, clean energy development. Through the duration of this program from 2018 to 2022, the following was accomplished. Engagement with citizens through consultation, seed collection workshops, tree planting, cleanup initiatives, historic trail maintenance, and collaboration on a spawning study and blueberry analysis project in Kettle Hills. The program did the groundwork and has set a clear path forward to the stewarding the land and waters in this years to come. The next step will be completed through the Red River Métis Stewards of the Homeland program. Red River Métis Stewards of the Homeland program is actively working to conserve, protect, and restore the national homeland for the Red River Métis for the continued prosperity of the environment and the land and waters in which the Red River Métis rely on for livelihood and sustenance. The program offers land-based education, training, and a key role in stewardship protect projects, opening the opportunity to Red River citizens to be equipped with the necessary tools and resources to address climate change impacts and environmental issues within their communities, blend traditional knowledge and cultural practices with Western science, and assist in environmental protection and preservation of the national homeland as the Red River Métis stewards of the homeland. Stay tuned for more opportunities within this program and updates on the waterway restoration, ecosystem integrity, and spawning study projects. If you are interested in becoming a Red River Métis steward of the homeland, speak with our technical staff today. We have a booth upstairs, so please visit with them, and I also have them to the side as well. The Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program. The Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program provides a network of opportunities for Red River Métis citizen scientists to participate in environmental monitoring programs and projects while holding land-based educational events throughout the year. The Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program works with our Red River Métis citizen scientists to provide them with training and equipment while supporting them in the field when conducting monitoring. We are working diligently to expand the programming available. The Weather Keeper program is an opportunity for Red River Métis citizens to house a weather station on their property and provide their local with real-time climate data. If you are interested in participating in either program, please speak with our technical staff. The Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program has worked closely with our MMF Communications Department to create the Red River Métis Guide to the Forest, which is currently a 2-book series. These educational environmental resources are used during our events and provide to the Red River Métis citizen scientists. We will be adding more volumes this year and encourage Red River Métis citizens to go outside and learn something new with their field guides. This year, the Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program hosted several successful events, including bird walks, nature walks, bumblebee surveying, and in-person training events. These will continue into the winter and new year and are open to all Red River Métis citizens. We welcome all levels of knowledge regarding citizen science and would love to hear from you on what other events you would like to see being offered. Finally, the success of these programs and events is based solely on the engagement and participation of our Red River Métis citizen scientists. On behalf of the Environment and Climate Change portfolio, I would like to thank each one of you for your hard work this year and constant support on the program. Our Métis Environmental Leaders of Tomorrow, or MELT program, provides land-based education opportunities to Red River Métis youth from kindergarten to grade 12, with a focus on providing climate change education and action. MELT seeks to educate youth on the impacts of climate change while providing educational programming on how environmental stewardship and Métis traditional knowledge can lead to positive climate action that they can take back and impart on their communities. In the 22-23 fiscal year, MELT ran 6 environmental summer camps. These lasted 3 to 5 days and were attended by 82 youth in total. In honor of Louis Riel Day in 2023, MELT partnered with the Evergreen School Division and held a climate change and trapping presentation at Riverton Collegiate. During this event, youth heard about local impacts on climate change, what is being done to support climate action, as well as presentation from Red River Métis Trapper about the history of trapping in Manitoba and the impacts of climate change to this traditional livelihood. In March of 2023, MELT collaborated with both the Stewards of the Homeland and Métis Community-Based Climate Monitoring Program on the Métis Youth Climate Symposium. This was a two-day event in Winnipeg, and it had a total of 103 youth and land-based and land users in attendance, 44 of which were in the age range for MELT. The youth culture, the Métis Youth Climate Symposium took place at the Clarion Hotel and Suites in Winnipeg on March 25th and 26th of 2023. Youth from the ages of 14 to 29 gathered to learn about climate change, its impacts, and what they can do in their lives to reduce their carbon footprint. Youth filled out exit surveys in which they were asked what they would like to see at future climate symposiums. And these answers are being utilized to select topics and activities for upcoming symposium in early 2024. From this same exit survey, 85% of the youth indicated they were committed to acting on climate change and that they were more likely to implement these actions based on their attendance at the symposium. The MELT environmental camps in 2022, during the environmental summer day camps, youth were able to take part in many different activities, including canoeing, fishing, environmental monitoring, and species identification, to name a few. For these events, 69% of the youth indicated that they had an increase in climate change knowledge, and 93% indicated the camps would assist them in making more environmentally friendly decisions, leading to reducing their carbon footprint. The Métis Climate Leadership. The Manitoba Métis Federation had secured funding through Environment and Climate Change Canada to help Red River Métis citizens advance our climate priorities, adapt to the changing climate. The project will focus on a few main topics, which include supports to Métis as we manage the health impacts of climate change, such as impacts on extreme weather events, improve food security, particularly in the north, help transition rural and remote communities to clean energy, support greener infrastructure, and protect biodiversity. Additionally, there will be a heavy focus on planning for capacity building within the MMF and among our citizens to ensure Red River Métis are leaders of climate change throughout the national homeland of Canada and Canada. Starting in 2010, the MMF began conducting traditional knowledge, land use, and occupancy studies as part of the engagement and consultation process. During these studies, researchers sat down one-on-one with Red River Métis knowledge holders to map their land use and record traditional knowledge. The data collected each study is confidential and securely stored at the MMF's data catalog. The heat map on this slide shows the extent and depth of the aggregated data started over 400 individual mapping sessions conducted by the MMF from 2010 to 2023. This is significant because this data, this knowledge, is drawn upon the advocate for the protection and advancement of the Red River rights, claims, and interest. In recent years, the data catalog has been a source of insight for the implementation of environmental monitoring programs designed and watched over our lands and waters. Moving forward, the MMF is continuing to conduct these studies to expand the density of the data set in northern Manitoba and beyond the Manitoba provincial border across the homeland. I would like to extend a big thank you to everyone who has participated in the Métis Knowledge, Land Use, and Occupancy Study. Your knowledge is honored, continues to support your Métis government, and speak for the Red River Métis people. Manitoba Métis Federation was contacted by Environment and Climate Change Canada and offered funding to provide Métis-specific perspectives and ensure that recommendations and concerns of the Red River Métis are being heard as it relates to capacity building on greenhouse gas offsets. The MMF is the earlier stages of partnering with Carbon Block, a Winnipeg-based environmental technology firm. The goal of the partnership is getting the MMF involved in carbon markets through formal structural carbon offsets. To put it simply, those undertaking projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions through required processes can earn carbon credits. These credits can then be sold to high greenhouse gas emitting companies, such as oil and gas companies, so that they can meet the mandated carbon reduction goals. As the MMF already undertakes many projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as the tree planting initiative, Carbon Block will help the MMF enter these markets. The Fuel Charge Proceeds Return Program, led by Environment Climate Change Canada, will support the return of fuel charge proceeds collected under the federal carbon pollution pricing system. 90% of the proceeds will be returned to individuals through annual tax returns. The remaining 10% will be returned through various programs. The MMF has secured a portion of this 10%, which is approximately $3.1 million. It was decided the funds would be used to purchase and implement greenhouses in each of the 7 MMF regions. This will ensure benefits to many Métis citizens, especially those struggling with food security. The MMF is set to receive 2/7 of the funds set aside for Indigenous groups in Manitoba. The MMF argues that it represents far more citizens than the other Indigenous groups and should be receiving more of these funds. Additionally, the MMF is pushing to receive funds set aside for Red River Métis citizens across the homeland. Through the work underway in the Environment and Climate Change portfolio, we will continue to establish and explore traditional methods of stewardship undertaken by our ancestors to cultivate a future that allows for continued and lasting culture of the Red River Métis across the national homeland. Pardon? No, I'm good, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for observing the Environment and Climate Change Portfolio Report and for being part of this year's Annual General Assembly. If you want to learn more of what the MMF is undertaking within this portfolio, please feel free to ask or contact our Energy, Infrastructure and Resource Management Department. In closing, on behalf of the MMF Cabinet, I want to thank you all for being here and for your support in our Métis government. Thank you.
Hi, Peter Fleming, Associate Minister for Environment and Climate Change. I would just like to thank Minister Rimmelard for all the hard work she has done. And I want to just give a shout out to all the staff that we have. Go upstairs at the booth. We have a lot of programs. Get involved, come out, be a citizen scientist. Just find out what we have to do. So we have a great booth upstairs. We have just an abundance of information. Come out, get involved. It doesn't take much. It might even be just looking outside and doing a little note on what the weather looks like that day. So you can be involved, your children can be involved, and that's what it's all about. Red River Métis, and the future, and the children are our future. So get out, get involved, get your children involved, and check out our booth. It's a great booth, and the staff is more than willing to see you up there. So come on up.
The mics are now open to take any questions in regards to this portfolio. If there are no questions, I would ask somebody to make a motion to accept the report. Oh, we have someone at the mic.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, Shirley Langan, Winnipeg Region, Seven Oaks Local. I proudly moved to accept Minister Remolard's report. Thank you very much for all of the hard work and dedication.
Thank you. We'll have someone second. Could I please have someone second the motion?
Chloe. Hello.
Could you state your name?
James Fike, Thompson Local, I second.
Thank you. Do I hear a question? Those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And we're just checking the online world here, and we're all good to go. So again, huge thank you to Minister Remillard for all her hard work, not only in environment and climate change, but Winnipeg region also. Okay. And the motion has been carried. Okay, we will now welcome Minister Will Goodon of Housing and Property Management to come make his report. So please give him a round of applause.
Thanks, Lydia. And thanks to all of you, much appreciated. Wanted to start off my presentation by thanking Verna, our elder, for the wonderful prayer this morning. I was listening to her, got to stand up here, and it was just a very thoughtful prayer, I think, and something that we absolutely need to continue on as a tradition. It's, it's been at events for as long as I can remember, and there's a reason why we do that, so that we can always remember where we come from and make sure that we are fulfilling the dreams of our ancestors. And of course, I want to say thank you to our veterans, those who aren't here, who have passed on, and all of our elders who are in the room. And in fact, I think we should give our elders a round of applause for the work that they've done over all the years. You know, there's plenty of folks in this room who I look up to, are friends of mine, and there's also plenty who aren't here with us anymore, who helped build our national government. I think of, one in particular, Senator Ed Head, who, there's times in your lives when you have that one person who believes in you, and it makes a big difference for the next path that you're going to take, and that was one for me. And of course, I want to thank our president, David Chartrand, and all of cabinet. President Chartrand, who's been with us as our leader for a long time, but obviously the payoff for having him there is exponential. I do remember what it was like when he first became president, when we were very poor, when we were divided, and the path from that to where we are now is just unbelievable. So thank you, President David Chartrand. So I'm not sure that I've got a presentation here. We have a PowerPoint, I believe. And on my presentation, I need to introduce myself. My name is Will Goodon. I'm the Minister of Housing and Property Management. And I serve in our national government for the Red the national government of the Red River Métis, it is an incredible honor to serve in this capacity. I've been telling people the last few years that I think I've got one of the best jobs in the world because I get to meet some amazing people. I get to work with an amazing team, and it's just very fulfilling. There's challenges, don't get me wrong, and we try to just take those challenges on and find solutions on a daily basis. Then that's what our housing team is all about. In fact, I know that most of them are upstairs at our trade show booth. We have a couple of our housing team here in the room, and I want you to say thank you because I know how hard they work. So please help me thank our housing department staff who do the work. Not me, it's them. They do the day-to-day work and they are just amazing. But I also want to make sure you go to our housing booth. We've really worked hard on this, and again, I'm not taking any credit for it. After last annual assembly, our housing team came together and they wanted to give you the best experience they could have at our booth. And they came up with some ideas, some excellent fun things to do, but also learning about the different programs we have there. And they have really taken a ownership on making sure that our citizens have know what's happening and making sure that we're there for you. But we also have a little bit of a theme at our booth this year. And as you can see, I'm wearing a hockey jersey today. I'm very proud of this hockey jersey. Now I'm going to turn around and bear in mind that my favorite player was Guy Lafleur, okay? Number 10. Number 10, Guy Lafleur. He was my favorite hockey player of all time, next to my son, Hunter Goodon. And speaking of that, we have a couple of young hockey players because our theme at the booth is hockey. And we are giving away an outdoor hockey rink as our main prize. So, we're going to have that at the booth, and we want you to enter that free prize. It's a part of your home, and it's a part of our children's future is to have those places that they can play. But we're going to have a couple of hockey players there as well. Today, if you go upstairs, Daniel Chartrand, he plays for the Port Huron Prowlers. So he's going to be there today. He's got his jersey on and he's going to be signing some autographs. They also have a little kids game there. Adults can play too. We built a little house where you can shoot the sponge pucks. And you win a prize if you get it in all of the holes in the house. We also, and this fellow comes in, he's related to me, Hunter Goodon. He played under 18, he played some MJ, but now he's in medical school and he's going to be at the booth tomorrow wearing his U of M medical school hockey jersey. So we just want to have those two young fellows, we want to give them the limelight and make sure that people understand how much we appreciate what they've done with their lives and what they're going to do. And then on Sunday, special guest, Team Canada, gold medal, Olympian, world champion from St. Malo, Jocelyn The Rock is going to be at the housing booth, signing autographs, taking pictures. So we invite you to come and visit with Jocelyn at that booth. And of course, we don't want you to vote for anyone else except for the housing department. Housing has grown substantially over the past. I'm going to leave that one alone. But I do have a microphone for most of the weekend, so I can talk about that some more. I'll be careful though. Housing has grown substantially over the last few years, but it has also been an important topic since 1967 when the MMF was born. But even before that, we were known as the road allowance people. because our homes were destroyed. We were kicked off our land. And these were the only lands that we had. And it was not sufficient. And as we know, housing, proper housing, safe housing, clean, dry housing is that fundamental thing for a family. And for a family to survive, whether it's kids going to school, whether it's our grandparents' health, housing is fundamental. It's that foundation, it's that bedrock for our families. And if it's a bedrock for our families, it's doubly so for our communities and of course for our nation as well. So I'm going to do some highlighting of some of the programs and services that we do at our housing department. And we're going to talk about some of the things that President Chartrand has discussed for many, many years. When we joined Confederation in 1870, we were promised a head start. You know, you've heard the president say that before, that land, that 1.4 million acres was that head start, that we were supposed to be able to survive and thrive in this land that was ours. And instead, we were kicked off. The land was never given out. And although we won in 2013, we're still pushing on the land claims. But you know, we've looked at it internally and how housing can be part of that head start, and how some of those initiatives can be part of that, whether it's the first time home purchase program, whether it's our housing enhancement loan program, which is our repairs program, rapid services, our homelessness supports, as well as affordable housing that we've been doing, and a couple of other programs that we have going on the side as well. So one of the examples for us to consider, and we just did a groundbreaking, or no, we did a groundbreaking on this project just last week, I think. And it is the Mazoon Infinity Paco Sheyamok. And I apologize, I probably butchered the Michif pronunciation, but it is the Infinity House of Hope. And I want to, before I get into it, I want to give a big shout out to Minister Mona Bjors, who is the Minister of Child and Family Services. She's partnering with us on this, and we're building it. Métis Child and Family. Yeah, where's Mona? Okay, Mona, come out, do a wave. Mona's right over here. Give Mona Bjors, Minister of Child and Family, a big round of applause. I'm sure she's going to talk about the project after. And it is it's for Red River Métis youth aging out of care. It will be administered by Métis Child and Family, and it will provide culturally appropriate supports, skills training. There's going to be elders, mentors, care workers, culturally specific services. It's located in Winnipeg in North Kildonan. It will consist of 2 buildings, 7 suites each. The complex will have 10 transitional suites for youth who are aging out of care. I believe it's up to age 24. As well, there will be 2 emergency suites for youth who need help immediately. And as well, there will be 2 suites allocated for family reunification. And the completion date for that is September 2024. And it is practically fully funded. We're looking for just a little bit of top up, but we have funds coming from the Indigenous Homes Innovation Initiative, as well as, and that comes from the federal government, as well as the Rapid Housing Initiative that is a combination of City of Winnipeg and federal government, and we're very thankful for both of those. Moving on to another building project is Michif Manor. 10 minutes. Oh, I talked too much about our housing booth. Lydia's kind of being mean to me here. I think I might just do what I'm going to do anyways. Well, does that happen? That happens anyways. Michif Manor, and before I go into Michif Manor, and I know that we're going to hear about it a little bit later as well, I have another partner with this project, and that is Minister Frances Chartrand. So please, Frances, please stand up for me. Let's give her a round of applause for all the work she's doing. And in particular on this project, it's been delightful working with her and moving forward. I wasn't joking. I really like her. She's a good friend of mine. She thinks I was being sarcastic, and I'm not. So most of you have heard of the Ronald McDonald House. Now, it is not a Ronald McDonald House, but it's similar in the model that we're going to be using. So when there are families that have need of medical care in the city of Winnipeg, a lot of times, as we know, there's no place to stay. And if you stay at a hotel, that's extremely expensive. And then there's food and travel and all those things, the costs add up. You know, for instance, if there's kids who are going to cancer care, those costs really jump up. And so it's been actually a dream of President Chartrand. I remember, I think it was in his first or second election, 1997, when he talked about having a facility like this for our families who have to come from rural, remote, and northern areas in order to access medical programming. And with the assistance of Minister Chartrand, there's going to be cultural wraparound services. There's going to be language. There's going to be, opportunities for any children who are there or parents to be safe and secure, and it will be an absolutely reasonable cost for us, for them to be able to reside there. It's located on Notre Dame Avenue, right across from the Health Science Center. So you have the Women's Hospital, Children's Hospital, cancer care, and a few other important, and it's also a teaching college, a teaching hospital for medical students there as well. So we're also proud to say that one of the designers of this Mitchell Manor is a Red River Métis architect, Rochelle Lemieux, who has been working with us for a few years now, and we expect that project to be done by September 2024 as well. Again, working with Minister Chartrand on the early learning childcare, we are very excited to work with her. Stand up again, one more time. Who likes Francis Chartrand? Oh, this side of the room, I think is okay. Yeah, just kidding. We're housing and our construction team have worked with early learning childcare to build several daycares, childcare centers across Manitoba, and we've got more on the way, and I'm sure she's going to be talking about those. Of course, we have one in St. Laurent. The one at St. Boniface is being renovated as we speak. The completion date for that is March 2024. In the PAW, not only are we building a childcare center, we're building a whole development in the PAW, and we're really excited about that. There's going to be affordable housing. Yes. Vice President Mayor is super pumped, and apparently I haven't been up there, but she tells me that the construction is well underway and it's taking shape there. We're going to be doing affordable housing. I think there's a greenhouse going in there. There's going to be a park in there as well. It's a whole little self-contained area. We're super pumped about doing that. And then, of course, working with Infinity Women's Secretariat, we're going to be helping out with building and renovating a childcare center in St. Andrews. One of the things that I know I'm probably 10, but I have 20 minutes because I got housing and property management, right? 25 minutes. So just saying, what are they going to do, right? Kick me off the stage? But homelessness is such an incredible, heartbreaking issue. And we don't need to go very far to see the effects of it on our citizens, whether it's here in Winnipeg, in the rural, remote, and northern areas as well. It is an issue that faces a lot of people. And although we have the whole housing spectrum that we try to work within, from home ownership to homelessness and all of the in between, homelessness is one of those things I think that, you can do your best and you still only scratch the surface. But we're very happy to be able to say that we officially opened our first transitional housing facility at 670 Main Street. It is called Frey Machine. Thank you. And I'm going to explain what it is here, but I want to maybe stop for a minute here, because a lot of you know that I'm on social media, Twitter, Facebook, etc. I had a couple of messages from two mothers who sent me a message basically saying, thank you for housing my son. There was two mothers and two sons, separate families, and they both said, thank you. My son might not be alive today if he hadn't been housed in your facility, and it has changed his life. And yeah, that's, those, we face issues every day, and we try to help a lot of people every day. But those kinds of messages is what makes all of us, our whole housing team, get up the next morning and work just as hard or even harder to make sure, because not only is it helping people change their lives, it's actually saving their lives. And that makes a huge difference. So this facility has 20 studio apartments and two bedroom units. They all include a bathroom, a kitchen, basic furniture. It's supported by our MMF Rapid Services team. It's, as I said, located at 670 Main Street. I stayed there one night myself, and I told them that they needed just a little bit better pillows. But other than that, it was absolutely warm, clean, comfortable, and it's some place that I think people who are finding that place that they need to when they're at the lowest point in their lives, something that we can help out with. But just going back on our rapid houses, yeah, 10 more minutes. I got 10 more minutes left. Yeah, no, is that I used 10 or I've got 10 more? This program is designed to help Red River Métis citizens across Manitoba. So I just wanted to let everybody know that it's not just Winnipeg and it's not just Main Street. So we help provide advocacy, we provide referrals, we work with landlords outside of our own facility to help people find a place to live. We have secured housing for more than 100 people, and we have prevented 60 evictions. First-time home purchase program. Thank you. First-time home purchase program. How many in the room have purchased a home because of our first-time home buyers program? I want to see, there's a few folks out here. Absolutely. Thank you so much for using the program. And I know that there's a lot, and I'm going to go through some numbers here. We not only have helped people with homelessness, but we have launched this program, I think 3 years ago, with a dream of helping people own their own home. Everyone knows that if you likely can afford rent, you're more than likely to be able to afford a mortgage payment. It's just that first, that down payment that is that hurdle. And once we can help you with that hurdle, then, there's so many people. In fact, so the program, we provide up to $15,000 for down payments and up to $2,500. And at Cabinet, we have discussed those numbers with the potential of raising them because the cost of housing has gone up, and and the cost of housing in different regions in Manitoba is also different. So we need to have some considerations on that. We have discussed it. Our first-time home buyers program team is going to be looking at it very shortly in order to see what that number will be. We've had 1,423 applications, 1,259 approved. That's approved. We right now have 8, and this was the numbers up to yesterday, because I had to scratch some of the numbers off that was given to me 2 weeks ago. 887 families and homes in this first-time home buyers program. We've provided over $12 million in funding in this program, and that funding has leveraged another $202 million in mortgages. So when President Chartrand talks about the economic impact that your government is having on our provincial economy, it's huge. And this is just one program, 202 million. It is also becoming known for its best practices. The president and I had a Zoom meeting with the new Minister of Housing in Ottawa, Sean Fraser, and he was so interested in this. He wanted to know more. In fact, maybe use it as a model because, as President Chartrand likes to tell Prime Minister, our first-time home buyers program works better than his. Yeah, he does. I heard him say that. Our repairs program. We have the home enhancement loan program. We provide up to $18,000 in the south, $25,000 in the north. One of the things that I think I mentioned when Minister Park was up here, we're still looking for contractors. That is one of the impediments that we have to get to you. Now, I know there's probably folks in this room who are waiting and have been waiting for a long time. It is literally, it's overwhelming. Not only the amount of applications that we've had over 1,400 approved. And that is, you know, when you get it down to $25,000, $18,000, that's a ton of work. We are working at restructuring our department to make it more efficient. As well, we're looking at trying to find ways to get things better on the financial side as well. We are actively seeking and recruiting contractors. So please go to housing. If you know of anyone, we would like to have Métis contractors if possible, but we will also employ First Nation contractors and non-Indigenous as well. I'm going to go through this one real quickly. Affordable housing. We've got seniors duplexes in Binscarth, St. Ambrose. We're building several in the PAW as we speak, including one that has a granny suite located behind it. We have the Frank Bruce Seniors Complex in St. Laurent. There's 9 detached homes there. And we also, Binscarth, St. Ambrose, Portage La Prairie, we've got affordable family housing and seniors complexes. We're building in St. George's as we speak. Oh, here we go. We have a 6-plex in St. Boniface. We're working with N4 Construction on the 55 plus units. So the one in Selkirk is on its way up as we speak. 49 units there. As well, and again, I want to say thank you to my colleague, Minister of N4, great partners. We're building off of Henderson Highway at Roxy Lanes. We're also considering funding in our land in Brandon to build one there, and Thompson as well. That kind of leads me into I just want to talk briefly about this because there was some funding announced in last year's budget, federal budget, and we've been lobbying to get our share. So when that happens, a lot of these projects are going to become more than just an idea. They're going to become an absolute reality, and we'll be able to build them sooner rather than later. It's called the Urban Rural Northern Indigenous Housing. And you know, one of the things I think that there's a misconception that Indigenous housing is all on reserve, and not in this room, but that happens outside and it happens with decision makers in Ottawa. And we needed to show them that the Manitoba Métis Federation not is only able to deliver, because we have been delivering housing, we've been doing new builds. In fact, we're probably the only Métis housing not organization, but department within a government that is doing new builds, and we're not just doing maintenance. We're looking at the housing supply that is a problem across the country. So that's one of the things that we're doing, and we're lobbying hard for that. Just gonna say here, property management. So real quickly on property management, we have, I think, 80 plus units of residential across Manitoba as we speak. But we also property manage through the Louis Riel Capital Corporation. They have a property management team, and they're awesome as well. So a big shout out to the Louis Riel Capital Corporation, the property management team. They are awesome. Yeah, please give them a hand as well. And don't let Louis Riel take credit for it because it's actually all part of our department. But they manage our properties like 150 Henry, our home office, obviously 200 Main Street that we just purchased a couple of weeks ago. And thank you. And as well, there is the property at Sutherland Avenue in the Paw. We've got a property in Ottawa. There's, I think, over 200 or some plus properties. Lydia's looking at me saying I went way over my 10 minutes. But I just wanted to close with that I want you to know that we take very seriously when we're managing not only your money but your assets that you own, and the processes that we put in place for property management is second to none, and I'm very proud of all of them. So with that being said, vote for housing, and I'll be ready for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Goodon. The mic is open for questions. Center mic there. Hi.
My name is Jacqueline Chartrand, and I'm with Southeast Region. I live in Beausejour, and I would like to know when the northern part of Southeast Region is going to get some of this investment for housing for seniors, but also there's a vital need for crisis housing. For the nearest crisis center for distressed families is in Selkirk or Steinbach. And I'm talking about areas that are covered like Pinawa, Lac du Bonnet, Pineview, or Powerview. We need MMF money and investment and attention. Thank you.
Great question. If you don't mind, I'm going to Google something here. Because we're building in St. George's. And we have, I think, 10 or 11 lots there. And I just wanted to see, oh, can't even spell.
Will they be
So, oh no, that's not right. So yeah, so there is work being done, and there's going to be a substantial investment in St. George's. I know in the Southeast as well. Someone who's no longer with us, but really went after me about Richer. So I commit to doing something in Richer as well. So yeah, so it's oh, Richer must be sitting there. So it's about 40 minutes from St. George's to Beausejour. But that being said, you know, the way that I know what the needs are is to hear from you just like today. So when I go meet with my staff later today, one of my directions is to work with the region, because one of the things we first do is always go through the region. We do a little bit of a needs assessment, whether that's a survey, and then we want to make sure that there's, and I have no doubt that Beausejour will be feasible for years to come. But that's one of the things the president has impressed upon me as a minister, is to make sure that if I build in this community, that it's not going to be just used for 3 years and then empty for 15. So, but again, that's likely not the case in Beausejour. But that's something I will be doing immediately, and that's going to be on our. One of the things I also am working on as we speak is the plan for next year. We have some major projects, as I just announced, some very large apartment, high density apartments and other housing units. So we have a lot of funding, but these large builds take up a lot of money as well. So we need to plan for the future. And one of the things I need to do is plan for the next 2 to 3 years. That 200 million for that urban rural northern will help me immensely to be able to come to your community and build 1 or 2 or 3 duplexes, whatever the need is that we find out there. So I do commit to taking a look at Beausejour for you.
Thank you very much. I did phone your staff or to recommend a particular buy that's or purchase that is available. That's a really good bargain.
Okay.
But I want to commend you for your staff, particularly Jackie. Her response was immediate and very courteous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay, we'll jump to the mic at the far. I see you. Diane back there, maybe?
Is that you, Lydia?
Hi.
Okay. What, me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hello, Minister Gooden. I'm the chairperson for the Lundar Local, and we spoke before, but as you're talking about housing, can I ask you when you might have a chance to come to Lundar? We have no housing for any Métis people there. And the housing that's there is old and run down. So if new families want to come in there and you can't afford to build a new house, you're out of luck. We have lots of work there, but no housing at all. So it would be nice if we could have a meeting with you and you could come to Lundar and have a look, because we are desperately needing housing. There isn't even renting house available, so.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like I need to go on a little road trip. So
Yes, you do.
I will come out to Lundar. Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very
And
much.
on this side of the room.
I will. This fella here was ahead of me, but I just have one question for you. As a senior, I know me and my wife, we're not going to be able to stay in our house very much longer because we're getting into our 70s. And there's no housing in our PA region for where we live in Flin Flon. So I just kind of wondering if, as a senior, that we could apply in any region.
Yeah.
Or is that limited only because we're from the PA region? Or could we go to Selkirk if we so choose at some point?
Yes, those apartments will be open for folks who are from anywhere, as long as they're Red River Métis. Now, you know, like when we look at places like Binscarth, you know, obviously the folks who live there are going to get first dibs on it. But those larger high density apartments like Selkirk, like Winnipeg, yeah, they're open for Red River Métis. So my suggestion would be, although we don't necessarily have, I think, an application form, call housing anyways and ask to be put on the waiting list.
Thanks, Will. I'm hoping it ain't happening for a while, but you never know.
I acknowledge everyone at the microphones, but we are going to take an online question here.
Okay. Is there a plan to expand any of these initiatives, such as the first-time homebuyers program, to the Beyond Borders region? Currently, it seems like most, if not all, supports are only available to residents of Manitoba. You're absolutely right. That's what it is, and that's what it seems like. But that's not the way we want it to be. In fact, at our cabinet meeting yesterday, I had a discussion with the general manager of the Louis Riel Capital Corporation, who manages and administrates our first-time homebuyers program. I said to him that I want to meet within the next 2 weeks, and I want to come up with a plan. And is there going to be a pilot project? Because we probably need to do this in stages, because it is going to be a bit of, it could turn into something unmanageable if we didn't do it that way. So I had already committed to him that and told him that I wanted to have this sort of, I don't know what's the right word, think tank session on how we can put something together. But again, I'll commit to that here publicly, that we are going to be looking at that very, very shortly.
Please go ahead in the pink shirt.
I was really interested in knowing what the MMF was going to do with Métis seniors and housing. One of the programs that I've been listening to is the one called to stay in your own home and then have someone assist you to do that if it's going to take renovations or whatever, so you don't have to move. Many seniors are in a position now where they're selling their homes because they think they can make a lot of money. The thing is, if you rent an apartment for $1,000 to $1,700, you sell your house and you run out of money.
Yeah,
Or if you go to assisted living, they kick you out
yeah.
and you're on the street, basically. So there's many of us that own our own homes, can't afford the bills anymore, but I can't afford to move.
That's
So
a-
I need assistance to stay in my own home, not to leave.
So have you looked into our home repairs program?
But what, did what?
The HELP program, it's the Home Enhancement Loan Program. One of the things, one of the basic reasons why we did it is so that people could stay in their home longer, just like you said. So if we're going to, I think, do we have staff? How's it, Kevin? Can you go I'm sorry, what was your name?
Diana Reines.
Sorry?
Diana Reines.
Okay, Diana, Kevin's gonna come and take your name and number, and he's gonna talk to you about our repairs program, because that's exactly the reason behind this repairs program, is to have folks like yourself to live longer in the home that is theirs, rather than having to do what you talked about. And the other program that you talked about, I don't know anything about, but we're going to get some information on it and look into it and see if there's a way we can adapt it. But for now, we're going to get you that application done and try to make you a priority.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me? There's a gentleman that's been standing here waiting for quite a while.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I got up here to offer a compliment and speak with a heart of gratitude to everyone here with regard to the first-time homebuyer program. My family, I have 4 daughters. 2 of them currently are living in their own homes as a result of this first-time homebuyer program. And they're doing it on their own. I mean, that's like very proud. And currently here with me today, one of my other daughters, who is working her butt off all summer long, saving very hard. She's going to be applying, and I know she will be successful, and she'll be the 3rd girl to get into that program. So thank you very much.
So we're going to send a TV crew over to your house, and we're going to get some testimonials, and we're going to like do a whole show, half-hour show on your family. But that's fantastic. Congratulations to everyone there. Much appreciated. Yeah. We're going to take, I'll turn it over to Lydia. We'll take the next speaker, but just so everyone knows, it's really hard to see who's at the microphone here. So if we do miss you, it's not because we're doing it on purpose. It's because we are blinded by the light, even though that's a song. And I won't start singing, promise.
I'm going to jump back to the center mic. I'm just going on rotation here.
Shirley Langan, Winnipeg Region. Sorry, I'm so short here, but I'll make sure that the words I say are heard in this assembly. I want to thank Minister Goodon, because honest to God, you have a heart of gold. There's an old saying that everything is planted with a seed. And let me tell you, the seed that you have planted, the Manitoba Métis Federation, I want to make sure I'm heard loud and clear, has planted, has made dreams come true where there would have otherwise been desperation. Your department has answered prayers that God above was helping. And a lot of them have been answered. You just look at the whole gamut, the wraparound services, the loving and caring you have for our most vulnerable, the homelessness, the seniors. As you hear each person speak, I can hear your heartbeat when they speak, because words turn into actions. And I can't say enough what you have accomplished so far is phenomenal. And you just go. And you take everyone serious. You have a listening ear. Always know that we're heard. You may not be able to give an answer right there and then, but you never forget. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And even for myself, I'm a senior. And with the seniors here is just to get accommodations with the MMF, because the MMF will take care of us the way we should be, and culturally appropriate. It's just like it will happen. And I could go on all day, but I don't want to take Thank you, Minister Goodon.
Thank you, Shirley. Can you come up here? I need a hug, I think, actually. It gave me a couple of minutes to compose myself, because even still, it's kind of hard to react to that. You know, we do work hard, and it's not just me. I swear it's our entire cabinet who, you know who those people are who work on your behalf, our housing team, the entire Manitoba Métis Federation, and of course our president, David Chartrand, who it all flows from someone like him, who is our leader. And he cares and loves every single one here. And it's easy to follow in the footsteps of someone like that. So yeah, that gives me a good feeling to move forward again here. Where did she go? Yeah.
Mark.
Somebody's yelling at me.
Mark,
Yeah.
Mark, over here.
Mark,
Oh.
right here. I've been waiting here for at
Okay.
least 20 minutes.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do, because this has gone, like, he's very entertaining, but we're gonna take the questions from the people that are at the mics, and then we're gonna go to a vote. So the people that have been standing there, thank you for your patience. Minister Goodon?
Okay, Barbara Bruce, Winnipeg Region. What I want to say about Minister Goodon is that he doesn't make assumptions or make judgments. He does answer the questions and doesn't say that we're just complaining. So I'd like to thank you for that. Also like to thank the president, of course, for all his work. My question is around, there's a couple of things. In this room, there's probably more than 60% that are over 65. We don't have enough senior housing, and I'm talking about Winnipeg too. We can't forget Winnipeg for senior housing. The other thing that I've always wanted is a department for seniors within the Manitoba Métis Federation. Having said that, there's also personal care housing that we need to look at. Southeast First Tribal Council has a place down on Waverly,
But I'd like to, for you to consider, for the president and cabinet to consider a personal care home that is managed by Métis people and taking care of our own. And the third item is that I'm sure we spend a lot of money on hotels. And I'm really looking forward to having a Red River Métis owned hotel somewhere in Manitoba. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Department for Seniors, that would be my dream. I would love that. I'm going to put my name in for that job. Personal care home, just real quickly, and I know this after listening to President Chartrand a few times. When the government changed back in 2016, I think it was, in Manitoba, that the Pallister government made some changes to the rules because they have funding for personal care homes, and it's per door is how they fund. And it went down substantially so that it became almost unfeasible to build those personal care homes under the plan that he had concocted. And we tried to work with him. Obviously, the next premier wasn't around for all that long, but I think one of the first things, and I'm going to say that I'm going to commit to that as well, is to find out, lobby whoever may be the new Minister of Housing. It's my understanding that Wab Kinew is going to unveil a cabinet later next week, is when the transition will take place. We'll know who the ministers are for the different portfolios within the provincial government, and we will do that. I will check that out and tell them exactly the message that I'm receiving here today from folks like yourself, Barbara. And the hotel, I know that's been in the works for a while, and there's still some studies that have to be done and probably some construction that needs to be done moving forward. So we'll work on that. I'm getting the stink eye here to get moving.
One more in the middle. That'll be it.
So apparently you're the next one and the last one. So, oh, two left? Someone over here? Okay, two. You first and then yourself.
Hi, I'm Debbie Chartrand from the Interlake region. Actually, I live in Toulon. I'm wondering, actually, you know, there we go. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
There's actually a housing crisis all across Canada.
Yeah.
And here we are in Manitoba looking at it as from the MMF. And it just comes to mind, we need to focus in and do some needs assessments on a community by community or regional level. I was fortunate enough to move into 55 plus housing. Woohoo! It was so nice and new and clean and subsidized, bonus. And then my son needed a place to live. And I thought, okay, that's my boy. So I moved back into family housing, into 2-bedroom housing with my boy. And it's not quite up to snuff. But I live in Toulon, and there's really a lack of housing. And it's not just Toulon, it's everywhere. I feel like we need needs assessments done community by community. Just, is the MMF thinking of anything like that?
So that's a great idea. And we do it on a case-by-case basis. But I'm going to flesh this out a little bit for you. So if I have a vice president in a region that says they all come to me and they say they want housing in their region, they know that anecdotally this community needs housing or that one, and then we do a survey. We work within the locals that are within that area. We do that small needs assessment. What we did earlier this spring is we did a needs assessment survey for the that program that I told you we're applying for at the federal government, the Urban, Rural, Northern Indigenous Housing. So the federal government gave us a little bit of money, I think, I don't know, a couple $100,000. And we had two evenings where we brought people in, broke them into small groups, talked about housing. We also did a survey of over 1,000 people through our CRO list on what their priorities are for housing. So just to give you a sense of the magnitude of what we were able to do, and we need to do more. Don't get me wrong. This is something I take your advice very seriously, and I think we should follow up on it. But the entire country, they talked to different housing organizations, urban, indigenous housing groups, etc. And the entire country had 1,600 respondents from those interactions. We had over 1,000 just for the Manitoba Métis Federation. That's how deep we go and how connected we are with the citizens, and how we take it such a priority to be able to reach out to you. But that, again, that being said, we can always do more, and probably, like you're saying, at a regional and a community level would be very helpful for me as a minister when I'm making decisions. So thank you so much for that.
We'll take our last question.
Hi, Dennis Desjardins, Cherry Creek Local Chair. Will, thank you for all that you've done so far, and you and your department have done a great thing for the Métis people. I'm just wondering when the southwest corner is going to be looked at. Like we have in Boys Vein, we have a Manitoba housing complex that I bet 50% of the occupants are Métis. And I mean, we all know that Manitoba Housing doesn't put money into housing. So, and I know that you probably are looking at some land in and around Boys Vein, but is that going to come to fruition soon, or are we going to be waiting years?
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. I really appreciate that question. And it's funny, you know, when I travel to Northwest region, they give me, can I say the word? No, I can't say that word. Heck. They give me heck in Northwest. They give me heck in Thompson. And it is hard to pick and choose where the next project's going to be. It is, you know, one of the things I found in the last few years, because we actually have some funding in order to do some work, because up until 2018, we had nothing, like $0 dollars. We had, I think, $1 million a year from the province, and we were able to build like 2 or 3 units a year at that time. So, yes, I'm going to say yes, and I'll tell you a little story, because you guys had the Orange T-shirt walk a couple of weeks ago, and I came out for that, and I was able to walk with the mayor. Is it the mayor, or what is
she's the mayor? Yep.
The mayor. So I walked with the mayor, Mayor Judy, and that was one of the first things that she talked to me about, is to find seniors housing in Boys Vein for Métis seniors. And I haven't reached out to her yet, but one of my next steps here, and I'm taking notes here on everything that everybody's talking to me about, is to reach out to her, and probably would like to have you in on the meeting so that we can talk about land, because she will know where the land is, and maybe even if the town has some land that was seized by taxes or something that we can work with her on. So Boys Vein, Brandon, just so you know, Southwest has been looked after, because we got Binscarth, we got St. Ambrose, we got Portage. So yeah, not neglecting Southwest, but yeah, I know. You got to remember the folks where you come from too. I love you guys, Cherry Creek and Turtle Mountain.
Thank you.
So I'm very sorry, but as Mr. Leclerc had told us, those were the last questions that were going to be taken at this time. Minister Goodon's office, I'm sure, is always receptive to receiving questions and comments. So now that all the questions have been taken, I'd like to ask for a motion to be made to accept the report.
Jacqueline Chartrand. Do I have to say my local?
Yes, please.
okay, Enola Métis Local, and I make that motion.
Thank you. And a seconder?
Joanne Remillard, Winnipeg Region. I second the motion.
Thank you. Do I hear a question? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And checking into our virtual members, we're all good to go. And it has been carried. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Will Goodon.
Vote for housing.
It's so great to see all of this participation. I'd like to.
I just want to say you can vote for housing. But you know, if this was the House of Commons and the questions, and that guy takes like 5 minutes to answer a question, it would be the whole period, 2-hour period for question period, be taken up by that hog over there. But anyway, give him a big round of applause. He does a lot of hard work. He's got his heart in this stuff.
I have a small announcement to make that a black cane is lost. It was left at the trade show, and we're asking to please return it to the information desk for Andrew Taylor. It's a black cane missing. Okay, we're gonna carry on to Minister Leah LaPlante with the Louis Riel Capital Corporation. Please welcome Minister LaPlante.
Thank you. And just know right off the start, I don't have as much wind as Will Goodon, so I won't be up here very long. Yeah, that's what I thought. So Paul is coming up. Okay, okay, Paul's there. Is he? Right on. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick report on the Louis Riel Capital Corporation and give you a little bit of its history and the impact that it's had on assisting Métis people to get into business. So presently, our board is made up of myself, Jack Park, Anita Campbell, Jimmy Bruce, and Gerald Barron. So that is the board of directors of the Louis Riel Capital Corporation at this time. And we have a Paul Paradis, the leader of the LRCC, is on the other side of the curtain, and he's going to be running the show up there on the big screen. So the Louis Riel Capital Corporation, a little bit of its history. We've given out over $75 million in commercial loans to Métis-owned businesses in Manitoba. That in itself is very impressive and gives you an idea of the kind of impact that we've had. We've provided support to more than 1,500 businesses, helping to create or maintain an estimated 4,200 jobs. We receive over 1,000 inquiries every year from potential or existing Métis entrepreneurs across all commercial programs. All services required a valid Red River Métis citizenship card. So I'm going to give you an idea of some of the different kinds of contribution funds or loans that we are doing at this time. We can provide up to $99,999 for individuals as a non-repayable equity contribution. So anybody who's thinking about going into business, there's some pretty important information in what we're presenting. That is a substantial amount of money. We also can provide up to 75% of the cost of hiring a consultant to prepare your business plan. We are designed to help Métis citizens bridge the equity gap when obtaining commercial financing for a business venture. Applicants require a minimum of 10% cash equity towards their project. LRCC, the MMF Entrepreneurship Initiative. We help provide financing and increased support for new and existing micro businesses. We provide financial and training supports to young entrepreneurs aged 18 to 29 for a small or a home-based business and a small commercial fisher and trappers. We help them out as well through 3 loan programs specific to the needs of these applicants. We have funding up to $25,000 with all programs providing 25% of the loan up to a maximum of $5,000 forgiven. Interest rates are very competitive and may be lower than market rates. And under the LRCC Corporation, we have a program specific to Métis women entrepreneurs. We can provide up to $50,000 in financing to assist Métis women with the startup or expansion of a business. Businesses must be a minimum 51% Métis and owned by a woman and controlled by a woman with valid MMF citizenship cards. And that shows the need, I think, for encouragement for women to go into business on their own. So. Thank you. A portion of funding may be a non-repayable grant, and we don't know that until you get into the negotiations with looking at your loan and where it's going to go and what it's going to do. But the staff there will help you and they'll go through that and work that out. So there's no surprises at the end of it. You will be a part of working through the amount of dollars and the kind of business. So when you walk out, you know exactly where you're at financially. We have grant and mentorship program matches new Métis women entrepreneurs with experienced business owners, which sometimes is a great help to a new business person. We also have a first-time home purchase program. It's designed to help Métis citizens overcome the challenge of saving funds to put towards their down payment and closing costs. We can provide 5% of a home purchase price up to $18,000 towards a down payment. That's fairly substantial and, you know, would make it possible for some families to be able to go into their own home. We can provide 1.5% of the home purchase price up to $2,500 towards closing costs. A detailed report on property management will be presented in Mr. Goodon's housing report. And if it was, then you already know what that's about. We also now have a Red River Métis personal loan program. It's interest-bearing loan program up to $30,000 to provide financing to Red River Métis citizens. The loan can be used for a variety of reasons, such as the purchase of a vehicle or home renovations. You must have a full-time employment, have a satisfactory credit score, and have the ability to repay the loan payments. Collateral will be required in most cases, and interest rates are competitive with the market. We also have a Métis business directory. We encourage all Métis business owners to get registered with the directory. It's online, and a lot of people have increased their income as business owners because of the directory, because it doesn't matter where you are in Manitoba, you can look in the directory and find out if there is a Métis business person in the business of what you're looking for, and it's really paying off in spades for those business people. Certifies a business, we can certify a business being Métis owned for the purpose of government or private sector Indigenous procurement initiatives. So we try to be involved in every aspect of a business and from other funders who we can work with and point our people in the right direction. We assist LRCC in staying in contact with Métis businesses when new programs are created or new events are being held. Louis Riel Capital Corporation additional services, various business advisory services such as coaching or mentoring, we can do that. Referrals and partnerships to other economic development agencies throughout Manitoba based on client needs. An LRCC subsidiary company provides property management services to the MMF and our regions. So the contact info is in here. If anybody is wanting to talk to Paul, the general manager, he is in the building as well and would probably take the time in answering any questions if you have any. And as board members of LRCC, and some of us have been around for a long time, some of us have been on that board for almost 30 years. So it's been a long haul. It's been a wonderful experience in watching Métis people get into very good business, thriving businesses, and being able to earn their living doing what it is they love to do. So that's the end of the presentation. You can contact LRCC at any time. If you have an idea, run it by and see if you want to be looking to us for the financing to be able to do business. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Minister LaPlante? I'm not seeing anyone at the mics, but feel free to say something if I can't see you from these bright lights. Okay. I don't see any questions. Okay, great. In that case, I will ask someone to make a motion to accept the report. You could state your name and local.
Laverne Richard, Flint Lawn Local. I accept that.
Okay, great. Could we have a seconder, please?
Chloe Cote from the Pod region and local.
Thank
I'll
you.
second that.
Do I hear question? All in favor? Opposed? And any abstentions? We get a thumbs up from the virtual, and we're all good. So now I would like to welcome Minister Mona Poors for Métis Child and Family Services.
Okay, and just before we go there, and you see how quick those bankers are? They're just walk through things like nothing. There is a missing set of car keys, which is kind of critical because the person that lost these keys got to go to the hospital and pick up her friend or something. And the keys, there's one car key and there's two house keys. And they're with a blue quilted heart. So just have a quick look around and see if they're around. Blue quilted heart, one car key and two house keys. Minister Boers.
Am I okay to go here? Oh, OK. OK. Bonjour tout le monde et merci Vernon pour la belle prière ce matin. C'était vraiment une belle, belle prière. Puis je suis vraiment frappée notre cœur, surtout pour quand tu pries, on entend tous les langages. Et puis j'aimerais dire bienvenue à tout le monde ici. Aujourd'hui, je vois beaucoup de beau monde que je connais et puis je rencontre d'autres mondes aussi. Ça fait que c'était une belle journée. Puis cette fois ici, je ne suis pas la dernière, je suis contente avec ça aussi. Welcome. Thank you, Elder Verna Montigny, for that beautiful prayer. And I'd like to welcome all the Métis citizens from the Red River Métis, la Rivière Rouge. So, j'espère que vous avez eu un bon dîner. Et je vais aller assez vite. I'm going to now go
and do my presentation. And if you have any questions after, I'll be happy to answer to the best of my ability. And
I just want to know whoever lost those keys there at the front desk now. They were found.
oh, good, 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 good. And I'd like to thank my boards. I have the Authority Board, the agency, MMF Agency Board, and the Métis Child and Family Services Community Board. They dedicate their time, and it's some of them have been here for a long time, and I commend them for continuing to sit on these boards and guide our staff and help making sure we're on the right path. I would also like to say that it's been a very, very long process with Bill C-92, but we're almost there, and we continue to work hard, the staff and from the Indigenous governing bodies, the staff from the Métis, from the authority. And at this time, I'd like to also, I'm very thankful to have Greg Besant. He's going to be going through the slides. He was the executive director with the Métis Agency here in Winnipeg for a long time, but now he's working side by side with me. And I'm very, very fortunate to have Greg work with me. So my name is Mona Biors, and I'm honored to be here today. Thank you very much. And you've heard all the portfolios, but you know that all those portfolios wrap around mine because I'm taking care of the children, the families, the communities. So I am so happy. We all, like you've heard Minister Goodon, we don't work in silos. We work, we partner, we do the best we can for everyone concerned in the Red River Métis homeland. So I'm here today as your minister, and we're going to, the Métis Child and Family Services, our Métis Child and system continues to redefine child welfare and provide exemplary care for our nation's most important citizens, our youth. You should know that your Métis agencies are known nationally and internationally for delivering innovative and high quality services. In the last year, their work has been highlighted by the Conference Board of Canada and by the American government's Child Welfare Information Clearinghouse. Redefining child welfare goes all the way from top to the bottom, redefining the shift of power back to the family, redefining the voice of the family, redefining the partnerships and relationships we hold with family and community, and redefining the words that we use in daily conversations. Our Métis CFS system continues to provide family-focused services that prioritize keeping families and communities together. With the help of the Manitoba Métis Federation, the Métis Child and Family Authority, Métis Child Family and Community Services, and MMF Child and Family Services, we are able to provide vital child and family services to Red River Métis families across Manitoba. Of course, our successes would not have been possible without the support of our governing body, the Manitoba Métis Federation. I think they need a big hand, because without the support of our Métis government, the national government, Red River Métis government, we always have, they do always have our backs, like everybody else here has our back. The financial, legal, and cultural support you provide only strengthens our nation. And I'm talking about the Manitoba Federation here.
and your guidance creates an immeasurable impact on the lives of the Red River Métis youth. In 2020, the MMF was the first to request negotiations with Canada on the implementation of their new federal legislation, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. Initially, negotiations had significant delays from provincial and federal government, but I am proud to say that we are moving forward quickly and in the best interest of our Red River Métis children and families. This means new laws designed for the Red River Métis by the Red River Métis, laws that account for our history and way of doing things. On May 18, 2022, a landmark decision was made that determined that the province of Manitoba had misappropriated the Children's Special Allowance, otherwise known as CSA, benefit for children in care, and that this was unconstitutional and discriminatory against all children in care. This was a long and hard-fought battle from our Métis CFS system, along with our Indigenous Child Welfare agencies and our Indigenous governing body, the Manitoba Métis Federation. This ruling will result in millions of dollars being refunded to Red River Métis youth and returned to the Red, not refunded, because it's...
Excuse me, I'm trying to hear and I'm sitting right up front and I find it very inconsiderate considering this is about our children. So if everybody can take a moment to actually listen to what she's saying, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you to that person. I can't see you with the lights here, but I really appreciate it. I felt the same way. This was, if you or your family member was formerly in care of one of the Métis agencies, watch for further news about this very soon. We are in court later this month. Métis Child and Family and Community Services and MMF Child and Family Services have had another exciting year. While we work with the MMF on cultivating revolutionary pieces of legislation, we continue focusing on practices that prioritize family-led decision-making and improving our case practice model. This work is meant to ensure that children have the greatest connection and attachment possible to their homes, their families, and their communities. Over the past 4 years, the agencies have been working towards having eligible children in care receive government funding owed to them through the registered disability savings plans. Once deposited into these plans, the federal government matches these funds again through other grants and benefits, resulting in the amount deposited being multiplied by up to 3 times. Each child in care with a disability would ultimately receive approximately $12,000 a year into our registered plans, disability plans. Staff positions have been created specifically designed to locate and guide former children in care who qualify for these opportunities. We are pleased to announce that all children in ongoing care have had registered education saving plans created for their future use. The importance of education in breaking the cycle of poverty, which affects so many families we are involved with, cannot be understated. Unlike the vast majority of other post-secondary level supports for children formerly in care, RESP, an education savings plan, is in the control of the youth themselves and can be used at a broad range of educational institutions, including post-secondary institutions and vocational colleges. Of course, supports reach beyond our youth and are also offered to our families. The Métis Community Addictions Response Team, known as CART, is an initiative that recognizes that intergenerational trauma affects parenting. Parents who have experienced trauma often struggle with substance misuse and mental well-being. This program is an early intervention service system for approximately 30 families at any given time with co-occurring parental substance misuse and/or mental health struggles with children at risk of coming into care. The team also works closely with our Métis Connect team to ensure that family and community are welcome to participate in network gatherings where they are able to talk about how they can support the family. We are incredibly proud to say that over this past year, our agency did not have to remove one single child from families who participated in this program. And I commend their dedication and hard work. We are here to try and keep families together, not to apprehend children. We want to make sure that the children stay with family, always in the best interest of the child, of course, but in the community where they can learn their culture, their heritage, and their language. Another amazing program for families in our Métis Michif Connect program. The goal, the Métis Michif Connect programs are to support staff with a shift in practice where MCFCS and Michif CFS staff consistently honor and welcome family and community as partners in support, planning, and decision-making for their children. The Métis Connect mentor coaches and mentor staff in a family seeing approach of being with families that includes searching for, connecting with, and welcoming family. Our agencies continue to host youth celebrations, and we have 2 of those coming up very soon. A youth celebration for our youth leaving care. And as Minister Goodon showed you on a slide with this Maison, Infinity of Hope, children leaving care will be, we never leave them. We say they're leaving care, but they're not, they know that they can always come back to us, and we put them in there in a house, Infinity of Hope, for example, and they live there, but under supervision until we know that they can live independently. They do live independently in there, but we always have supervisors, wraparound services. They might leave, but they always know they can come back, and they're always be taken care of by their Métis family. Although these youth are entering adulthood, they are still able to access resources, just like I just said, provided by our agency through agreements with young adults and other programs. These celebrations include food, music, jigging, speeches, and much more. Our Métis CFS system is so proud of all our youth, and we cherish these moments to shed a light on their amazing accomplishments and wish them as they enter the next chapter of their lives. And that is such a good celebration. It's the cabinet was fortunate enough to come at one in Brandon, and again they're invited to both to the one in Brandon because we have an AGM there. So it's a good opportunity for them to experience what we do, or I do, and along with the staff and the children in care. Although we celebrate our youth leaving care, they know that we will always be here to offer them support. And as an example again, Mazon, the Infinity House of Hope, Takosha Kimuk, is now under construction. We just did groundbreaking. Some of you might have seen it on TV, and we did that on not that long ago, actually. What was it? September last October 5th. Thank you. And it's now under construction and will serve as a home that all former children in care from 18 to 26. The Infinity House of Hope serves as a place that former youth in care can return to whenever they need help in life. We say 26, but you know, we as Métis people, we never turn anybody away. We're very helpful and we're always there for everyone. We take care of each other. We need to thank the housing department, Minister Goodon and his staff. We need to thank them very much for partnering with us in this. This is a model for many future partnerships, showing we will always be there for our children and youth. I would like to remind everyone that our agencies are always looking for caregivers who can offer a loving and supportive home. No previous experience is required, and we provide options between long-term and short-term care. Our agencies look to connect children in care with members of their immediate family, extended family, or members of the community. Please contact us to help impact our Red River Métis communities and help grow our children's future. In closing, I want to thank my ministerial colleagues for your continued partnership and support as we continue our important work for all our Red River Métis citizens. I want to thank all the staff, not only within Métis Child and Family Services, but our entire government, for all their dedication, passion, unmeasured work ethic, and their constant ability to do all this work above and beyond. Our Red River Métis government should be proud. At this time, before I leave, and I would like to make sure, this is just a short version of what is done. There's 3 annual reports in your kits. If you want to know more about all the programs and all the wonderful work that is being done, please have a look at there's the Authority, MMF Agency, and the Métis Child and Family Services Community Agency in here. So I thank you for your time, and I'm listening as much as I can to everyone that has concerns. I take great pride in what has been accomplished and what is coming. So thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you, Minister Fiores, for your undivided support for Métis children and family. Are there any questions? We'll start in the center.
Shirley Langan, Winnipeg Region, 7 Oaks Local. It's not a question because I'm the chairperson of Métis Child and Family Services. We service Winnipeg, Interlake, and Southeast. So when I speak from the heart. And when I hear the muffles of people, of our citizens talking, but honest to God, a lot of our children in care, their parents attended residential schools. And when they attended residential schools as little kids, and they went to sleep, and the only sound that could be heard is muffles of crying under the sheets, afraid to close their eyes They don't know when they're going to see their parents again. So I hope you listen, because the children in care and child and family services, they're human beings. And I want to reassure each and every one of you, we work tirelessly to help our kids in care. With the help of our minister, and honest, I'm so proud of you, Minister Beers, because we've worked together hand in hand for decades. As citizens who volunteer their life, myself over 30 years, and our boards, it's rewarding to give up our time, to be there and work with our staff, the Métis Federation, everyone involved, our executive director, but most importantly, to be there for our kids. As Minister Beers mentioned about Les Maisons, there was a groundbreaking ceremony and we attended. And to see that shovel go in the ground and know that our kids have a place to go. And President Chartrand spoke, and he said, when our kids get older, they're over 28, and if they need our help, they can still come home. They'll always have a home with the MMF. Our staff, our ministers, the MMF, and our boards, we always do so much, work so hard to come up with programs and services that fit our kids, fit every inch, everything that they need. We try to be there. I won't take much of your time, but I needed to emphasize the importance because they need everybody's help. Miigwech, merci.
Thank you so much for that comment. Are there any other questions here or online? Okay, I think we're good for questions. On that note, someone online has made a motion to accept this report. Christiane Carrier Kennedy from Conseil Elisa Council Local. And I would ask for someone to second that motion to accept the Métis Child and Family Services report.
Ron Burwash, PA Local. I second it.
Thank you.
It's on local, sorry, not the PA region.
Do I hear a question? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you so much, Minister Boers. I will now call forward Minister Andrew Carrier, who will be reporting on 5 portfolios, and we will and we are acknowledging that the online votes were also carried. Back to Minister Carrier, who will be reporting on 5 portfolios. And once he is done reporting on each portfolio, we will then have a motion at the end to accept all of them. So now reporting on Métis Community Liaison Department, Residential and Day Schools, French Language, and Michif Language Protection. And Riel House is Minister Andrew Carrier.
Yes, yeah, better stand this through. Yep, I'm good. All right, there's a reason they gave me a cane.
First of all, I want to say good afternoon and thank you for your patience as we all have a chance to come up and present our portfolios. So just bear with me. We're going to be going through these 5 portfolios very quickly, streamlined. If you have any questions, please write them down as to which portfolio you wish to have a question to, and then we'll be addressing them before we have the motion. So on page 148 of your book, we're going to start with the Real House. I'm assuming that we're going to have the PowerPoint presentation. So let me start and hopefully they'll catch up. So just to let you know a little bit about the Real House, it's owned and operated by Parks Canada, and it's in partnership with the MMF through our affiliate, the Louis Riel Institute. And just to let you know, the MMF and the LRI, the Louis Riel Institute, have been operating and managing the Real House since 2013. So we have a decade under our belt. So my report, of course, will be dealing with last year's activities. So the Real House is a National Historic Site and is a site that encapsulates the rich history of the Red River Métis and the legacy of Louis Riel. As I mentioned earlier, the Real House is owned by Parks Canada. And in 2013, just so that you know, they were looking at closing down the Real House. And I was sent to negotiate on behalf of the MMF to keep it open. So we've done that, and we've done that really well. So the Real House has an historical dress. We have interpreters that wear period clothing. We have an immersion program of different activities when it comes to Métis activities. And we are also connecting our visitors to the Red River Métis and our culture. The heart of our site is historical interpretation. And as I said earlier, our interpreter wear period clothing to transfer you back to time where time was making history. So we're going back to the 1870s prior to the Manitoba Act. Our interpreters, they work tireless to connect with the history and culture of the Red River Métis, ensuring that your visit is both educational and immersed. By a show of hands, has anyone here attended the Real House? Well, thank you. If you haven't, it's a must see because during the summertime, we have several programs which I'm going to speak to you about. In 2022, we had, it was an exciting season. We delivered on-site group programs. And you got to remember 2022 was just as we came out of COVID. So back in June of 2022, we had a lot of attendees coming for June, July, and August. Throughout the season, the Real House welcomed a total of 1,072 visitors, and we're thrilled to have started the unique history and so many different cultural events. We provide staff training. Our successes hinges on the dedication of our staff, both at the Real House and with Parks Canada, of course, our summer students. We hired 7 passionate individuals for May and June, and they underwent extensive training. And they learned about their Métis history and culture and explored the rich history of the Riel and Legion Mosaic families, and also developed specific Métis skills. This included participating in activities like high tanning workshops, Métis flower beadwork, finger weaving, bannock cooking, jigging, and moccasin workshops. We also encourage exploring the region. Beyond the Real House, our team embarked on journeys to various historic sites and landmarks in that region, including Upper Fort Garry, as well as Lower Fort Garry, the Forks, the St. Boniface Cathedral, and the Bill and Helen Norrie Library, the Manitoba Museum, and the Transcona Museum, as well as Azal Goulet Park, which is a park dedicated to one of our Métis citizens who was killed by, they were looking for Riel and they chased him into the Red River and then they threw stones on him and they knocked him unconscious, and fortunately he drowned at that time. There are different school programs. We take pride in reaching out to our schools in Winnipeg. In 2022, the interest in our programs was somewhat lower due to the ongoing impact of COVID-19. So there was a bit of an awakening that here in Winnipeg after COVID-19 that we're back into some programming. We held special events such as Canada Day, the annual corn roast, and those went extremely well. Overall, the Real House truly celebrates the spirit of the Métis culture and the Red River Métis history. So in conclusion, I want to thank our Louis Riel staff as well as our summer students who attended the Real House. Thank you. Wow. All right. All right. We're going to move on to the MMF and French language protection. So that's on page 124. And I was asked to skim my presentation and give you the highlights. Well, that's about it on French and MMF language. I hope you guys enjoyed that. As I mentioned earlier, the full report, you'll find it on page 124. The Louis Riel Institute has really been the cornerstone of our MMF language. They have done a lot of great programming and will continue to do so. As the Minister for MMF language, I'm just going to talk a little about that. We're looking at developing a MMF language unit, and we're in the process. We're going to be interviewing for a director of MMF language. And so if anyone is looking for employment, then you think this might be something you would be interested, I would suggest you visit our website. I am moving fast along. Okay, thank you. There's a lot of information on MMF language resources. We're also in partners with Pemmican Publication for resource material. And there's more to come on the MMF language. When they say, I have lots to speak about, but we also have a presentation to do. On page 110, we have the Métis Community Liaison Department. I'm again going to give you some of the highlights. The MCLD provides support for citizens of all ages. The support is centered around the understanding and inclusion of our Métis culture. The MCLD strives to support our citizens, and we have a MCLD worker in all our regions, and they provide programming such as the prescription drug program. Has anyone who here have their program with MEADO, our own MEADO program? Raise your hand. Well, there's a few. All right. And so the prescription drug program is for our elders 55 and over who make less than $25,000 a year. And then they qualify for free prescription drugs. Thank you very much, Mr. Bowden. We have our senior eye program for a vision care initiative. If you want more information, you can read more about it. We have parenting programs as well. And what is really important these days is our Memorial Service Financial Support Program. For some of our Métis elders that are passing on and family members, the MMF will pay up to $5,000 towards the memorial costs. As well, we also have a bereavement fund that provides up to $200 towards snacks and coffee during that as well. The MCLD does assistance with emergency medical travel. We work in conjunction with the region. We don't have a program in place, but we try to be helpful as much as possible. And of course, with the travel, there may be some accommodations required, so we also work with that. They do advocacy for employment insurance, Canadian pension, old age security, workers' compensation. They also work with mental and public insurance and CRA. And of course, they also help a lot of our elders with their income taxes. So I'm going to move on to that's our MCLD. We have a lot of contact information. If you have any questions, we also have booths upstairs for all of these. So I'm going to be, I wanted to take a minute for the French and MMF language. I keep forgetting, and I don't want to forget this time around. Please, Marielle Gauthier, she's my associate minister. Would you please stand? So I don't do this alone. I with staff and as well as an associate. Thank you, Marielle, from the Southeast region. All right. The residential and day school program and the minister responsible for that. So I'd like to welcome you to our annual General Assembly. I am Andrew Carrier, Minister of Residential and Day School. Je suis André Carrière, ministre pour le pensionnat des extrantes pour les Autochtones. Je vous souhaite un grand bienvenue à l'Assemblée générale annuelle des Métis de la Rivière-Rouge. I extend my warmest greetings to all our elders, survivors, and veterans, and citizens attending the important government event. As the minister responsible for residential and day schools, I have been mandated to work with survivors and the relevant ministries to seek reparation for harms done to the Red River survivors who were forced to abandon their language, their culture, and their way of life. Earlier this year in March, we had a conference where we had close to 250 individuals or more in attendance, and to deal with the survivors of residential and day schools. You should also know that as your minister responsible for this portfolio, I also sit on the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation Governing Circle for with the University of Manitoba for the this is a national center. So this is where all the records are being kept for all students that went to residential schools. I'm just gonna, so by the way, I should have said that you'll find that on page 144 of the book. When it comes to residential and day schools, my mandate is to open the doors and work with our citizens who are survivors of day Catholic and Protestant schools or day schools that was funded by the province of Manitoba. So we have a booth upstairs, and if you have personally suffered trauma while attending school and wish to look at some resources that may be available, I would strongly recommend you go to our booth upstairs and to register. And you may want to register for two folds. We have developed a Red River Métis, every Red River Métis child matters sash, which I'm wearing here. I'm just going to take a step here to give an example. And that will bring me to a close of our residential and day schools. But like I said, in the book, there's a lot more detailed information. And of course, I will be available if you have any questions or if you have any questions now. So that concludes, I've done a total of 5 portfolio reports. And so I think we're going to pass it back to the Master of Ceremony. Just take that.
Okay, we are now open for questions for Minister Carrier. Doing a search of the mics on the floor. I'm going to check in with the online folks. So there's no questions online, and it doesn't look, oh, here we go, over here.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'm curious to know, or would like to know, there's day school survivors and residential school survivors. What about those individuals who were forced to go to catechism and experienced abuse at catechism? Has there been any work done on that?
For the record, I think that's Joan, but I'm not, I can't see clearly over there.
Yeah,
Can you introduce
Joan
yourself?
Church, Southwest Region.
Thank you, Ms. Church. A very good question. We will work with any of our survivors that have suffered any forms of abuse while attending school. So when we say day schools, it could be industrial schools, it could be Catholic run, it could be Protestant run, or it could be by the province of Manitoba. And we are working with individuals to help with the healing process and to give a voice back to our citizens. So if you wish, Joan, on the 3rd floor, there's a booth. And if anyone who wishes to register their name. We will have staff follow up and work with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In the center here, we'll take a question.
Christopher Yates, Bison Local. I'm just wondering if the bereavement fund is available to all citizens, so for beyond border citizens as well? Thank you.
Mr. Yates, you're going to have to be a little bit more clearer than that. I'm sorry, I gave 5 portfolio reports. So when you're talking about funding, what are you referring to?
The bereavement fund? So is the bereavement fund available to all citizens, so beyond border citizens as well?
As a matter of fact, it's open to all citizens, including beyond borders, as long as they have a valid MMF citizenship card.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have a question at the mic over here? No? Okay, just someone standing. Okay, that will conclude the questions for Minister Carrier then. And I would ask someone to please make a motion to accept these 5 portfolio reports.
I'd like the motion, please.
Could I please have your
Roger,
name?
you pay for me, Abdullah. I accept his motion.
Thank you. And a seconder?
I can second it.
Name and local, please.
Valerie Tomchak, Métis, Lorette Local.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a question? Okay, thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Checking with the online. Got the thumbs up. So carried. Now we would move forward to every Red River Métis Child Matters Sash presentations to 4 ministers, Minister Thomas, Minister LaPlante, Minister Mayer, and Minister Campbell. So I will turn the mic back over to Minister Carrier for this sash presentation.
This is truly an important event, and before I start, I want to thank Cabinet and President Chartrand for believing that every child matters. Excuse me. As you're aware, my name is Andrew Carrier, Minister of Residential and Day Schools, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our elder for her opening prayer. I also like to acknowledge my colleagues and delegates who are here today to experience this historic form of acknowledgement for those citizens to our community who have endured unspeakable life experiences. Today, in the presence of our community, the MMF, the Manitoba Métis Federation, your national government of the Red River Métis will take this opportunity to honor the Red River Métis Residential and Day School Survivors Advisory Committee. So this might be the first time you heard about this committee. This meaningful ceremony is one of many opportunities to honor our survivors. We aim to ensure that all MMF citizens, especially our survivors, receive a sash to wear at events including September 30th for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So the Métis sash is a culturally significant and vibrant garment deeply rooted to our collective heritage. The sash holds substantial historic and cultural value, representing our identity, history, and resiliency. I want to take a minute to talk about the colors that you will see in the sash, which are intricate weaving, which reflect our community and rich cultural tapestry and unique heritage, embodying a sense of pride and connection to our roots. We wear this during political ceremonies, celebration, and important events, and it is a cherished emblem of Métis heritage and a statement of the enduring spirit of our people. On September 30th of this year, the MMF announced and launched the All Red River Métis Child Matters sash. This new sash has been created to acknowledge the dark legacy of descriptive colonial policies such as a residential and day school system, as well as the impacts of the 60s school and the survivors and strength of those who endured it. We also mourn those who lost and were never found to let the system rob our children. Together as a nation, we are working to bring our missing children home. Through the residential school project title, we are bringing our children's spirit home. And those finding their way home and reconnecting with our 60 Scoop Wellness Center. The All Red River Métis Child Matters sash has a story to tell through its colors. The orange color acknowledges that every Red River Métis child matters. Black is for the mourning of families and communities in the loss of children. The yellow color symbolizes the ray of the sun that reflects a fresh start we have as a Red River Métis. And the red color reminds us of the blood that flows within our veins. The purple reflects the spiritual healing within our families and communities. And the green reflects the growth and rebirth of our nation. The blue color reflects the nation's futures possibilities. So today, Minister Thomas will be joining me. I want to especially recognize and thank the designer of the sash, Ms. Melanie Cutler, a 60 Scoop survivor. I know that the creation of the sash was something I and Minister Thomas, as well as Albert Beck, the director of the 60 Cooper Residential Day School Department, have thought about for many years. So it's wonderful to see this tradition come to reality. So I'd like to call on our advisory committee members to come forward. And we will be providing them with we'll be providing them with a sash. As well, if you are a survivor in attendance, please make your way to the 60 Cooper Residential School Department booth upstairs and speak to Vanessa Lamiron. She's a program coordinator to give your name and contact information. So as I see standing behind me, I would like to first start presenting the advisory committee with their sash. So is Lucille here? Who's here? Lucille's not here. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So we're trying to get a representative on our committee from each region. Unfortunately, the first two are not here. They had to leave early. And I do want to recognize Lucille Lavoie and Amanda Leclerc. So now I would like to call on Minister LaPlante to join me. So we're going to be presenting this to Bev Lee. She was born and raised in Victor, the CN siding of Fort Ellis. Her mother got her children to hide in the bushes, not to be scooped. She is a survivor of abuse from the nuns and school. Bev now lives in Bertle. So Bev, please accept this special sash acknowledging your resiliency and never give up attitude. So, I'm now like to call, is Brian here? Okay. Unfortunately, Brian Norman, another committee member, is not here today. But we do have another member that's here. I'd like to now recognize Ernest Samat. Elder Ernest Samat is a residential and day school survivor who grew up in Winnipegosis. The PAW is now his beloved home, where he continues to be actively involved at a University College of the North campus as an elder and advisor and a knowledge keeper. So Elder Samat, please accept this special sash acknowledging your resiliency and never give up attitude. So we're going to take a minute here just to talk a little bit about, let's start with not too sure if you can get a focus on here. It's presented to Ernest Samat, and inside is a letter from Minister Thomas and myself, as well as the description of the sash. So each member recipient will get this, and it's a beautifully boxed memory sake box. But don't forget to wear it on occasions there, Ernest. Okay. I'd now like to call on Minister Thomas to recognize the 60 Scoop survivor, Melanie Cutler. So Minister Thomas.
Thank you. Minister Carrier. Well, as you know, I represent the 60 Scoop survivor, and I want to thank the elder again for the prayer. And I'm here today to experience this historic form of acknowledgement for these citizens in our community who have endured unspeakable life experiences due to the child welfare and education system. As a recipient of the All Red River Métis Child Matters sash, I know how important it is to receive this acknowledgement. I am so proud that this sash was designed by Melanie Cutler, a 60 Scoops survivor, and I know that all the energy that she put into this sash signifies a healing path forward for our nation's well-being. The sash also serves as a reminder that we will never forget what has happened, and that those who receive this sash are threaded into our community, never to be let go again. In saying this, I am honored to present All Red River Métis Child Matters sash to Melanie. This way and that. There you go. Okay.
Just a few words. So I asked how the sash was meant to be during a conversation with Minister Carrier and I, who shared our stories. I was working on a contract with the MMF, and during conversation is orange shirts represents truth and reconciliation. It represents what the Indigenous people had to go through and endure, but it doesn't involve what us as Métis citizens that are forgotten that we endured also. So wearing this sash, I'm hoping that it represents people to want to hear our story, that we are included in this injustice. I'm very honored that this sash carried through to where it is now, and I hope that every survivor or any person that wears it that is gifted this sash shares its story, and carry on for our generations to come, to allow others to understand what we as Métis endured. And like I said, just to carry on our story that we do matter and we were part of this.
Just give us a minute. We're going to take a group picture of the recipients. All of us together. Minister Thomas. So I'm not too sure. Just before we close off on the Every River Métis Child Matters sash, as I mentioned earlier this year in March, there was a conference. If you're here, if you were at the conference and you're here today, your names have been collected, and we will have a special memorial sash for you today in a box similar to the ones that were received. So make sure that you go back to the third floor to let them know that you're here and to get your sash. As well, I just want to say that for those who weren't at the March meeting, you can still get a sash. Again, we're trying to collect information of survivors, as well as if you are aware of any aunt or uncle that went missing as a child, we need to know about that. We need to know a little bit of history as to where the children are. And the reason for that is the system did not distinguish First Nation or Métis children. They're swept all together. And so it is some children are unknown and are buried and missing. But from the community, because we are an oral community, if you have any knowledge of an aunt or an uncle as a child that went missing, we want to know about it. If you know of any unmarked burial sites, it could be of children, we also want to know the knowledge of that information. So we had a total of 500 sash. We will be running out of those sash relatively quickly. However, I just want to ensure that we will be ordering more sash. This one here is a little extra wide and very short, but we're also looking at designing a support sash. Like these sash are not to be sold. They're gifted in memory, but we will also look at trying to formulate a smaller version of the sash for fundraising and so on, and of the same colors. So I just wanted to let you know about that as well. Now, before we come to a conclusion, I understand that we have a question that was missed before the motion that was moved for all my portfolio. So I believe it's from Jacqueline Swan. Are there plans underway to get involved with Grants Mill? Just so that people should know, Grants Mill is found on Portage Avenue. I believe it's near the, I believe that's a Grace Hospital off of Portage. And I know that the MMF has done various activities in Grants Mill in the past. We had picnics there and so on. So I'm not too sure how much more you're expecting us to get involved, but Grants Mill was a mill done by a Métis family with the last name of Grant. So absolutely strong Métis entrepreneurship. And so we have been involved. There probably could be future projects in there. So I hope I answered your question, Ms. Swan. Okay, I'm going to let the MC take over because there's a question.
Yes, we'll take this question from the middle here.
Not a question, but a comment. My name is Lucille Bruce, and I'm with the Prairie Buffalo Local, Winnipeg Region. I just wanted to express my heartfelt thank you for this beautiful, beautiful ceremony that you just did for the survivors, the Métis survivors of residential school. it was so heartfelt from you, Minister Carrier. We felt what you felt when you were speaking, and Minister Thomas. And I'm just so grateful for what you do for the Métis residential school survivors. And I was just thinking that it's too bad that this ceremony wasn't done earlier when we would have had a full house. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And thank you, Minister Carrier, for your reports and for this beautiful ceremony. And I will now call on Minister Richard Janai to report on sports and
Question.
youth.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say question. I'd like to say thank you very much to Minister Carrier, for all the things he has done for our community and for our Métis Red River.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will welcome Minister Richard Janai for sports and youth.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody today? What a great day. Okay, I got a PowerPoint and we're just getting it set up. We got another light here? A little bit technical difficulties, but we'll get through them. Okay, thank you, Lydia. How about a hand for Lydia? Métis Youth that's chairing the meeting. Okay, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Richard and I'm Minister of Sport and Youth. I'm from the little Métis community of Duck Bay, Manitoba in the Northwest region. We have youth programming that uses urban programming for Indigenous people to deliver a wide range of programs, services, events that showcase positive impacts to the lives of Red River youth and the Red River Métis community. UPIP funding is used to deliver projects within 6 key target areas that support new and existing programs and services. Deliverables reflect each category to projects and a youth-focused approach with programs, workshops, activities, and events. The UPIP ensures that MET, Sport and Youth, can create initiatives and opportunities to develop Red River Métis cultural presence and teachings, build youth personally and professionally, support Métis youth in excelling and building dynamic futures. In 2022, a variety of diverse programs, workshops, and events took place that encompassed cultural exploration and learning, capacity building, developing youth attributes, access to resources and supports. We also have, we support community summer employment. The community summer employment program took place from June to September of 2022. The program focuses on developing youth work skills and preparing them for the futures. A total of 55 youth and team leads participated in the program within 15 communities. Individual youth supports. Sorry, Lydia.
No, I was going to ask if people could please lower the volume in the room so we could listen to Minister Janai. Thank you.
Thank you. The Individual Youth Support Program provides an annual reimbursement of up to $350 for youth 29 and under for participation in sports, recreation, and cultural activities. In 2021-2022, A total of 815 youth received funding, a total of $310,000 and $310,613. The number was a little bit low, but that was a COVID year and the restrictions were still up. As you see in the next year on 2022, 2023, a total of 1,433 youth received individual support with a total support of 437,000. So this year, that number is probably going to go higher because restrictions are gone and COVID's gone and the youth are getting out there and getting mobilized. Our Believe program rolled out in 2021 to support the commitment and dedication of accomplished athletes and performers. This program accompanies youth ambitions in reaching their full potential. In 2021, 2022, 36 youth received a support totaling $73,658 through the Believe program. In 2022, 2023, 81 applications were approved and processed totaling $133,464. And the 23 National Aboriginal Hockey Championship participants received support for the games in Nova Scotia for $36,800 for a total of 104 supports at $170,000. Each year we see a vast range of talent, dedication, hard work, and courage that comes from our Métis youth. It is a pleasure to share with you Believe Spotlight's future featuring our supported youth. We have the Tarek sisters, curling. JC, Zoe, Tessa, sisters are from the Northwest region. Passion for curling started at the age of 10 after joining their dad at the curling club. At the age 13, they started in a high-performance curling program in Dauphin, which led them to competitive curling. In 2018, JC took part in under-18 nationals held in New Brunswick. And in New Brunswick, she played mixed doubles with a male from Saskatchewan. JC and her teammate won gold. And later in 2019, JC played at nationals held in Alberta. Zoe and Tessa both played under-18 nationals in Ontario. And in 2022, and again, Tessa again played in nationals in Northern Ontario in 2023. Last year, for the first time, all three sisters played on the same team and went on to win the provincials. Following their victory, they went to Quebec for the under-20 nationals. The Tarek curling sisters finished nationals with a bronze medal and are happy to have placed third in all of Canada. JC is now aged out of junior curling and is playing on the ladies team, while Zoe and Tessa are curling together in the juniors division this year. How about a hand for the Tarek sisters? Oh, awesome girls. Leaders for tomorrow. Next, we have Erin Riel, speed skater. Erin Riel is a speed skater from the Southeast region, has been a Team Manitoba skater since 2020. The speed skater, through dedication and hard work, has taken part in a variety of championship competitions, bringing home medals and building his skating career. Following support from the MMF's Youth Programming Department, Aaron email, I would like to formally thank the Manitoba Métis Federation for supporting my speed skating career. The support you have given me will go a long way in helping me achieve my goals within the sport. Aaron's speed skating story features many accomplishments, including and not limited to helping the silver medalist for 500 meter at the Canadian Youth Long Track Championships in Quebec in April 2022, and taking second place in the Western Elite Circuit Short Track Championship held in Calgary in October 22. Aaron is now qualified as one of the top 30 juniors in Canada and will be attending the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships in Quebec City from January 4th to the 7th, with dreams of making the World Junior Championship for Canada in Japan in February 2024. So how about a hand for Aaron, another youth upcoming. Next, we have the Manitoba Selects Football, the Ross brothers. Red River Métis athletes Zayden, Grayson, and Gabriel Ross not only represented their home teams, but also the Red River Métis Nation with honor and pride in Texas, February 2022. Zayden Ross is a cornerback known for his swift feet and solid tackles. is recognized as one of the brightest prospects from the Red River region. Grayson and Gabriel Ross, both linebackers, also earned attention for their athleticism and ability to perform under pressure. With Gabriel now in his first season with the University of Manitoba Bison. The Ross brothers are grateful for the contributions provided by the MMF youth programming towards their success. This truly is a special experience. Thanks to the Believe program, attending the tournament was possible. We could put all our focus on the game and having the opportunity to compete internationally was a great opportunity, said Gabriel. So how about a hand for the brothers? Awesome. In 2021, if you could remember, we contributed the amount of 50,000 was provided to the National Aboriginal Hockey Championship event that was held in Winnipeg of this year, May 2023. A total of 26 Red River Métis youth took part in the tournament. Team Manitoba Males won gold. And on that team, we had 10 Red River Métis youth. And the Team Manitoba females lost a heartbreaker in the finals to Ontario. And on there, we had 13 Red River Métis youth participating. So how about a hand for both teams? They represented the Red River Métis very good. Also in July, the 10th National American Indigenous Games 2023 was held in Halifax from July 15th to the 23rd. The event featured 16 sports with more than 5,000 athletes, coaches, and team staff from over 756 Indigenous nations. 130 Red River Métis youth were supported by Met Youth Programming for their participation in NAG, totaling 195,000. Our Red River Métis athletes fought hard and came back with a trove of medals. In total, our youth won 23 gold medals, 15 silver medals, 5 bronze medals, for a total of 43 medals, and 70 individual medalists. Creating opportunity for our Red River Métis youth. Yeah, how about a hand for that there? Because I was out there and they did us very proud. And it was so good to see that family traveled there on their own. Like some families drove hours and hours and hours just so that they could be there to support their young people, their children that are participating. And I was talking to some parents after, and there was actually scouts there from the United States, NCAA, and universities across Canada scouting out these young people. So they have the opportunity to go on to better themselves, to get to university with a scholarship. So how about another hand for those 130 Red River Métis athletes? Creating opportunities for our Red River Métis youth is important and a key to their success. Because of the MMF, we can continue making a real difference in the lives of our youth and their families. Thank you. Miigwech. And I guess questions now, eh? Questions. Look at how dark that is. How can you read that? I can't see. Thank you. Oh, I guess.
We'll start with the middle mics here.
I just want to say thank you very much. My name is Venice Reel. Eric Reel is my son and the speed skater. And the Believe grant means everything to us. Thank you.
We've got a superstar. How about a hand for Aaron? He's right here. Right on, Aaron. We're proud of you.
Thank you very much.
We're proud of you. No questions online? No more questions in here? I can't see. These lights are very, very bright. There's one in the back. I can't see. Can you see?
Hi, yes.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Tammy Chief, Northwest Region, Dolphin and Misk Local.
Will the youth department be bringing back the youth entrepreneurship program for those that are under the age of 18?
Yes, I believe so. That it never was taken away. It was always there.
Okay, so who would be the contact for that?
Louis Real Capital Corporation, but you could contact our office and we could direct you to who to get hold of.
Thank you.
No more questions? One?
Just waiting to get an online question posted here. Jacqueline Swan.
Just while we're waiting for that question, we're coming up with ideas like with our Believe program. We support a lot of athletes, and then we're trying for the athletes we support to give back to younger youth in the province. So earlier this summer, we had a pilot project of youth mentoring hockey camp, in which we got Cameron Nault is a Red River Métis citizen, but he plays in Scotland, and he came back and he helped mentor with some Believe athletes that came back, and we had a very successful camp where Believe athletes came and helped do a hockey camp for our young kids. So that was a pilot project. We're going to be working on some more of those so that more Believe athletes can give back to the Red River, to the MMF youth.
It's a question from James Lavalley online. Why was UPIP funding cut to 15,000 a year? James from Bison Local, Winnipeg Region.
Okay, the reason why we cut locals can apply up to 15,000 per local per region. That's 140 locals across the province. So in order for us to accommodate all the locals across the province, our committee, which is myself, Minister Campbell, Minister Park, Minister Fleury, and we have 3 youth on there. We decided that in order for the UPIP funding to spread out so that we could benefit more Red River Métis youth, that it would be, we cut each local to 15,000 per year. But that doesn't stop them through the region or looking for alternate ways.
Okay, another question from the center mic.
Shirley Langan, Winnipeg Region, Seven Oaks Local. Just a question about the application forms for funding for our kids' sports. Has the form been changed, or is it the same form as previously?
I'm sorry, your microphone cut out and I lost. I didn't
Okay.
hear the last part.
Okay, I got it in my hands
Okay.
now. Has the form been changed so far as application for the funding for the kids hockey, etc.? What is it, around 350 per
It's
year?
350 per year, yeah.
Is there a new form, or is the previous one to be utilized?
It's the same form as before, so you just got to keep applying every year.
Okay. And the time span from submitting the form and receiving the funding, has there been more staff hired?
Yes, we are hiring more staff, but yes, we're trying to alleviate all the problems in bureaucracy and get that money out to you as soon as possible. So we're working on it.
Thank you for the good work. The support that's given is really appreciated because, for example, with hockey, it's really expensive to put our kids through that. And even as grandparents, I'll speak for myself, is I also assist. So it's important, and even at some point, Are there any thoughts about increasing that 350 to a bit more?
There has been thoughts, but at this moment, we gotta stay where we are because every year, like I said before, like during COVID, the numbers were low. But now that we're out of restrictions, the numbers are getting high and high, and we gotta find more money to get. But that is a good question. I will bring that to cabinet to see what the cabinet has to say, and we'll go forward from there. But that, yes, I know, because I know it's not only you, it's right across the province. To play sports, it's starting to cost a lot of money. So yes,
Yes.
I hear what you're saying.
Thank you very much, because our youth are our future, and we need to continue to support them.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. As I always say, you know what? When you invest in youth, it's a good thing. You invest in the future. So all of you, I'm going to continue working hard for you and for the youth. And God bless you. You guys have a good assembly. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that closes the question period for this report. And I will ask someone to make a motion to accept Minister Janai's report here. Could I please have someone make a motion to accept the report?
Mark Bernard, South Junction, I accept.
Thank you. And we have someone online seconding Conrad Nabis from Robin Local. So with that being said, do I hear a question? All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? And online? We're good. So that is carried. Next, Minister Fleury will be announcing the winner of Chase the Ace.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank everybody for their support of the LeMaitre Local on the Chase the Ace selling of the tickets. There was 103 cards sold, and the total prize payout is $1,030. The winning number was number 55, Genevieve Benoit. Genevieve, are you in the office? Here we go. And she squawked about spending the $20, folks. Congratulations, Genevieve. And there's a wedding coming up, so I'm sure it's going to be handy. Thank you all. Thank you all again for your support. And just to let you know, we are still selling 50-50 tickets upstairs, $5 a square. So when you get a time, stop by tomorrow.
Okay, well, it's been a long day. I know we didn't take a break, but this is going to make it a lot easier on Sunday so that we can all get back to where we're going. Now, there's just a couple of announcements. There are COVID tests at the general information booth. So please take one on your way out and just maybe check, do the test. And if you're not feeling well, or if you test positive, then maybe think about staying at home. Secondly, you know, the big bingo night is tonight. There's still a few tickets left at general information. There will be some snacks, chips, chocolate bars, that sort of thing here, but there's always hot food on the second floor. So with that, give you time to go home and come back. The bingo starts at 6. Well, the doors open at 6, the early birds at 7 p.m. and the regular games start at 7:30. So we'll see you guys all in the morning if we don't see you tonight. Thank you all.